Chapter 793. Lin Chen reluctantly took out a golden Saint Origin coin. This was a golden Saint Origin coin worth 10,000 silver Saint Origin coins. This is all I have. Little guy, you have to make it up to me in the future. He placed the golden Saint Origin coin on the surface of the clear jasper tree, and a brilliant golden light immediately appeared. The energy of the golden Saint Origin coin was quickly lost on the surface of the tree. The bud grew rapidly, growing and growing, and the emerald green light shone brightly. Lin Chen had fed the bud with his 9th Calamity Battle Force for half a month, and now it had grown to the size of an arm in the blink of an eye. Lin Chen replanted it in a high-grade storage ring. The soil inside was rich with nutrients, and the bud continued to grow. It began to grow into a straight branch more than 2 meters tall with tender leaves blooming. The energy of the golden Saint Origin coin was abundant. Lin Chen estimated that the clear jasper tree would need 3 days to absorb all the energy. The storage ring can only absorb the energy provided by itself, but it can't communicate with the providence of heaven and earth. I need to find a Providence plant bag. The Providence plant bag was a spatial treasure specially used to cultivate Providence spirit plants. No matter how high-grade a storage ring was, it was only a sealed space. Providence spirit plants needed to absorb Providence on their own to grow. The Providence plant bag could connect to the Providence of the outside world, so it was one of the few options. The value of the Providence plant bag was extremely high, and it was not inferior to the value of some rare techniques. The best choice for a large sect was to choose a blessed grotto heaven to plant the Providence plant bag, but Lin Chen was alone, so the Providence plant bag was his only choice. It's said that the Blue Moon Trial was established in the primordial age, where countless sages died. I wonder if I can get some high-grade techniques or treasures to feed Providence spirit plant. Lin Chen was secretly looking forward to the Blue Moon Trial. The next day, Su Lan and her sister came to visit. Green Moon City's Treasure Appraisal Convention? Lin Chen was surprised. The sisters wanted him to take them to a nearby treasure appraisal convention. Yes, class monitor, weren't you an appraiser before? Take us to see it. Su Lan's eyes were filled with stars. Girls always had a natural talent of shopping, let alone the fact that the treasure appraisal convention was a place where masters from all walks of life would show off their divine abilities to bless ancient and rare objects. It always gave people a strong sense of novelty, as if they were witnessing the birth of a treasure. It seems like I can't hide my title as the #1 appraiser of the 9 provinces anymore. Let's do it then. I want to see how different the treasure appraisal convention of the Sacred Boundary is from the 9 provinces. Lin Chen was in high spirits as he headed towards Green Moon City with the 2 girls. This city was under the administration of Iceheart Palace and was one of the resting areas for Iceheart Palace's disciples. Every year, a large number of caravans would come here to settle down and hold many grand events, including the Artifact Appraisal Convention. At the entrance of Green Moon City's convention. In front of the entrance of the convention, 2 groups of people met each other at the same time. It was as if enemies were destined to meet. They looked at each other and realized that it was actually Ji Qingming and Lin Chen again. Without waiting for the other party to speak, Lin Chen said with a teasing smile, "Hey, what's your name? I know I'm handsome, but you don't have to follow me. How many times have we met? I'm not interested in men." Ji Qingming's words almost caused some of the purple-grade true disciples beside him to laugh out loud. "You have a sharp tongue. You think you're qualified to participate in the treasure appraisal convention? With me, Ji Qingming, here, you're destined to return empty-handed." Ji Qingming sneered disdainfully. With a flick of his sleeve, he led everyone into the venue. Lin Chen led the 2 girls into the venue. "Isn't that Lin Chen? Senior brother Ji Qingming is here too. Are the 2 of them finally going to face each other? I heard that Lin Chen defeated the Ice Prince. Hee, now they're participating in the treasure appraisal convention? There's going to be a good show." Some of the sharp-eyed true disciples noticed the 2 of them and quickly followed them into the venue. The venue was bustling with noise and excitement. There were 8 paths for appraisers in all 4 directions. Only appraisers could enter the paths when they were consecrating treasures. No one else was allowed to enter. This wasn't just a treasure appraisal convention. What was different from the 9 provinces was that during the convention, when the appraisers consecrated and appraised the treasures, the sellers could choose to put the treasures up for sale and the buyers could participate in the auction. This was a convention where both appraisers and buyers could participate in the auction. The venue was vast and could accommodate more than 100,000 people. At this moment, people were coming and going. Sellers and appraisers were constantly calling out prices on the stage. The dazzling array of treasures on the stage was too much for the eyes to take in. Oh! Lin Chen is also interested in this treasure appraisal convention. Come, this way please. Elder Mo Jingyu was overjoyed when he saw Lin Chen and the other two. This city was under the control of the Ice Heart Palace. Every major event would be guarded by an elder. Today, Mo Jingyu was in charge. Both sides chatted and laughed as they sat on the side. Ji Qingming's group sat in the highest VIP room. The 3 purple-grade true disciples beside him couldn't help but feel curious. Seeing Elder Mo's attitude, it seemed like he was trying to curry favor with Lin Chen. Lin Chen is also an appraiser? Mo Jingyu asked. I know a thing or two. Lin Chen was honest. In the entire 9 prefectures, his purple-golden eyes might not be a match for him. However, in the sacred boundary, it was not enough. Lin Chen was willing to come because he wanted to use his system to try his luck. After all, he was the only one who could see the attribute light balls. This was much more practical than being an appraiser. Ha ha ha, then this old man will have to take a good look at this fierce battle. Mo Jingyu laughed loudly. Lin Chen smiled and asked, is Elder Mo talking about Ji Qingming? Mo Jingyu said, that's right. Ji Qingming has cultivated the sword eye technique. He can see through everything. Even the energy of the 5 elements, 7 revolutions, and 9 extremes cannot escape his eyes. His sword eye played an extremely important role in his achievements today and his ranking as 99994 on the prodigy list. Lin Chen smiled casually. Interesting. Then I will have to broaden my horizons. After speaking, a batch of antiques went on stage, attracting the attention of the high-level appraisers. There were 4 antiques in this batch. They were a bronze-colored iron plate, a light green jade pendant, a purple crystal, and a brand new scabbard that shone with a sharp edge. This jade pendant has a hidden secret. At this moment, an appraiser in a white robe walked into the passage. He raised the jade pendant high and activated his secret art of appraising. 3 rays of light flowed into the jade pendant. The light green jade pendant suddenly vibrated, and the stage became hot. A drop of red blood essence emerged from the jade pendant, destroying the roars of ancient beast. This is the super dragon blood of a second tribulation cultivator. 1 drop is worth 10,000 crystals. If it is used for alchemy or body refining, it is worth at least 60 silver Saint Origin coins. The white-robed elder stood proudly, and everyone was shocked. At this moment, no one was appraising the remaining 3 antiques. It seemed that all the appraisers present had thought that the jade pendant was the most precious treasure. What do you think, class monitor? Is that the most precious treasure? Su Lan turned her beautiful eyes and asked curiously. Not necessarily. It's not that simple. Lin Chen activated his purple gold eyes and used the golden pupil twin eyes. This young man is really not simple. Mo Jingyu was secretly shocked. This young man's appraisal skills were also not low. The other 2 antiques did not have any abnormalities. The brand new scabbard actually hid a sword technique, and the bronze iron plate still had a secret. Between the 2, Lin Chen chose the secret in the bronze plate. The light in the bronze plate is hidden. The treasure in the scabbard is the most precious treasure. Lin Chen and Ji Qingming's voices sounded at the same time. Countless people turned around and stared at the 2 of them. Chapter 794. The hearts of the Ice Heart Palace's true disciples skipped a beat. Were these 2 going to fight so quickly? Lin Chen stood up and locked eyes with Ji Qingming. Kai tilde. Boom tilde. A terrifying aura surged like a tsunami. Lin Chen's purple gold eyes were unpredictable, as vast and deep as the ocean. On the other hand, Ji Qingming's eyes were filled with sharp sword light, as if they could see through everything. Ordinary people would not even dare to look directly at his eyes. This was an unconventional duel between two peerless geniuses. One had appeared out of nowhere and landed in the Ice Heart Palace, receiving the treatment of the elders as a VIP. The other was a veteran Ice Heart Palace prodigy, a natural-born emperor. He had boundless luck and was nominated for the genius list at such a young age. Who was better? Countless eyes stared at Lin Chen and Ji Qingming. Lin Chen chose the bronze plate, while Ji Qingming chose the scabbard. The two stood up and walked slowly into the appraiser's passage. First was Ji Qingming. He smashed the brand-new scabbard as soon as he stepped onto the stage. Then, he chose 3 specific fragments from the scabbard and combined them into one. He activated his battle chi and injected it into the 3 fragments of the scabbard. With a buzz, the scabbard shone brightly. The fragments of the scabbard turned into a star chart and condensed into a ball of light, revealing a few words. First half of the Killing Demon sword art, purple rank low grade. It was actually a purple rank low grade sword art. Unfortunately, this sword technique was incomplete and only half of it was complete. However, its value was still not inferior to that drop of dragon blood. As for Lin Chen, he activated his Fire Calamity battle physique and condensed a fire blade at his fingertips. Lin Chen carefully removed the rust from the antique bronze plate with his fire blade. After that, he caught the rust with his spiritual energy. After that, he burned the antique bronze plate with his Fire Calamity battle chi. After turning it into molten iron, he withdrew his Fire Calamity battle chi and mixed the rust powder into the molten iron. Boom tilde, kai tilde. With a crackling sound, the two merged into one and formed a brand new iron scroll. A few words appeared on it, returning Yang Pil Cauldron Art, purple rank low-grade high-grade alchemy hand seal. It was actually an alchemy hand seal. In the sacred boundary, there were as many experts as there were clouds in the sky. This was a place that required cultivation resources and cultivation pills more than any other place. Naturally, alchemists and alchemy handprints were even rarer and more expensive. If it was auctioned, it could fetch at least 400 Saint Origin coins. Purple rank low-level high-level hand seal. If placed in the 9 prefectures, this level of hand seal could be ranked in the top 30. This thing is really well hidden. If I burn it directly, the rusty powder that records the handprint cultivation method will be burned away. Lin Chen said with a carefree smile. He casually waved his hand and grabbed the 3 amethyst treasure chests on top of the iron scroll. These 3 treasure chests were his goal. Opened 3 purple crystal treasure chests. Obtained 15 rune evolution stones, red flame gold powder. I knew the class leader would win. Su Lan excitedly waved her little fists while her elder sister, Su Lan, smiled like a blooming flower. Her beauty was breathtaking, causing the male disciples of Ice Heart Palace to fall into a daze for a moment. Lin Chen actually won. While the purple rank direct disciples beside Ji Qingming were shocked, the corners of Ji Qingming's lips curled up slightly. Lin Chen, it seems that you're only SOSO. In the next moment, a sudden change occurred. Ji Qingming crushed the other inconspicuous fragments of the scabbard into powder. What was strange was that some of the powder was actually flickering with a faint purple light. Fusing the purple light powder into the 3 fragments of the scabbard shone brightly. Boom! The sword light soared into the sky and roared. The lines of the star map changed again. Killing Demon Sword Technique, complete version, purple rank lower grade, comes with the Emperor's Sword Dao spiritual inheritance. What? This move was a complete reversal that exceeded everyone's expectations. The value of a complete top-tier low-grade purple rank sword art was almost the same as the alchemy handprint. Moreover, the scabbard was originally brand new and complete, and it even carried the lifetime worth of memories of a top-rate sword emperor. This was no small matter. In terms of value, it could be auctioned for at least 600 Saint Origin coins. This was a rare and precious experience for some young sword emperors. Lin Chen, it seems that I still overestimated you. After completing the handover, Ji Qingming walked down the stage and looked up at Lin Chen with a disdainful sneer. Lin Chen could not help but be surprised. He could only see that there might be a sword technique hidden in the scabbard, but the sword technique was incomplete and not obvious. However, he did not expect that the scabbard still had a secret hidden inside. He had indeed lost this round. Interesting. A genius on the genius list indeed has some skill. Lin Chen smiled frankly. His opponent's sword eyes were more sensitive to sword Dao, so he could not blame him for losing this round. There were many geniuses in the sacred boundary, and only the top 100,000 geniuses could enter the genius list. Ji Qingming was far stronger than any of the young geniuses Lin Chen had encountered before. This did not make Lin Chen depressed. Instead, it aroused his desire to challenge. Senior brother Ji Qingming is mighty. See, country bumpkin. This is the strength of our Ice Heart Palace's #1 disciple. If you know what's good for you, you'd better get out of here. Relying on a special secret art to reach Thousand Frost 9th stage by chance, you think you can compete with our senior brother Ji Qingming? Dream on. The group of disciples shouted. Although Lin Chen was favored by the elders, the most important thing was to curry favor with senior brother Ji Qingming. If he was nominated, he would definitely have a meteoric rise in the future. Ji Qingming enjoyed it very much. His expression was arrogant and cold as he glanced at Lin Chen with disdain from time to time. The hearts of the purple true disciples were stirred. They were able to see much further than ordinary disciples. Although he lost to Ji Qingming, this kid did not show any signs of defeat. He is calm and composed. This person is not simple. In some ways, he is even more terrifying than senior brother Ji Qingming. Senior brother Ji Qingming is young, but this person is only in his early 20s. Such a young person is rare in the sacred boundary. Lin Chen returned to his seat. Su Lan was worried that Lin Chen would be disappointed and cheered him on. Class monitor, don't be discouraged. To us, you are the best. You will definitely surpass him in the future. Lin Chen smiled and said, all right, a loss is a loss. It's not like I can't afford to lose. Magnanimous, not arrogant or rash. Excellent aptitude. Mo Jingyu did not say anything, but he secretly evaluated in his heart. Lin Chen opened the system's strengthening function. Lin Chen planned to try strengthening the purple gold eyes secret technique. Because it was also a secret art, it should be able to be strengthened. Consumed 60 strengthening points. Plus 1 purple gold eyes secret technique succeeded. Power increase, 10%. It really worked. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. In one breath, he strengthened the purple gold eyes secret technique to plus 11. After failing 7 times in front of plus 12, he had used up nearly 10,000 strengthening points. All the strengthening points he had now were used up. Plus 11 purple gold eyes secret technique was now 140% more effective than before. During this time, the treasure appraisal conference was still going on. Not every batch of antiques was valuable. Some of them were just there to make up the numbers. When it came to the 11th batch of antiques, only Ji Qingming and Lin Chen opened their eyes again. It's here. A rare treasure that was worth their time. There were 4 antiques this time, a pair of tattered shoes, 1,000 jade coral, a palm-sized shell, and an ancient sword. Chapter 795. Ji Qingming's eyes lit up as he activated his sword eye and instantly saw through the secret of the ancient sword. This time, Lin Chen activated his purple gold eyes again with his mental energy. The purple gold light lingered and rotated around the edges of Lin Chen's pupils. It was as if divine splendor was rippling. The light was so bright that even Elder Mo Jingyu felt a suffocating sense of oppression. What a strong aura. This kid's appraisal technique is much more terrifying than before. What is going on? Elder Mo Jingyu was shocked. Didn't he just lose to Ji Qingming? Did he break through in such a short time? Ji Qingming stepped into the appraisal channel and revealed the secret of the ancient sword, consecrating it and causing it to shine brightly. A blazing sun was raised, and the sword's power was vast and majestic. It was completely different from its previous shabby appearance. This ancient sword was sealed by an ancient sealing technique, causing it to be covered in dust and dim. It is actually a mid-rank 7th order sword, Ji Qingming said proudly. Everyone was shocked. A mid-rank 7th order sword was worth 2,000 silver Saint Origin coins. According to the division of the competition, if an appraisal master consecrated a treasure, he would get 20% of the profits. Ji Qingming earned another 400 silver Saint Origin coins, making everyone envious. Even Iceheart Palace, a third-grade sect, only got 100 silver Saint Origin coins per month for its core disciples, 200 silver Saint Origin coins for blue Saint Origin coins, and 800 silver Saint Origin coins for purple Saint Origin coins. Ji Qingming had earned half a month's worth of purple Saint Origin coins. In the appraisal master profession, it was true that he could earn a living for 3 years. No, this 1,000 jade coral is the most precious treasure. At this time, Lin Chen's voice sounded. Everyone looked at him with disdain and mockery, but Lin Chen didn't care and stepped into the appraisal channel. This guy still hasn't given up. He already lost to senior brother Ji Qingming once, and he still wants to fight? Some people just don't know their own limits. The nearby Iceheart Palace disciples couldn't help but mock Ji Qingming, but most of them were looking at him with anticipation. Lin Chen went up to the stage and raised the 1,000 jade coral with one hand. Colorful rays of light illuminated the surroundings as he channeled his gold calamity battle chi into the coral and disintegrated it into pieces. While everyone was puzzled, Lin Chen activated the water calamity battle body to cover the cut coral. He then activated his mental power to remove the water caltrop on the surface and the core of the coral, leaving only a few pieces of coral the size of a finger. In the next moment, Lin Chen's fingertip tapped lightly, and his spiritual force entered the remaining coral. Instantly, a bright light shone. Boom tilde. The terrifying holy aura was like an abyss, rolling up stormy waves as if it was going to destroy the entire venue. No one had expected this kind of power. Mo Jingyu hurriedly took action and suppressed the entire area. He was barely able to resist the saint's might. Lin Chen, on the other hand, was calm and collected, as if he wasn't harmed at all. The piece of coral in his hand was emitting a translucent blue light, extremely dazzling. This is. Countless experienced buyers immediately widened their eyes. The holy aura that belonged to a holy beast was faintly discernible from that piece of coral. This 1,000 jade coral has coincidentally fused with the blood essence of the legendary Tianyu Yinglong, and it's an 8th stage Tianyu Yinglong. Although there isn't much blood essence, if you use it to forge weapons, you will definitely gain the ability to control seawater like the Tianyu Yinglong. It's the best choice to forge water-type weapons, Lin Chen said with a carefree smile, instantly shocking everyone present. 8th stage? Isn't that a holy beast comparable to a sage? And it's one of the kings of the ocean, the Tianyu Yinglong. Without a doubt, this item was definitely more precious than the 7th stage superior grade ancient sword. Ji Qingming's veins were bulging. Based on his experience, this piece of coral was worth at least 4,000 silver Saint Origin coins. What made him even angrier was that he couldn't see any signs of the 1,000 jade coral. Usually, in a showdown between appraisers, both sides would be able to tell which treasure was extraordinary. However, it all depended on who could see more clearly. He couldn't even see the slightest anomaly. Did this mean that Lin Chen's appraising skills were far above his? How is this possible? He just lost to me. How can he break through to a higher realm in such a short time? There was no such thing as concealment in the art of appraising. One would know the secret of an ancient object as soon as he made a move. Lin Chen lost to him just now, which meant that his appraising skills were not as good as his. In the field of appraising, concealing one's strength was an extremely stupid act. First of all, large-scale treasure appraisal conventions weren't always held. Appraising was different from other fields. If one didn't give it his all during the appraisal, he might miss the real treasure and become a regretful swan song. But what about Lin Chen? If he didn't conceal his strength, how could he break through to a higher realm in such a short time? This was not realistic at all. Elder Mo Jingyu's shock was no less than Ji Qingming's. He had seen Lin Chen transform into a higher realm with his own eyes. Could there really be such a genius in this world as the palace master said? Who could break through a higher realm and break through their own bottlenecks after a failure? Mo Jingyu's impression of Lin Chen increased by a few levels. After the coral was consecrated, a dark purple crystal treasure chest floated in the air. Lin Chen grabbed it and the system popped up. Opened purple crystal treasure chest. Obtained, top purple tier ultimate archery art, seize life. One arrow chases the soul, 100 arrows take the life. Top purple tier ultimate archery art? Lin Chen's heart trembled violently. In the land of the 9 prefectures, a top lower 7th level combat weapon and a top lower purple tier martial art was the limit. Lin Chen's annihilation and 7 ultimate force belonged to the special category of martial arts. The lower limit was the purple rank, the upper limit was the purple rank, the lower limit was the purple rank, the upper 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 limit was the purple rank. A top purple tier ultimate combat skill was a rare treasure even in the sacred boundary. Its value was second only to a half-orange tier combat skill. A half-orange tier combat skill was the most precious treasure of a 3rd grade sec. The value of this archery art was at least several tens of thousands of silver Saint Origin coins. It might even be more than 100,000 silver Saint Origin coins. This combat skill might have something to do with the owner who injured this dragon's blood. Lin Chen sighed. There wasn't much heavenly imperial winged dragon's blood essence in the coral. There was only 1 drop, which was at most half the size of a fingernail. Even if he wanted to forge a combat weapon, he would have to collect other top-grade materials, which was extremely troublesome. Lin Chen didn't feel bad about it since it wasn't very useful to him. He had obtained the most precious treasure. In the end, the coral that contained the heavenly imperial winged dragon's blood essence was auctioned off for 5,000 silver Saint Origin coins. The appraiser received 20% of the profit while Lin Chen received 1,000 silver Saint Origin coins. Lin Chen walked down the stage and Ji Qingming glared at him. "What are you looking at? Can't you afford to lose?" Lin Chen smiled mockingly and sat back down on his seat. The Ice Heart Palace's true disciples sighed. Those who were clamoring earlier were still stubbornly shouting. "You only won once. At most, it's a draw. What are you so proud of? Senior brother Ji Qingming, you were just showing off. Now, I'll let you know what cruelty is. You can't even get on the genius list. What are you so proud of?" Hearing the crowd's support, Ji Qingming sneered and returned to his seat. "I knew that the class monitor would win." Su Lan excitedly grabbed Lin Chen's arm. Although Su Lan didn't say anything, she looked at Lin Chen with tender eyes. "Come, the class monitor will reward you." Lin Chen flicked his finger and a few dozen silver Saint Origin coins fell into Su Lan's arms. He imitated Su Lan's tone and said, "The class monitor will protect you from now on." The 2 girls burst into laughter. The atmosphere was harmonious and everyone envied them. The treasure appraisal convention continued and more heavenly treasures appeared. Lin Chen and Ji Qingming both made their moves. However, the intense battle that everyone had imagined did not happen. Instead, it was one-sided suppression. This pendant contains spiritual power. It's a high-level elixir recipe. No, the most precious item is this piece of silk. It's the real undergarment of the saintess. Anything worn by the saintess is imbued with holy qi. It's extremely valuable. This red sandalwood golden silk wood is extraordinary. Its golden silk is spat out by the black sky golden silkworm. It can be used to make golden silkworm clothes. The most precious item in this batch of antiques is this sea eye stone. The sea eye stone can be used to make the legendary sea crystal see-through mirror. It's a divine item used for see-through. This sword your head. Go home and plant sweet potatoes. The most precious item is that old elixir. It was once an 8th grade divine elixir and had an elixir core. If a high-level alchemist could extract the elixir core, there would still be a wisp of holy qi left. It's priceless. Ji Qingming was speechless. Damn it, Ji Qingming lost every battle. Every time he competed with Lin Chen on the same stage, he would lose without a doubt. Ji Qingming suffered 5 consecutive defeats in a single breath. He was completely crushed by Lin Chen. All the Ice Heart Palace disciples sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Chen actually suppressed a genius on the genius list. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Lin Chen's treasure appraisal technique was far superior to Ji Qingming. Chapter 796. The +11 purple golden eyes secret technique was 110% more effective than before. It had completely surpassed Ji Qingming's sword eye. After the treasure appraisal convention, Lin Chen had obtained 7,500 silver Saint Origin coins just by relying on the appraiser's share of the profit. As for Ji Qingming, he had less than 2,000 silver Saint Origin coins. Just by looking at the results, one could tell how badly he had lost. More importantly, Lin Chen had obtained many attribute treasure chests. After a series of events, he had gained over 5,000 enhancement points and over 40 rune evolution stones. Boom! Ji Qingming's eyes were filled with rage as he stared at Lin Chen with an intense murderous intent in his eyes. Mr. Lin crossed his legs and stretched lazily. He said lazily, "It's so annoying. I suddenly feel that my muscles and bones are stiff. I want to find someone to give me a massage." "Hey, Brother Ji seems to be quite strong. Do you want to give me a massage? Come on, my right shoulder has been so sore lately." After saying that, Lin Chen patted Ji Qingming's shoulder, indicating for him to come over. Seeing this, many disciples tried their best to hold back their laughter. No one dared to laugh out loud. This guy was too despicable. What massage? Senior Brother Ji wanted to kill him right now, but he still dared to provoke Senior Brother Ji. However, Ji Qingming was afraid of breaking the vases. He was so angry that his veins were wriggling like dragons. He knew that if he made a move here, regardless of whether he won or lost, he would be labeled as narrow-minded. That was why Lin Chen was so fearless. "Lin Chen, I challenge you. Do you dare to accept? Tomorrow, you and I will fight in the Ice Heart Palace. Life and death will be up to fate." Seeing his despicable smile, Ji Qingming could not hold back his anger. He dared to challenge Lin Chen in front of everyone. "Why wouldn't I dare? If you want to fight, then let's fight." Lin Chen gave him the middle finger and sneered. "I hope you won't be a coward tomorrow." Ji Qingming waved his sleeves and left with his people. Class monitor. Ji Qingming has the stellar sword body. Su Lan was worried. Lin Chen pinched her little nose, indicating that she didn't need to worry. "I want to see what the legendary genius on the genius ranking is capable of. No matter how weak I am, there's no reason for me to lose to you after using the 9 Tribulations star." Lin Chen's fighting spirit sword. He was itching to give it a try. After the artifact appraisal convention ended, the trio returned to Ice Heart Palace. By this time, it was already afternoon. Lin Chen went into seclusion to prepare for tomorrow's battle. He first absorbed the crimson flame gold powder that he had obtained from the purple crystal treasure chest during the treasure appraisal conference. This item contained an intense amount of fire attribute energy, and it increased his intermediate fire attribute energy to 11 million points. It had increased by several million points. Then, he spent another 95 million intermediate cultivation technique soul essences to learn the newly acquired archery skill, Seize Life. Night, Heavenly Frost Mountain Range. Inside a beautiful and majestic palace, ice crystals were as white as snow, and bone-chilling icy energy filled the air. This was the core area of Ice Heart Palace. Apart from a small number of elders and Ice Heart Palace's higher-ups, no one was allowed to enter. Ji Qingming walked into the palace hall. Behind the screen, 2 beautiful figures could be vaguely seen standing there. One of them spoke. "Is it Ji Qingming? How many times have I said that no one is allowed to enter the palace during the training period?" Ji Qingming cupped his fists. "Palace Master, Qingming has an important matter to discuss with junior sister Yu Qi. If I don't speak about this matter, I won't be able to rest easy." The person who spoke hesitated for a moment before coldly scolding. "Since you've been nominated for the genius ranking, I'll give you half a quarter of an hour." "Thank you, Palace Master." One of the figures behind the screen disappeared, leaving only one. Through the screen, one could vaguely see her graceful and exquisite curves. She was definitely a woman who could captivate all living things. Ji Qingming revealed an infatuated expression. "Junior sister Yu Qi, you know my feelings and secrets. If I rule the world one day, I'll definitely make you my mother, there's no need." The beautiful woman's voice leisurely came from behind the screen. It was ethereal and pleasing to the ear, but it was incomparably cold, as if there was not a trace of emotion. Ji Qingming's expression instantly became especially gloomy. Is it because of that Lin Chen from the 9 states? When he mentioned this name, the beautiful woman did not answer, but the chill that pervaded the palace quietly dissipated. Let me tell you, this Lin Chen has already arrived at the sacred boundary, and he's in our Ice Heart Palace. Ji Qingming's expression was particularly ferocious as he spoke word by word. What? He's here. The beautiful woman's joyful exclamation came from behind the screen. Her voice was like the chirping of a bird, crisp and pleasant to the ear. All the chill in the palace quickly disappeared, revealing a bit of warmth. It was like the first glimmer of light, no longer making people feel cold. She smiled. Junior sister Yu Qi actually smiled when she heard his name, as if he had seen a magnificent scene. Ji Qingming's pupils shrank. From the moment Lang Yu Qi entered Ice Heart Palace, other than the palace master and the other senior sister who was nominated for the genius list, she was as cold as an iceberg that would not melt for 10,000 years. However, her peerless beauty, as cold as ice, as bright as the moon, and as elegant as a goddess, deeply fascinated Ji Qingming. He had never been so attracted to a woman. Even if she was just an iceberg, she was still radiant. Now, this goddess, who was high and mighty in his heart, had actually fallen in love with him at the mention of that mortal's name. How could the proud and arrogant Ji Qingming accept this? He has indeed come to Ice Heart Palace, but I have officially issued a challenge to him. I will defeat him in front of everyone in Ice Heart Palace. I will announce to everyone that he is not worthy of you. I, Ji Qingming, am your true son of heaven. Ji Qingming roared hoarsely, his eyes red. If Lin Chen was here, he would probably blurt out that he was a shameless person. Ji Qingming knew that junior sister Yu Qi was undergoing the palace master's cultivation. Apart from the Blue Moon trial, she could not leave or move around at any time. Unexpectedly, after hearing this news, the beauty behind the screen was not angry. Instead, she smiled sweetly. Lang Yu Qi's reply shook Ji Qingming. He is the most outstanding and unique man in this world. No one can compare to even a billionth of him. Ji Qingming, challenging him will be the biggest mistake of your life. Early in the morning, the sky arena of the heavenly Frost Mountain range was packed with people. Because today, there was an important battle. Ji Qingming versus Lin Chen. No one wanted to miss this battle. Regardless of Lin Chen's strength, it was a rare opportunity to see a genius on the genius list fight. Perhaps they could use this battle to comprehend their own cultivation path of the War Emperor. Regardless of whether it was the outer hall or the true disciples, most of the disciples had just returned from the Blue Moon trial. Since such a lively event was about to begin, more than half of the disciples were present. Ji Qingming stood with his sword behind his back. His sword aura was like a rainbow as he stepped into the arena. Hey! Where is that Lin Chen? Why is he nowhere to be seen? That guy can't be scared, right? Ha ha ha. TSK, that's not very likely. You didn't see the treasure appraisal conference yesterday. That guy looked calm, but he was actually very arrogant. While the disciples were discussing, 3 people slowly walked in from the entrance of the arena. Lin Chen was still wearing his silver robe, and the Su sisters followed behind him. Chapter 797. Lin Chen had a smile on his face as he walked leisurely. His deep eyes were like the stars under the vast sky. Just this calm temperament alone was enough to dispel most people's doubts. Lin Chen entered the arena and stood opposite Ji Qingming. I thought you didn't dare to come. Ji Qingming sneered with his sword behind his back. Lin Chen shrugged. I believe no one would refuse to come and beat up someone uglier than me. Ji Qingming's brows twitched as he recalled Lung Yuechi's words. He is the most outstanding man in the world. Looking at Lin Chen's frivolous appearance, it was completely inconsistent with Lung Yuechi's warning. How could this be the most outstanding man in the world? Nonsense. I will trample you under my feet in front of everyone. Ji Qingming grinned as his battle chi surged wildly. Even the higher-ups of Ice Heart Palace paid great attention to this battle. A few gazes faintly locked onto the two of them. The purpose of this battle is to exchange pointers, bang. Before Elder Mo Jingyu could finish his words, The two of them had actually started fighting? These two guys. With a wave of his sleeve, Elder Mo Jingyu activated a spatial barrier. 8 Desolate Finger. Insignificant Skill, Star Sword Finger. The two finger lights collided in the air. With a bang, a huge mushroom cloud of energy rose up. The two figures flashed quickly in the arena. Lin Chen took the lead and punched out like a dragon. His severing slash was aimed at Ji Qingming's handsome face. Ji Qingming blocked with his arm. When he blocked Lin Chen's punch, a bloody wound appeared on his palm as he was hit by the severing slash. His expression changed slightly as he raised his leg and kneed Lin Chen's abdomen with his sharp and indestructible battle chi. "You're still lacking when it comes to close combat with your grandpa Lin." Lin Chen sneered as he channeled his dragon power and activated his gold calamity battle body. His entire body became indestructible as he raised his elbow and smashed it with the 7-blade ripping force. The tip of his elbow slammed into Ji Qingming's knee, and their battle chi and strength collided. Lin Chen's gold calamity battle body was so tough that his scalp went numb. The 7 ultimate ripping force tore apart his battle robe and caused his blood to boil. After his right elbow landed, Lin Chen's left shoulder twitched. His fist was like a ferocious dragon's hook, and he activated the 7 ultimate pulling force with his left hook, closing the distance between the two of them. Then, he fiercely punched Ji Qingming's right face, forcing him to activate his defensive combat technique. Bang tilde. Lin Chen's fists shattered the green screen that covered Ji Qingming's body. Like a dragon emerging from the sea, Lin Chen unleashed his 9 Tribulations battle body, 7 ultimate forces, and 5 million points of pure strength. He launched a series of close combat attacks on Ji Qingming, forcing Ji Qingming to use his defensive treasures and defensive battle skills to parry. For a moment, Ji Qingming could only defend himself. "Oh my god, am I seeing things? Senior brother Ji Qingming is being suppressed. How is this possible?" Senior brother Ji Qingming's cultivation is at the late stage 9th tier. "Don't worry, senior brother Ji Qingming hasn't drawn his sword yet," some inner palace disciples exclaimed. The strength that Lin Chen displayed was not inferior to that of a purple rank true disciple. In fact, he was even stronger than most of the purple rank true disciples. Whoosh tilde. Together with the purple phoenix wings, Lin Chen activated the silent step at full speed, flashing behind Ji Qingming time and time again. His fists were domineering and fierce as he fiercely hammered at Ji Qingming's back. Host has activated the passive talent assault. Received, 50% increase in power. Ji Qingming's fingertips shone with a crimson brilliance as he struck out with his claws. His claw technique was tricky and ruthless, and he used 4 claws to disintegrate Lin Chen's sudden attack. However, he was secretly shocked. Lin Chen's punch seemed to be heavier and heavier than before, and its power seemed to have increased by 50%. Following that, Lin Chen used the 7 deadly pulling force to pull the space and disrupt Ji Qingming's movements. Then, with a turn of the silent step, he scuttled behind Ji Qingming again. 7 deadly slashing force. Lin Chen smacked Ji Qingming's back with his palm. The force turned into a coiling dragon that hissed and slashed furiously with his 5 fingers like sharp blade. Ji Qingming quickly turned around to face Lin Chen head-on. Lin Chen swept out a wave of mental energy to disrupt Ji Qingming's rhythm. Then, with the silent step, he flashed behind Ji Qingming again and launched another round of violent attack. This strange scene made all the disciples puzzled, and the corners of their mouths twitched violently. Is he crazy? Why does he keep circling behind senior brother Ji Qingming? What's the point of attacking from behind blindly? Isn't this exposing his intention to attack? Why does he like to attack from behind so much? So perverted and coquettish. I like it. Even the elders who were as strong as the 4th and 5th Calamity Battle Emperors were puzzled. This wasn't right. Attacking from behind blindly would only expose one's intention and direction of attack, making it easier to defend and respond. This was a rather foolish choice in a high-level battle. To me, these rules are nothing but a fart. Brother Chen, I have a passive innate skill, Assault. It only needs a certain condition to activate, and it doesn't require any talent points. I don't care about your defense. Today, I'm going to attack from behind so that no one will listen to me. Lin Chen's eyes revealed a murderous glint as he launched another round of violent attack. Using the mental energy of the completion heaven completion stage to disrupt Ji Qingming, he continuously used the silent step to sneak behind Ji Qingming. Then, he unleashed the full power of the seven deadly force and launched a violent attack. For a moment, Lin Chen, who was relying on pure strength and the ninth calamity battle body, was suppressing Ji Qingming. He only needed to attack from behind without any harsh conditions. The power of every attack could be increased by 50%. This innate skill, assault, was simply awesome. So what if you know my intention to attack? I'll increase the power of every attack. Let's see how many times you can defend against it. Ha ha ha. Awesome, this is awesome. It turns out that attacking from behind is so awesome. Lin Chen's loud laughter made everyone's scalp tingle. How could he laugh so happily? Crazy. He must be crazy. He's definitely a psychopath. You say you're looking for a woman. When you turn off the lights in the middle of the night, who cares if you're in front or behind? But you're facing senior brother Ji Qingming. What's so great about attacking from behind? This is a battle, not a fight. He's simply a devil. Ji Qingming's face was livid. He cursed in anger, "You're AF** king psychopath." Lin Chen even winked at him and smiled coquettishly. "Come on, aren't you awesome? Jump." Then, Lin Chen circled to the back of the others and launched another round of violent attacks. It's broad daylight and the world is clear. This is too abnormal. He's crazy. He's worse than a beast. Many male disciples subconsciously covered their buttocks, feeling disgusted. They swore that they would never fight with Lin Chen again in their lives. Some disciples even looked at Su Lan and her sister with pity and pity. How much would these two beauties, who were devastatingly beautiful, fall into the hands of such a devil? Feeling those strange gazes, Su Lan couldn't help but facepalm. Her sister, Su Lan, covered her mouth to stifle her laughter. Ji Qingming was extremely frustrated. He couldn't help but ask angrily, "What's this? What kind of fist technique is this? It's too F** king frustrating." This guy's attacks were very strange. Sometimes, his attack power would increase tremendously. Sometimes, he'd use pure strength to affect his body. He, Ji Qingming, had never seen such a strange body-tempering emperor. "Don't ask. If you do, I'll punch your buttocks." As he laughed coldly, Lin Chen moved behind Ji Qingming at lightning speed. His fists were like a violent storm as he activated the seven vanity force and launched a barrage of attacks. Ji Qingming turned his sword around and forcefully blocked the attacks. Countless disciples felt their scalps go numb as they sucked in cold air. Why does he like to attack people from behind so much? Chapter 798. This guy is using a top-tier purple-tier body-tempering battle technique. Each of his pure strength attacks have a strange force. I'm not his match in close combat. I can only draw my sword. Ji Qingming gritted his teeth, and his eyes were sharp. If not for his defensive treasures, he would have been injured by that strange pure strength. Ji Qingming, who had been attacked crazily by Lin Feng, finally couldn't take it anymore and drew his sword. "Forget it. Azure Mystic Ice Sword. Go." Clang. The sword was unsheathed, and it was louder than a dragon's roar. The sword light was as bright as snow, and its entire body was azure and white. Its sharpness was hard to block. With a flash, the sword aura soared into the sky. Ji Qingming's azure robes fluttered loudly as he struck with his sword. The sword light was as straight as a dragon. It looked like one strike, but it actually hid three sword techniques. After he struck, his strength increased tremendously, and his attack power increased by more than 10 times. It was so terrifying that all the purple-class true inheritors present were shocked. This was his true strength. Lin Chen's eyes sharpened as he activated the charging rune and summoned the +12/5 dragon's imperial spear. Rip tilde. The 5-colored dragon light tore through the air, and Lin Chen's bloodshorer pierced forward, burning his blood essence to meet the attack head-on. Boom tilde. The clouds exploded, and the terrifying sword aura twisted Lin Chen, forcing him to retreat rapidly. Finally, he fell to the ground with a loud crash. The moment Ji Qingming struck with his sword, the one who was pushed back was Lin Chen. Lin Chen leaped up like a carp and stood up. A burning desire for battle flashed across his brows. Ji Qingming stood proudly in the air with his sword in hand. His whole body released dazzling star sand, and brilliant starlight shot out in all directions. It revolved around him continuously, and its sharpness was sharp. Within the dazzling starlight, it was as if every bit of light was permeated with the sharpness of a high-grade sword. There was an extremely cold aura hidden within, and it was just a decoration. If one was pierced by his sword, their vitality would be sealed by the cold aura in the sword in an instant. It was extremely terrifying. The dazzling starlight around Ji Qingming's body was like a brilliant stream of stars, and it was injected into the sword in his hand. It made the sword's sharpness sharper, and it was one level stronger than before. At this moment, it was as if he had become one with the sword. His unique aura of stars had merged with the sword. Ji Qingming actually activated the stellar sword body. This brat is actually this strong. Even senior brother has to activate his sword body to deal with him. Is this the strength of the 99994 genius on the prodigy ranking, the stellar sword Ji Qingming? The purple rank true disciples cried out in surprise. Countless outer palace and inner palace disciples were dazzled. This physique couldn't be compared to the pseudo-saint physique of the fake god families of the 9 prefectures, which only contained a trace of holy qi. If this stellar sword body was cultivated to the peak, it was entirely possible for it to become a special constitution of a saint body. This fellow is quite cautious. He brought out his true strength as soon as we met. Looks like he wants to crush me. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. It turned out that he had a special constitution. No wonder his charging rune couldn't beat him. The stellar sword body belonged to the metal category of the 5 elements. It was extremely strong. Its attack was sharp and hard to block, and its defense was amazing. When this kind of strong constitution was used together with a sword cultivator with strong attack power, it could be said that it was like adding wings to a tiger. After activating the stellar sword body, Ji Qingming's attack and defense had at least doubled. His sword skills had a shocking increase. If he hadn't activated the 3-inch calamity and the golden prison flying dragon armor in time, he would have been seriously injured just now. I can't hide anymore. 7 transformations. Lin Chen activated the 7 transformations in one go. His cultivation level broke through, and he temporarily stepped into the mid-stage of the 9th transformations. He was only a small realm away from Ji Qingming. Ji Qingming stepped on the star sand and moved slightly. His figure was like starlight. He raised his sword high and slashed vertically. The destructive sword light slashed down on Lin Chen's head. The terrifying aura shook the arena. Lin Chen's eyes were like lightning. He raised his spear to block. With a clang, the arena under his feet shattered like tofu. He let out a muffled cry. Even with 9.5 million dragon power points and the 9th tribulation body, he still couldn't stop Ji Qingming. After activating the stellar sword body, Ji Qingming's speed increased sharply. It was several times harder for Lin Chen to attack from behind. Clang tilde clang tilde clang tilde. The sword light and spear shadows were like a huge net that enveloped Lin Chen. However, they were blocked by the spear again and again. The sword light was extremely fast. One sword turned into 10. Lin Chen forcibly blocked it with his 10,000 cannons transformation. Then, he stabbed his spear at Ji Qingming. He shook his body slightly. The star sand in his body shot out randomly. Rays of light surged as if 10,000 swords were shot out at the same time. Every ray of starlight pierced Lin Chen. It was as if a late-stage 9th Tribulation Sword Emperor had launched a surprise attack on Lin Chen. Many of the true disciples present felt their hair stand on end. Bang! The star sand shook. The spear was like a violent storm, bombarding Lin Chen crazily. It's not enough. This kind of strength is not enough to defeat him. Ultimate moment of limit. At this critical moment, Lin Chen activated both of his great talents. He activated the infinite silent steps. The dark vortex under his feet twisted as he shuttled through the void and avoided the numerous attack. Bang, bang, bang. The arena cracked. Shocking cracks covered the entire arena. This was an arena that could withstand the full-force attack of a late-stage 9th Tribulation Sword Emperor. However, it was now as fragile as a thin piece of paper. The purple phoenix wings spread out. Lin Chen's entire body was surrounded by a dark green brilliance. He activated the infinite silent steps. Holding the 5-colored dragon spear in his hand, he swung and smashed at lightning speed. He transformed into 2 rays of light that collided with Ji Qingming. They were entangled in the sky. The activation of the ultimate moment finally allowed Lin Chen to stand firm. He wanted to turn the tables on his opponent. However, his opponent's aura was just as fierce and domineering. This battle could be said to be a match for him. It was an exciting battle. The two of them fought for over 1,000 rounds. However, their auras were not exhausted. They fought back and forth without stopping. In terms of movement techniques, Lin Chen's infinite silent steps was unparalleled in the 9 prefectures. It was ranked as a superior grade purple rank. On the other hand, Ji Qingming's illusionary 7 deadly shadows was a superior grade purple rank. Due to the stellar sword body and the enhancement of his cultivation, his speed was not inferior to the infinite silent steps at the ultimate moment. In terms of battle experience, the two of them had experienced many battles and had obtained many inheritances. They were experienced and ruthless. In terms of support techniques, one side had the sword eye and the other the purple golden eyes. They constantly analyzed the opponent's moves and countered them as they saw them. In an instant, the two of them had a different color. They fought to a draw and were opposing each other with equal harshness. The two of them are evenly matched. It's been many years since I've seen such an exciting battle between the younger generation. Many elders praised from the bottom of their hearts. Sword illuminates the 9 prefectures. A starry sword light that could split heaven and earth formed above Ji Qingming's head. It was 500 feet long, and it slashed out explosively. As the sword light slashed past, the biting cold air surrounding the sword edge caused the temperature of heaven and earth to plummet. Glorious nirvana. The tip of the spear met the sword light head-on and fell like a dazzling meteor. Pure strength erupted, activating the charge and penetration runes. With the enhancement of the ultimate moment, when the tip of the spear collided with the sword light, there was a loud explosion. Host activated the heavenly invisibility rune. 200,000 points of rune energy have been used to conceal the aura of the spiritual attack. Duration, 3 seconds. Cooldown, 40 seconds. Annihilation. As Lin Chen retreated rapidly, a sky-blue spiritual light pillar suddenly spun and twisted out. It traversed the void and released a spiritual annihilation energy that was filled with a destructive aura. Ji Qingming could not detect it at all. Bang! Boom! Without any warning, a spiritual explosion wreaked havoc on the entire place, causing countless elders to be stunned. Host has activated the passive talent, Assault. Received 300% power enhancement. Lin Chen was slightly delighted. The activation of Assault this time had increased the power of 2 major attack runes. This power was far beyond his imagination. However, when the spiritual storm dissipated, Ji Qingming stood proudly with 3 flags on his back. His murderous aura was like a tide, and a cold aura swept across the entire place. The flag was a 3-headed skull with a murderous aura, as if it came from hell. The flag danced wildly in the wind, separating the 3 layers of light screens and protecting Ji Qingming. It's Qingming's ghost face flag. An elder exclaimed. This ghost face flag was claimed to have the miraculous effect of resisting body refinement, spirit, battle aura, and crisis prediction. It was a peak weapon that surpassed rank 7 and was second only to a first-grade sacred artifact. It's actually a sneak attack. Even my ghost face flag consumed a lot of energy. Ji Qingming's expression became gloomier. Lin Chen's strength was beyond his imagination. Meteorite odd crystal. Boom! Ji Qingming's shoulders shook, and his entire body was covered in golden starlight. The golden vortex was as dazzling as the stars. An unparalleled aura of starlight emerged from his body, and even the elder's expressions changed. Chapter 799. He has an odd crystal on him? No, it's just an odd crystal fragment. With the activation of the Golden Eyes twin, Lin Chen saw through him. It was about 1/12 of an odd crystal fragment. A complete odd crystal was extremely powerful, and a mere 9th-level combat emperor wasn't qualified to refine it. But even so, this odd crystal fragment was enough to raise Ji Qingming's strength by several levels. He even made Qingming use the odd crystal fragment. This little guy isn't simple. Ji Qingming's master, Elder Ji Yu, narrowed his eyes and stared at Lin Chen. With a swoosh, the air was torn apart. Ji Qingming used his finger as a sword and a ray of light shot out, turning into a whistling aurora. Lin Chen's pure strength exploded as he swung his moon-splitting moon spear. The spear light exploded and the ray of light shattered, causing Lin Chen to retreat continuously. When he stood still, the ground beneath his feet crumbled. Even his arms were slightly numb. With the star's sword body and the meteorite odd crystal fragment, Ji Qingming's strength soared to an extremely terrifying realm. This was the true strength of the genius list. If he only relied on the star's sword body, he wouldn't be qualified to be on the list. Die. Amir and forced me to use the power of the odd crystal. It's enough for you to die with pride. Ji Qingming sneered and suddenly slashed vertically with his sword. Nirvana Great Sword Wheel. The sword roared like a dragon as the tip of the sword slashed down. It was like a falling Milky Way, outlining a rapidly rotating sword light chi wheel. As it rotated rapidly, it was magnificent. When the brilliant starlight overflowed and illuminated the entire Sky Island, it contained a top-secret killing intent. Frost rose in the entire arena as the starlight overflowed with cold battle chi. In the arena of the frozen arena, all the purple true disciples were shocked. This was Ji Qingming's ultimate skill, a top-grade purple sword technique, Nirvana Great Sword Wheel, but they had never seen such a terrifying sword wheel before because they had never seen Ji Qingming use the meteorite odd crystal fragment. Combined with the star's sword body, the power of this move had soared to an extremely terrifying level. Even second or third Calamity Combat Emperors would be shocked. Damn, do you think you're the only one with a trump card? Ultimate moment, Phantom Doppelganger, attack. Lin Chen released 4 doppelgangers in one breath. They were all at the middle stage of the 9th stage, and the doppelgangers used all of Lin Chen's killing moves. Moon of Speed, 7-star flashes, Annihilation, Life-chasing arrow, Glorious Nirvana, Boom tilde, Bang tilde. Lin Chen joined forces with his 4 avatars and attacked with all their might. All of them activated the runes of penetration and charge. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, they blasted the great Nirvana sword wheel apart. Rip tilde. This was Lin Chen's new archery skill, Seize Life. This was a top-tier purple rank battle skill. Once it was used, it stood out from all of Lin Chen's battle skills and broke through Ji Qingming's attacks. It was still powerful and sharp. As expected of a top-tier purple rank battle skill, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. The dark golden arrow emitted a deep murderous aura and pierced through thousands of soldiers. It went straight for Ji Qingming. His expression changed slightly, and he instantly raised his sword to block. He condensed the power of the stellar sword body and the odd crystal fragment into his sword. The sword was flowing with a dazzling golden light, like a flowing golden sword, blocking in front of him. Clang tilde. Bang. The arrow exploded, and starlight shot out from the sword. Golden sand rolled up the illusory nebula and drifted in the air. Ji Qingming was forced back 100 steps. It was a shocking sight. The 25% penetration forced him to activate the ghost face flag again to block the remaining power. He was shocked. All of the Ice Heart Palace disciples present were dumbfounded. He actually broke senior brother Ji Qingming's killing move? Who was this guy? Did he also have the strength to be on the genius list? How was this possible? This was the peak of the billions of geniuses in the sacred boundary. From a certain point of view, even if the current Lin Chen could not compare, he was not far from the legendary genius ranking. The problem was, how old was he? Rip tilde. Bang. 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 A terrifying chaotic battle began to overturn the entire arena. Lin Chen and his 4 clones besieged Ji Qingming crazily. With the power of the stellar sword body and the odd crystal fragment, Lin Chen's main body and his 4 clones attacked with all their might, but Ji Qingming was only able to resist. Many figures used the infinite silent steps and were extremely fast. They were like 5 shadows following Ji Qingming closely. Okay, stop. Rip tilde. A remnant light crushed into the center of the battle. The old man in the green robe flicked his sleeves and stopped the battle. The old man in the green robe was Ji Qingming's master, Elder Ji Yu. He was a 5th Calamity Combat Emperor and was extremely strong. It's a spar, don't go too far. But, Master. Ji Qingming wanted to say something. No buts. Tomorrow is the day of the Blue Moon trial. Do you want to miss the opportunity that the palace fought for you after you get injured? Elder Ji Yu berated Ji Qingming, leaving him speechless. Indeed, he had to pay a certain price to defeat Lin Chen. Most of the elders were happy to accept this result. Elder Gu's words were reasonable. Both of them were good talents and it wouldn't be good if they were lost. That's right, Lin Chen's victory will be decided by annihilation times life seizing. 7 ultimate forces times 3 forces in 1. Boom tilde. An azure spiritual light beam and a sharp and unstoppable arrow shot through the sky. A remnant shadow appeared and the fist wind 3 forces in 1 violently struck. Rip. Most of the disciples took a deep breath. What was going on? Lin Chen actually dared to attack an elder? Me. You overestimate yourself. With a cold snort, Elder Ji Yu fiercely flicked his sleeve. His qi could swallow mountains and rivers, and his battle qi swept out in all directions, scattering all of Lin Chen's attacks. Kid, don't be so shameless. Elder Ji Yu grinned sinisterly. Lin Chen directly greeted him with a middle finger, showing his good manners. F*CKU, shameless bastard. Old bastard, do you have any self-awareness? Lin Chen scolded him harshly, causing everyone to be stunned. When he was suppressing me, you pretended to be mute and blind. Now that he's at a disadvantage, you jump out and tell him to stop. Bah. Stop your grandpa. You're already so old, do you still have any shame? In front of everyone in Iceheart Palace, Lin Chen actually scolded him. Elder Gu's face flushed red. The disciples thought about it and realized that this was indeed the case. Previously, when Ji Qingming had gained the upper hand, Elder Ji Yu did not say anything. Now that Lin Chen had gained a slight advantage, Elder Ji Yu said, "Don't go overboard." He even righteously said that he couldn't delay the Blue Moon trial tomorrow and almost fooled everyone. It seems that you think you can do whatever you want just because you have a little bit of skill. Elder Ji Yu was so angry that he laughed. Just as he was about to attack, a 9-colored star appeared in front of him without any warning, causing his pupils to tremble. Kai tilde. Boom tilde. The space trembled and the world bowed. A terrifying destructive energy instantly filled the entire arena. The 9-colored pillar of light that stood between heaven and earth slowly bloomed and engulfed Elder Ji Yu. Is this the attack of that little guy Lin Chen? Too crazy. This guy just attacked without any warning. Hurry up and reinforce the space barrier. Don't let the disciples get involved. This attack appeared without any warning. This kid has a great ability. Chapter 800. The sudden appearance of the 9 Tribulation Star shocked the elders. They quickly reinforced the spatial barrier and stabilized the destructive power of the 9-colored light beam. After a while, the 9-colored light pillar dissipated. Ji Qingming, who was in the middle of the field, revealed a hint of wariness and killing intent. As for Elder Ji Yu, who had received the 9 Tribulation Star head-on, although he was unharmed, his aged palm was charred, and blood was dripping down. The purple rank true disciples who were watching the battle felt their scalps go numb. Elder Ji Yu was a 5th Tribulation Combat Emperor. One of the strongest warriors below the Saint Realm was injured by him. Although Lin Chen relied on the advantage of a sneak attack, he still managed to injure the 5th Tribulation Combat Emperor. The sneer on his face became more intense. Good. Lin Chen, what a good guy. Elder Gu's face flushed red. He was so angry that his killing intent soared to the sky. Being injured by a combat emperor who was not even at the late stage of the 9th Tribulation Combat Emperor, he had lost half of his face. Under normal circumstances, Lin Chen wouldn't be able to hurt him even if he only used a defensive combat skill. However, His attack had no attack trajectory, making it impossible to guard against. He had already missed the best opportunity to defend himself, not to mention that he had to protect Ji Qingming in the blink of an eye. He despised this kind of people who couldn't afford to lose. His disciple pretended to be blind when he had the advantage, but when he was at a disadvantage, he jumped out and stopped the battle in the name of righteousness. Couldn't afford to lose. What did he take Lin Chen for? If he wanted to fight, he would fight until the end. Why would he be a coward? At most, he could escape with a super-dimensional teleportation. Lin Chen didn't give in. His attitude was very firm. You can't defeat me, but you can't run away. If you're not convinced, you can come at me together. Isn't it just a fight between the old and the young? I've done this kind of thing many times. Lin Chen sneered. He connected his mind to the Azure Dragon, who was still in a deep slumber. He had already decided to summon the Azure Dragon to help him in the battle. The new generation excels the old. Elder Ji smiled insincerely. Each generation is more handsome than the previous. Everyone knows that I'm handsome. Don't say it out loud. I'm very low-key. Lin Chen smiled slyly. The corners of Elder Gu's mouth twitched violently. He was so angry that his lips were trembling. That's enough, Ji Lin. Why do you have to be angry with a junior? At this time, a deep voice came from the void. It contained endless majesty, and everyone was shocked. Greetings, Grand Elder. Welcome back, Grand Elder. Many elders and true disciples hurriedly saluted. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. The Iceheart Palace's saint has spoken. I'm sure that Brat Qingming is unwilling to stop this battle midway. In that case, let's save this battle until the trial of Blue Moon. What do you think, Brat Lin Chen? The hearts of all the elders trembled. This Grand Elder was actually asking for Lin Chen's opinion. A saint was asking for the opinion of a mortal. In everyone's knowledge, saints were always high and mighty existences. Any genius who did not become a saint would always be an ordinary person. The saint realm and all other living beings were on two completely different levels of life. It was equivalent to a lion asking for the opinion of an ant. The two were not on the same level at all. How could they be placed on the same level? Why did the Grand Elder only ask for Lin Chen's opinion and not Ji Qingming's? The difference between the two was obvious. Since this senior has spoken, I, Lin Chen, will naturally not fail to appreciate your kindness. Lin Chen cupped his hands. Facing a saint, he was neither servile nor overbearing. His bearing was so easy that it made one's hair stand on end. If the people of Iceheart Palace knew that Lin Chen had killed 6 criminals from Holy Prison, how interesting would their expressions be? He had personally experienced a life and death struggle of a Saint Realm cultivator. Talking to a Saint Realm cultivator was a piece of cake for him. Then this old master will thank Lin Chen on behalf of Iceheart Palace. If there is a chance, please consider joining Iceheart Palace. We welcome you very much. The Grand Elder's reply in the void made countless people suck in a breath of cold air. Ji Qingming's body trembled, his eyes filled with disbelief. What was the reason that even the high-level saint of Iceheart Palace valued him so much? She even thanked and welcomed him. Ha ha ha, Elder, you must be joking. Yu Qi is one of my people. If she has a good life in Iceheart Palace and you treat her sincerely, even if I am not a member of Iceheart Palace, I will still stand on your side, right? Lin Chen smiled meaningfully, the meaning behind his words causing the several elders' scalps to go numb. Damn, this little brat is still talking about conditions with the Grand Elder. You cunning brat, rest assured, Iceheart Palace has nurtured her with all its might and will not treat her unfairly. This old master looks forward to your performance in Blue Moon Trial. Saying so, the voice gradually faded away. After the numerous disciples and elders respectfully sent off the Grand Elder, they regained their senses and looked at Lin Chen with eyes full of complex emotions, envy, jealousy, and admiration. Even someone as strong as Ji Qingming, who was on the genius list, was not qualified to talk to the Grand Elder in such a tone. Combined with Lin Chen's previous battle strength and his daring courage, this person must have qualities that even the Grand Elder admired. There was no doubt about the vision of a saint. Elder Ji Yu cast a glance at Ji Qingming, and the master and disciple's minds converged, seemingly coming to a decision. Finally, the venue dispersed. Today's battle left behind endless reveries and suspense. Compared to that battle, what made countless disciples more curious was the Grand Elder's attitude. Some disciples who had met a saint for the first time were even more excited. The wisdom of a saint is extraordinary. It seems that they have seen something related to the battle with the fake divinity from me. I must seize the time to become stronger. Only strength could make others revere him. No matter how great your potential was, without strength, you were not qualified to stand on the same level as others. There was only silence in the secret chamber. Lin Chen leaned against the wall and opened the system. Heavenly Path Possession System version 6.0, host, Lin Chen Cultivation, 8th level Battle Emperor Realm mid-level Battle Chi Essence, 35. 9 billion points. Limit, 9 million Dragon Power, Talent Enhancement, 5 million, mid-level Chi and Blood, 26. 6 billion points. Mid-level Mental Energy, 46 million points, Ascension Realm Darching, mid-level Ability Essence, 3 billion points, mid-level Rune Energy, 1 billion points. Heavenly Path Points, 2 billion points, Talent Points, 2 billion points. Blank Attribute, 250,000 points, Strengthening Points, 15,589 points. Mid-level Elemental Energy, 12.05 million points for Fire, 8. 1 million points for Earth, 7. 53 million points for Wood, 8. 02 million points for Metal, 53. 5 million points for Water, 7. 9 million points for Lightning, 8. 09 million points for Wind, 5. 2 million points for Light, 5. 8 million points for Dark. Ability Status Column, open. Bloodline Status Column, open. Passive Talent Column, open. Surekill Skill Column, open. Active Talent, blue rank, Stealing Omen, blue rank, Fatal Bloodlust, purple rank, Superdimensional Teleportation, purple rank, Final Moment, purple rank, Ultimate Return, purple rank, Sovereign's Descent, quasi-orange rank, Absolute Life and Death, orange rank, Fragment of Instant Light, 1/2. Characteristic Rune Column, open. Talent Combination Skill, Fatal Bloodlust, Superdimensional Teleportation, Sovereign's Descent, Absolute Life and Death. During the Treasure Appraisal Convention, Lin Chen had obtained a large number of attribute light balls, which made up for a portion of the ability essence that the sisters had consumed. It's said that Ji Qingming is ranked 99994 on the genius ranking. He's almost at the bottom, but to me, he's still very strong, Lin Chen thought. Today's battle had broadened his horizons. Chapter 801. Ghost Face Flag, Sword Eye, Stellar Sword Body, Stellar Odd Crystal Fragment, all of them are extremely rare. Any prodigy would be able to soar to the sky with these treasures. A guy with so many top-notch treasures is actually at the bottom of the genius list. This shows how valuable this list is. If the bottom of the genius list was already so strong, then how terrifying would the geniuses in the top 80,000, 70,000, 50,000, 30,000, and even the top 10,000 be? Lin Chen felt the vastness of the sacred boundary. Apart from the 9 Calamity Star that didn't explode on Ji Qingming, Lin Chen had used all his trump cards apart from the Absolute Life and Death and the Slowing Rune. Facing the Ice Prince, who was a top-notch blue true disciple, he could suppress him with pure strength. As for a purple true disciple, he could probably easily win with the 7 transformations, the Charging Rune, or the Ultimate Moment. But Ji Qingming on the genius list was completely different. His strength required Lin Chen to use all 4 runes, the Ultimate Moment, and the 7 transformations. He had to use 4 clones to barely force him into a bitter battle. From today's situation, Ji Qingming might still have some secret methods. Although Lin Chen also had a few trump cards reserved, even if he could win in the end, Lin Chen believed that it would either be a Pyrrhic victory or he would have to pay a heavy price to use the Slowing Rune. Of course, if Lin Chen used Sovereign's Descent in a group battle, it would be easier for him to kill Ji Qingming. But Sovereign's Descent was a trump card, and there were conditions to use it. He needed to kill a certain number of enemies and couldn't use it all the time. My strength is far from enough. Just the bottom of the genius list ranked 99,000 requires me, Lin Chen, to use 80% of my trump cards to deal with him. If I encounter 2 of them at the same time or if they are ranked slightly higher, I will have to risk my life. This can't go on. Lin Chen's eyes were solemn. He was far from enough. He still had to become stronger in all aspect. The genius list was indeed very strong, but Lin Chen firmly believed that with the advantages brought by the new version of the system, his growth speed would far surpass that of 9 state. Lin Chen opened the enhance function. System, I want to strengthen the 9 tribulations of Genesis mantra. That's right, strengthen the mental cultivation method. Previously, Lin Chen had always focused on strengthening his combat skills and weapons. He subconsciously believed that the mental cultivation method was already the foundation for his growth. Other than increasing his elemental attributes, the mental cultivation method of the 9 tribulations of creation would almost never improve. But after today's battle, Lin Chen realized the disparity between himself and the people on the genius rankings. He had a strange idea, and when he asked the system about it, the system's answer was yes, he could. Lin Chen had already tasted the sweetness of the enhanced function. Now, it was time to take the most crucial step. Consumed 180 strengthening points, 9 tribulations mental cultivation method +1, power increase, 10%. Consumed 379 enhancement points, 9 tribulations mental cultivation method +2, power increase, 10%. Consumed 580 strengthening points, consumed 1,329 strengthening points, 9 tribulations mental cultivation method +8 success, power increase, 10%. Consumed 1,849 strengthening points, 9 tribulations mental cultivation method +9 successful, power increase, 15%. Consumed 2,455 strengthening points. Failed to strengthen the 9 tribulations mental cultivation method. Consumed 2,455 strengthening points. 9 tribulations mental cultivation method +10 success, power increase, 15%. The more Lin Chen strengthened the mental cultivation method, the more he felt that the 9-colored life wheel in his heart was gathering more and more powerful origin energy. The 9-colored life wheel had doubled in size. The 9 tribulations combat body had been strengthened by the mental cultivation method. It had soared to a whole new level. The origin energy of the 9 tribulations had also doubled in size. The storage of the 9 tribulations combat aura had more than doubled. After 2 failed strengthening attempts, Lin Chen had used up all his strengthening points when the mental cultivation method was upgraded to +10. 9 tribulations of Genesis mental cultivation method, strengthening level, +10. Strengthening effect, 110%. What an insane strengthening function. Oh my god, the strength of my 9 tribulations combat body has more than doubled. Lin Chen's heart trembled. Such a horrifying upgrade gave him goosebumps all over his body. This was insane. This was insane. Power increased by 110%. What did this mean? It meant that the effect of the 9 tribulations of Genesis mental cultivation method had more than doubled. This meant that Lin Chen didn't need to activate the ultimate moment talent to maintain the effect of doubling the power of the mental cultivation method forever. What was more frightening was that his storage of combat aura had also increased by 110%. Lin Chen had made a qualitative leap in strengthening the mental cultivation method. If he activated the ultimate moment talent again, Lin Chen couldn't imagine how powerful he would be. Although I've used up all my strengthening points, I still have blank attribute. The effect of blank attributes was that they could be converted into other attribute. I still have 250,000 blank attributes, which is equivalent to 250,000 strengthening points. System, convert 100,000 strengthening points first. 100,000 blank attributes have been converted into strengthening points. Please check. Lin Chen began to strengthen the 9 tribulations of Genesis again, 3,890 strengthening points consumed. Mental cultivation method strengthening failed. 3,890 strengthening points consumed. Mental cultivation method strengthening failed. Lin Chen was just feeling smug when the result of the strengthening gave him 2 slaps in the face. He had failed twice in a row. Damn, I can't be so unlucky, right? Lin Chen felt a little weak and tapped on the strengthening mental cultivation method. Again, 3,890 strengthening points consumed. Mental cultivation method strengthening failed. F***CK. It's so bad. Lin Chen was so angry that he started to curse. Again, 3,890 strengthening points consumed. Mental cultivation method strengthening failed. System, I'm warning you, don't go too far. 3,890 strengthening points consumed. Mental cultivation method strengthening failed. Lin Chen, system, F***CKU, 3,890 strengthening points consumed. Mental cultivation method strengthening failed. Lin Chen, father, 3,890 strengthening points consumed. Mental cultivation method of 9 tribulations of Genesis plus 11 succeeded. Power increase, 30%. Lin Chen, mother **K. Lin Chen had experienced 6 consecutive failures in strengthening the mental cultivation method. Only then did he realize that the strengthening effect wasn't what he wanted. The stronger the strengthening, the higher the success rate and the higher the consumption. Lin Chen, who originally thought that he still had 150,000 blank attributes, suddenly lost his confidence. Plus 11 mental cultivation method of 9 tribulations of Genesis, overall strengthening effect, 140%. But Lin Chen still wanted to continue. As expected, Lin Chen continued to strengthen. What happened next made him doubt his life. 6,950 strengthening points consumed. Mental cultivation method strengthening failed. 6,950 strengthening points consumed. Mental cultivation method strengthening failed. Consumption. Lin Chen's mouth twitched violently. Every time he tapped on the strengthening function, his hands trembled. In the days that he had been in the sacred boundary, he had picked up a lot of attribute light balls. In one round, he had only picked up a little more than 10,000 points. It was all because of his previous cleverness that he had accumulated a bunch of blank attributes. This time, he had spent 7,000 strengthening points. His heart was bleeding. In the end, Lin Chen experienced 10 consecutive failures and converted another 100,000 blank attributes into strengthening points. Only after the 11th strengthening did he manage to strengthen the 9 tribulations of Genesis to plus 12. Plus 12 mental cultivation method of 9 tribulations of Genesis, overall power increase by 170%. This increase was equivalent to 1.7 times the final stage. Moreover, the 9 tribulations origin had also increased by 1.7 times. Although the strengthening function is deceptive, the increase is indeed powerful. In the future, when I absorb elemental attribute points to strengthen my 9 tribulations battle body, I will also be strengthened by the mental cultivation method. Chapter 802. Although the strengthening function is a joke, the increase in strength is really strong. In the future, when I absorb the elemental attributes to strengthen my 9 tribulations body, I will also be strengthened by the strengthening of my mental cultivation technique. Lin Chen sighed. With his mental cultivation technique plus 12, he was on a completely different level from his previous self. However, this was the only time that he would experience such a monstrous increase in strength. His mental cultivation technique had already reached plus 12, and if he went any higher, it would reach plus 13. However, strengthening a mental cultivation technique to plus 13 required more than 10,000 enhancement points, and the success rate was extremely low. Lin Chen was only left with 50,000 blank attributes and 40,000 enhancement points. He did not dare to waste them on this. If the final enhancement points and blank attributes were all used up, it would still be plus 12. If that happened, he would be so angry that he would shit his pant. Lin Chen had other uses for the remaining strengthening points. He clicked on 7 Ultimate Force, Annihilation, and Life Seizing, and pressed on the strengthening function. Consumed 45 enhancement points. Strengthening 7 Ultimate Force plus 1 succeeded. Power increased by 10%. Consumed 73 enhancement points, consumed 1,890 enhancement points. Strengthening 7 ultimate force plus 10 succeeded. Power increased by 15%. Consumed 47 enhancement points. Strengthening soul seizing plus 1 succeeded. Power increased by 10%. Consumed 76 enhancement points, consumed 1,980 enhancement points. Strengthening soul seizing plus 10 succeeded. Power increased by 15%. Consumed 49 enhancement points. Strengthening annihilation plus 1 succeeded. Power increased by 10%. Consumed 77 enhancement points, consumed 2,028 enhancement points. Strengthening annihilation plus 10 succeeded. Power increased by 10%. These 3 techniques were Lin Chen's trump cards. Their killing power was second only to the 9 tribulation stars. They had all been strengthened to plus 10, and their power increased by 110%. Among them, soul seizing was an extremely powerful archery skill that could kill both single and group targets. It was extremely useful in long-range battles. This series of enhancements left Lin Chen with only 30,000 blank attributes. This was not because Lin Chen had nothing to enhance. Instead, it was because there were too many things to enhance and he had not decided on which aspect to enhance. 7-star sword manual, meridian sword, mirror moon, dazzling dragon saber, 100 spears fighting emperor, 5 dragons imperial spears, infinite dark steps, and so on. These were the foundations of Lin Chen's strength. As long as he strengthened them, his strength would definitely increase. However, the strengthening points attribute was not easy to come by, and he planned to use the remaining blank attributes in case of an emergency. This round of strengthening caused Lin Chen's strength to soar like a rocket, causing his heart to be filled with pride. Mother *K, if I were to fight with that G guy again, if I don't *King smash his head, I'll follow his ancestor's surname. What kind of concept was a 170% increase in his mental cultivation method? To put it more directly, it was equivalent to all of Lin Chen's current elemental attribute values being multiplied by 2. 7. What was more frightening was that the enhancement effect of the mental cultivation method was applicable to runes. In other words, Lin Chen's Phantom Rune and his 4 clones all received this terrifying enhancement. 5F** King Lin Chen together could not even beat 1G Qingming. He could commit suicide by swallowing feces on the spot. Genius ranking? My ass. In addition, the 9 Tribulations Origin had also received the enhancement effect of the mental cultivation method and recovered faster. Previously, Lin Chen needed to rest for about 4 days after using the 9 Tribulations star. Now, he only needed 1 day. The extremely bloated Lin Chen opened his storage ring and absorbed a gold Saint Origin coin. The clear jade tree had successfully sprouted and grown to a height of 7 meters. Its branches and leaves were tender and green. It was full of vitality and looked brand new. It should have passed the seedling stage and is now in the growth stage. Once it passes the growth stage and enters the mature stage, it will produce a large amount of resources. Without hesitation, Lin Chen piled up 4,000 silver Saint Origin coins and 2 gold Saint Origin coins beside the clear jade tree, allowing it to absorb them. Spirit plants with luck were roughly divided into 4 stages: germination stage, seedling stage, growth stage, and peak stage. Now, Lin Chen did not feel any heartache when feeding the clear jade tree. If one asked why, it was because he had done some calculations. Ice Heart Palace was a 3rd-grade sect and controlled many cultivation secret realms. According to the information revealed by Su Lan and her sister, Ice Heart Palace was one of the few sects that could be promoted to a 4th-grade sect. This was because they had 2 low-grade spirit plants of luck. In other words, 2 peak low-grade spirit plants of luck could produce enough resources to support a top 3rd-grade sect like Ice Heart Palace. Ice Heart Palace had 100 purple-grade true disciples, more than 1,000 blue-grade true disciples, and more than 3,000 cyan-grade true disciples. Their monthly allowance was roughly 580,000 silver Saint Origin coins. This was just a month's allowance. Moreover, this was only in the category of true disciples. If one were to consider the countless inner and outer hall disciples, It would be hundreds of thousands to millions of silver Saint Origin coins. In addition, if one were to consider the benefits of the elders, Lin Chen estimated that Ice Heart Palace would consume more than 2 million silver Saint Origin coins in just 1 month. That was 24 million silver Saint Origin coins in 1 year. This was roughly the output of 2 low-grade spirit plants of luck. Of course, Ice Heart Palace had other sources of income, but the spirit plants of luck were still the most important. If that's the case, I'll take a conservative estimate of 800,000 silver Saint Origin coins per month. If the clear jade tree matures, it can produce 800,000 silver Saint Origin coins per month. If converted to gold Saint Origin coins, that's 80 gold Saint Origin coins. Damn, this is a moving mountain of gold. It was because of this previous calculation that Lin Chen did not hesitate to throw in the few gold Saint Origin coins he had. Time was money. The sooner the clear jade tree matured, the sooner he could lay down and take the money. Everyone knew how to choose. Lin Chen opened the system again. This time, he wanted to upgrade the runes. If I upgrade the charging rune, my attack power might be much stronger, but at the same time, I lack the means to face a saint, so the charging rune can't be upgraded to this level. After hesitating for a while, Lin Chen issued an order. System, I choose to upgrade the slowing rune. Consumed 60 rune evolution stones to upgrade the level 5 slowing rune to level 6. The level 6 slowing rune will double the original slowing effect and reduce rune energy consumption. The level 6 slowing rune will be twice as effective as the level 5 slowing rune with the same rune energy. The system screen popped up. This was the first restriction released by the new version. The runes could be upgraded to the corresponding version's level. Lin Chen did not have enough rune evolution stones before. After the treasure appraisal convention and the various attribute treasure chests he picked up at rank 9, he managed to gather enough rune evolution stones. If Lin Chen expended a large amount of rune energy to unleash a level 6 delaying rune, he might be able to affect a saint stage expert. After losing his orange tier talent, other than a blue tier surekill skill, this was the only thing he could use to fight a saint stage expert. Everything is ready. Next, I'll cultivate with all my might. Lin Chen took out 1,000 silver Saint Origin coins and absorbed them directly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The silver Saint Origin coins turned into silver airflow and entered Lin Chen's body. The power of creation in the Saint Origin coins merged with the 9-color fate wheel and nourished it at a high speed. Host has received 45 million battle aura essences, 89 million battle aura essences, 65 million battle aura essences. The moment the silver Saint Origin coins were absorbed, the system screen popped up quickly. Lin Chen was stunned. Chapter 803. The moment he absorbed the silver Saint Origin coins, tens of millions of mid-level battle chi essences grew at a crazy speed. The system screen popped up frequently, and Lin Chen was dumbfounded. F***CK. What kind of goddamn cultivation speed is this? He was shocked. The speed of absorbing the silver Saint Origin coins was comparable to the efficiency of absorbing attribute light balls after a great battle. The silver Saint Origin coins piled up around Lin Chen quickly disappeared. If others saw this, their jaws would have dropped. Thousands of silver Saint Origin coins were being refined into Lin Chen's body at a speed visible to the naked eye. After one night, Lin Chen had perfectly absorbed more than 1,000 silver Saint Origin coins. This efficiency was higher than most battle emperors, and it was related to the 9th tribulation body created by his high elemental attribute value. This was because the energy required was too much. Oh my god, I absorbed more than 1,000 silver Saint Origin coins this time, and I gained more than 10 billion mid-level battle chi essences. If I do this 4 or 5 more times, I'm afraid I'll break through to the mid-8th tier. Lin Chen swallowed his saliva and gasped in amazement. This effect was comparable to the best cultivation elixirs. It was incredible. No wonder so many people were attracted to the silver Saint Origin coins like moths to a flame. They were simply omnipotent treasures. They could be used for cultivation, refining elixirs, forging, and anything else. What was this called? This was what they meant by money being omnipotent. It was really omnipotent. It could do anything. No wonder there was such a big difference between the development of martial arts in Jojo and the sacred boundary. Silver Saint Origin coins were one of the most important factors. If I absorb 2 gold Saint Origin coins, I'm afraid I can directly break through to the mid-8th tier. Unfortunately, I can't use the gold Saint Origin coins on hand. I have to ensure that the clear jade tree has enough energy to absorb. Money, I'm really poor now. What can I do to make money quickly? Lin Chen was distressed. He increasingly felt how difficult it was to live in the sacred boundary without the support of a big force or sect. If he didn't have the treasure appraising technique, he would have to save up more than 5,000 silver Saint Origin coins for several years. However, he didn't want to join any sect. The sects of the sacred boundary weren't like the Heavenly Song Academy in the 9 regions, which had an open education system. Once you entered a sect at the sacred boundary, it proved that you had to offer enough value to the sect to serve the sect or aristocratic family. Otherwise, why would the sect invest important resources to cultivate you when everyone lacked cultivation resources? That's right. How could I forget about my old profession? Lin Chen suddenly clapped his hands and revealed a mischievous smile. He was the man who wanted to become the king of robbers. Early in the morning, the vast cold palace was bustling with activity as everyone gathered. More than half of Ice Heart Palace's true disciples had gathered, and Lin Chen had also met up with Su Lan and Su Lan early on. They were on their way to Moon Palace. What? Yu Qi has already set off. Hearing Su Lan's words, Lin Chen couldn't help being surprised. Yes, because there isn't only one entrance to the Blue Moon Trial. It is said that the Blue Moon Trial is extremely dangerous. If one is unlucky and descends into an extremely dangerous area, even a 9th layer combat emperor would melt in an instant. Teacher Leng Yu Qi, as a person who was specially nurtured by the palace master, was naturally chosen to enter through a safer entrance. Su Lan nodded. Lin Chen muttered, "Fine, then let's meet in the Blue Moon Trial. We will meet sooner or later anyway." The 3 of them walked towards the gathering place. Inside the Ice Heart Palace, vast cold palace, 500 blue rank true disciples were gathered in the Jade Stone Square. The weakest among them was a 6th layer combat emperor, and only Su Lan and Su Lan were 5th layer combat emperors. There were dozens of purple rank true disciples who were leading the group. Each of them was wearing a snow-white robe, holding a sword, a saber, a hammer, and a sickle. They had a dignified appearance and were heroes among men. Female true disciples were even more captivating. They were heroic and awe-inspiring. Their auras were noble and extraordinary. Some of them were top geniuses who came from the outside world and were chosen by some blue rank true disciples to be their companions. However, they weren't at the level of the genius list. Every Blue Moon Trial loses true disciples. Sigh, I really don't know how many of them will be able to return this time. Those senior brothers and senior sisters of the past, which one of them wasn't a heavenly genius? I didn't expect that I would be the only one to return. Sigh, the world is unpredictable. Only those who have experienced fighting and settling down have the qualifications to become experts. Didn't we go through this in the past? In the void, there were a few figures standing proudly on top of the heavenly frost mountain range. Clang! A sword light descended from the sky. Ji Qingming arrived and stood in front of the group. Sword chi was emitted from his body. His eyebrows were piercingly cold, and his aura was vigorous. His pair of eagle eyes were sharp, and with a sword in hand, he was invincible. At this moment, Lin Chen entered with a relaxed expression, as if he was taking a stroll in a courtyard. Beside him were 2 beautiful women, one on his left and one on his right. His hands were empty, and he was dressed in a silver robe. His face was like jade, and there was a cynical smile on his face. His pair of deep eyes had a different kind of evil charm, causing the hearts of many female true disciples to beat wildly. Their beautiful eyes were full of splendor. Compared to Ji Qingming's fierceness, Lin Chen's body had a unique and mysterious overbearing temperament. The more one looked at him, the more fascinating it was. When Ji Qingming stared at Lin Chen again, the killing intent in his eyes was even more intense. He had followed his master's teachings. In this Blue Moon Trial, one's life and death were up to the heavens. If there was a chance, he would kill Lin Chen with all his strength. Moreover, Elder Ji Yu had secretly contacted some other peerless true disciples. When the time came, they would join forces to kill this brat. This brat would definitely die. When everyone's gazes were focused on Lin Chen's group, an unquestionable old man's voice faintly sounded from the void. In this blue moon trial, one's life and death are up to the heavens. Everyone, remember, coming back alive is the most important. All the true disciples bowed and cupped their fists, respectfully shouting, "Disciple, understand." The competition in the Blue Moon trial was extremely fierce. A large number of second and third rank sects would enter, and the opponents would be extremely strong. Even though Ice Heart Palace was a top third rank sect, they couldn't lower their guard. The risk was extremely high. Open the secret territory. His voice was like a bell, shaking the void. As soon as he finished speaking, hundreds of space tunnels extended out. The teleportation location will be random. Each space tunnel can only hold 10 people. Remember, when the time limit is up, you will automatically return. As soon as the voice in the void finished speaking, a group of purple-grade true disciples stepped forward and stepped into the space tunnels, disappearing without a trace. They were confident in their strength and foundation, or perhaps they had already made up their minds, so they didn't hesitate at all. Next, the blue-grade true disciples also began to enter. Before Ji Qingming entered, he strangely turned his head and sent a secret message to Lin Chen. "Lin Chen, if you dare to enter, you will die without a doubt. I, Ji Qingming, am not the only genius on the genius ranking inside. If I join forces with others, you won't even have a chance to escape, ha ha ha." Ji Qingming's laughter was filled with arrogance and savagery as he rushed into the space tunnel. Lin Chen shook his head and laughed. If he were to fight now, it wasn't certain who would beat who. With the wisdom of Ice Heart Palace's saints, it's impossible for them not to predict this situation. They are testing me, Lin Chen. They are betting on whether I will enter or not. They want to test my temperament, my potential, strength, and luck. A bright light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. How could he not have predicted this step? If he didn't become a chess piece of the saints' plan, he could only break through it and advance. Unfortunately, he was no longer the same as before. Chapter 804. In addition to the abnormal improvement brought about by the strengthening ability, Lin Chen still had a super strong trump card, and that was his Dragon Emperor. After swallowing the false god's body, the Dragon Emperor had been using the myriad devouring divine ability to refine the two false gods' bodies. Now, it had undergone earth-shattering changes, far surpassing before. "Let's go, we'll go together." Lin Chen smiled and pulled the two girls beside him into the spatial channel, and everyone disappeared. In a certain part of the starry sky, several mind storms floated, like mountains, rivers, sun, and moon, exuding a majestic and powerful will that seemed to be able to suppress the whirl. "Why didn't you directly suppress this child?" Amongst them, a ball of spiritual storm rumbled as it was released, and it instantly threw the wind and clouds into disorder and shook the entire starry sky to the point it trembled. According to the Elder's report, this child is very likely to have a big secret. In addition, he revealed a lot of strange methods in his battle with Ji Qingming. "We should capture him and interrogate him." Another mind storm spoke, seemingly wanting to capture Lin Chen and interrogate him. At this time, the mind storm with the strongest energy suddenly spoke. "You're really a bunch of old fools. The longer you live, the more backward you become. Do you remember what the old ancestor and that girl said to us? This child's talent is peerless, and he would rather break than bend. If we offend him, our Ice Heart Palace is very likely to meet with a disaster." These words caused the other mind storms to be puzzled. Isn't Sacred Elder's worry groundless? No matter how strong this child's potential is, he can be crushed with a finger. Moreover, even if he becomes a saint in the future, what kind of disaster will he pose to our Ice Heart Palace? One of the mind storms said with disdain. The mind storm with the strongest mind storm suddenly became angry. "Stupid. Have you forgotten where this child came from? What kind of place is the mortal world's 9 provinces? In the ancient era, the continent where the 100 saints came from, it was rumored that an ancient god had passed away. Later, it was attacked by the devil tribe. Could there be criminals who had escaped from the holy prison lurking there? Those criminals are still coveting the 9 regions. After that girl brought Lang Yuechi back, she confessed that this Lin Chen brat had rejected the recruitment of all the forces that descended to the mortal realm and had gone through life and death with the 9 provinces. Now that such a man has personally come to the sacred boundary, do you think things will be simple? His words, on the other hand, confused all of the mental consciousnesses. Did something happen in the 9 regions? Did someone defeat those fake god criminals? One of the spiritual storms said hesitantly. No, those criminals are dead, and all of them. The strongest spiritual storm's words were so shocking that even the other experts were stunned. How is that possible? Those fellows used to be the most ferocious lunatics in the sacred boundary. Even if they were heavily injured, they could have easily left if they wanted to. How could they be buried in a mere mortal continent? The few of them were shocked, and the strongest spiritual storm seemed to not stop until it said something shocking. It said something even more shocking. If I tell you that those criminals were killed by this brat, would you still dare to have any ideas about him? Silence, an eerie silence. The few spiritual storms were surprisingly quiet. My silver eyes have sensed that at least 4 criminals were killed by this brat. There's a strong aura of killing saints on his body. Let me ask you, in the Sacred Boundaries Genius ranking, there are only 100,000 people, 10,000 people on the Immortal Genius ranking, and 1,000 ancient saints. How many of them can achieve such a feat? The strongest spiritual storm's voice was calm and ordinary, but it deeply shocked every expert who was talking to him. They were very clear about the huge gap between a combat emperor and a saint. Even the strongest 5th tribulation combat emperor was just like a weak baby in front of a saint. A saint could kill him with just a wave of his hand. A combat emperor killing a saint. Throughout the countless epochs of the saint's world, such battle achievements were extremely rare and astounding. What was even more frightening was that this brat had killed more than one saint. In other words, he wasn't a combat emperor. It was an unprecedented shock. All the Saint Realm experts present were shocked by the feat of Lin Chen, a young combat emperor. A combat emperor intimidated a Saint Realm expert? If this was spread out in the 36 domains, even the storytellers wouldn't dare to boast like this. However, they were very clear about the power of the Great Elder's silver eyes. It was a powerful bloodline ability that had helped the Ice Heart Palace survive several life and death crises. It had never been wrong. Then, the spiritual storm spoke with assurance. Of course, the stronger one is, the stronger his foundation. His background and opportunities are far beyond your expectations. Indeed, if you can suppress and kill him, you may be able to obtain his secrets, but that's on the premise that you have the strength to do so. As soon as this was said, many spiritual storms laughed awkwardly. Damn it, who would dare to provoke him? The god of longevity was hanging himself. A dead camel was bigger than a horse. They had lived for countless years, so they understood the meaning of this sentence. If they dared to provoke such a heaven-defying genius, let alone a 3rd grade sect, even a 4th grade sect, 5th grade sect, or 6th grade sect wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace. We must be on good terms with this boy. Considering that he lives and dies with the 9 provinces in the mortal world, he definitely won't be an ungrateful person. We almost made a big mistake. Some spiritual storms said with lingering fear. Right now, why do we need to covet his secrets? Just as that girl said, we only need to help him take care of his women. Moreover, Yu Qi is now the direct disciple of the Palace Master, so her future potential won't be low. Even if he doesn't become our Ice Heart Palace's disciple, if he can become an existence above the Saint Realm in the future, how could we not benefit from being on good terms with him? The Great Elder's tone was filled with wisdom, and all the Saint Realm experts couldn't help but shiver. They deeply felt the importance of the Great Elder's decision this time. If they had taken action just now, Ice Heart Palace would have been consigned to eternal damnation. Lin Chen didn't know that the upper echelons of Ice Heart Palace had already figured out that he had killed the fake divinity. Although that battle was a deterrent, it wasn't without flaws. Lin Chen didn't have the second strengthened version of the Godslayer or the Sun God innate skill. If he was forced into a desperate situation and still didn't use the means he used to fight the fake divinity, and the upper echelons of Ice Heart Palace knew about it, there would be masters coveting him again. Lin Chen still needed to grow at the fastest speed possible. If he didn't become a saint, he would be an ant. Inside the space tunnel, they quickly dove down. The three of them lost their footing. When they stood firm, they found themselves in a brand new world. The surroundings were lush and verdant, full of vitality, and cypress trees stood tall. Hundreds of colorful flowers vied with one another. Some of the grotesquely shaped branches were blooming with colorful flowers, making them appear colorful. Some towering ancient trees that had grown for hundreds of thousands of years covered a vast area of hundreds of mu. It was inconceivably lush. The endless sea of trees covered the entire sky. Even flying in the air would be difficult to rush out. This place was even more terrifying than the Great Desolate Realm, but it was even more terrifying and oppressive than the Great Desolate Realm. It was as if history was playing out in front of them. Something's not right. The killing intent nearby is very strong. Lin Chen activated his purple-golden eyes and found that the surroundings were filled with killing intent. Many creatures should have died nearby, but for some reason, the surroundings were full of vitality and emerald green. The three of them moved forward cautiously, not daring to fly rashly. Suddenly, the purple-black demonic seal on Lin Chen's palm glowed and reacted. This demonic seal is actually reacting to this place. Could it be? Chapter 805. Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, Su Lan stepped on a soft vine. This vine is actually soft, Rip Tilda. In a split second, that strange dark green vine wrapped around Su Lan's jade-like wrist. Even the battle chi that she subconsciously circulated couldn't cut it open. Xiu Tilda. Su Lan flew out. She was almost dragged into the air by the terrifying power of the vine. 100 meters away, a brightly colored Neoline flower emitted a black mist in 1,000th of a breath and turned pitch black. It opened the center of its petals like a giant beast opening its mouth. A few streams of sparkling liquid flowed out from the center, emitting a foul stench. The black mist was extremely corrosive and could actually gradually disintegrate Su Lan's battle chi defense. It was extremely disgusting. At this critical moment, Su Lan was about to be swallowed. With a swoosh, the sword light slashed horizontally like a star and cut off the vine. 2 white attribute light balls rolled down. G tilde. That 4 jong tall Neoline flower actually let out a strange scream and actually retreated into a patch of lush vegetation and disappeared. Lin Chen hugged Su Lan, who was still in shock, with one hand, used silent steps and instantly retreated to Su Lan's side. Extreme Ice Times cover. Su Lan's reaction was extremely fast. She slammed her palm on the ground and ice chi gushed out from her palm, freezing the ground and quickly forming 4 8-jong tall ice walls to protect herself and her sister Su Lan, as well as the vigilant Lin Chen. What happened? What a terrifying thing. Su Lan was like a frightened little white rabbit, grabbing Lin Chen's arm and trembling. This was definitely not because she was too timid, but because this place was too strange. She was at the 5th level of the War Emperor, so her temperament and cultivation were definitely not weak. But in the scene just now, if Lin Chen had been a little slower, she would have been instantly swallowed by that strange flower. It had a strange poison that could disintegrate the War Emperor's battle chi. But at this moment, looking around, there was a patch of lush green and exuberant vitality. It was simply a primitive wilderness, as if nothing had happened. The more this atmosphere was like this, the stranger it was. It was too strange. Lin Chen had never seen such a forest before. Lin Chen's expression turned serious. We hit the jackpot. Lin Chen finally understood why Lung Yueqi would receive special treatment and be able to choose the spatial channel to teleport to a specific location. This Tsungyue mystery realm was terrifying. Although this place was calm and full of life, it was actually extremely deceptive. This forest was a place that devoured people without spitting out their bones. He and the Su sisters were already surrounded. Some of the things in this forest have already grown into existences similar to ferocious beasts. That guy just now is a creature with high intelligence. Lin Chen's words were so shocking that the sisters' expressions changed slightly. In fact, the real situation was much more serious than what was said. In this forest, even his golden-eyed twin could not see through which living beings had high-level intelligence and which were ordinary spiritual plants. Even Lin Chen could not see through them. If someone from the Ice Heart Palace came here like him, there was a 99% chance that they would die here. Su Lan's situation earlier, if not for Lin Chen's Devil Seal's warning and his purple golden eyes detection, coupled with his fast mental power, an ordinary combat emperor would not have been able to react in time. Most importantly, these living beings had the aura of the Devil Clan, their attacks and methods were extremely powerful. Then how do we get out of here? Su Lan asked nervously. Lin Chen did not answer. The meridian sword in his hand shone brightly and slashed diagonally across the sky. A sword light that was more than 10 jong bright like stars shot out. Swoosh, swoosh, bang. The sword light slashed diagonally across the sky, cutting countless branches and leaves. The sky was filled with fragments of light that fluttered in the air, but it was unable to break through the restriction. There seemed to be some invisible force that was thousands of jong above the sky. I'm afraid that some living beings have set up a restriction, so we can't fly easily. Lin Chen sheathed his sword and smiled casually. Class leader, how can you still smile in such a scary place? Su Lan saw his smile and inexplicably felt relieved. This place is indeed very dangerous, but fortunately, it's not a problem for me. Let's go deeper and take a look. Lin Chen was a bold and skillful person. He broke open the ice wall and led the two girls forward. It seemed that he did not intend to find the exit, but instead, he wanted to go deeper into the core area. He casually picked up the 2 white attribute light balls that were floating in the air. Host has received 240 blank attribute points, 130 blank attribute points. Damn, what a high number of blank attribute point. This is good stuff. If I kill that guy, will there be more blank attribute points? Lin Chen's eyes lit up. His heart was filled with anticipation. Sure enough, danger and opportunity coexisted. These blank attribute points could be converted into enhancement points, which was equivalent to obtaining a few hundred enhancement points in one go. The two sisters followed Lin Chen with peace of mind. They believed that Lin Chen would not put them in danger and had complete trust in him. Why did Lin Chen dare to bring the two girls forward so recklessly? He realized that the purplish-black demonic seal in his palm was shining with different lights. However, if the light was stronger, it meant that there was a strange intelligent being nearby Lin Chen. If the light was weaker, it meant that it was far away. The last time I killed the demon monarch in the Sky Tower, there were blank attribute points in the magic crystal. I wonder how many there are here. Lin Chen snickered and dashed into the depths of the forest. Like a hungry wolf, he searched everywhere for the prey from just now. Here. After walking for a few miles, Lin Chen suddenly released a sword light and slashed at the Ba Wang flower between 2 10,000-years-old pine trees. Gee. The sword light twisted and twisted, and the Ba Wang flower that was hidden very cleverly suddenly burst out with a sharp cry. It turned into green blood and melted, and finally disappeared. More than 10 white attribute light balls rolled down. Lin Chen took them all and his attributes increased. Obtained 150 blank attribute points, 230 points, 280 points, 110 points. Lin Chen's aura became stronger and stronger, and he slaughtered his way forward. Almost every time he killed one of these strange creatures, he would obtain close to 1,000 blank attribute point. At this critical juncture where he was lacking enhancement points, this was a timely rain. However, this forest was very wide, and the foliage was lush. He could not fly, and his speed was far slower than a normal war emperor. Secondly, these strange creatures were not creatures that could be attacked by indiscriminate bombardment. They were extremely fast, and once there was a battle chi explosion nearby, they would immediately hide. Lin Chen could only rely on the demonic seal to find them. 3 days after Lin Chen entered the Blue Moon Trial, a shocking piece of news came from the Wonder Domain of the 36 Domains. The old second-grade sect, Starlight Palace, had been destroyed. This piece of news shook the entire Wonder Domain. Starlight Palace had an old Saint Realm expert overseeing it. Who dared to destroy a sect overseen by a saint? Even a Saint Realm expert had fallen. Chapter 806. One day ago, in the 36 regions of the sacred boundary, under a certain starry sky. The starry sand was like fire, burning slowly and wrapping around a figure standing upright. The young man's long hair was tied up, and he held a sword in his hand. His eyebrows were sharp, and his facial features were gradually becoming clearer. He was cold and arrogant. The wind howled angrily, causing his hair to dance in the wind like drifting silk threads. When it moved, one could see the young man's most mysterious pair of golden eyes. They shone like starlight, and his pupils were like 9 stars hanging in the sky. They were extremely bright and illusory. Opposite him was a mighty and shocking jade-robed young man. He possessed a noble bearing, and his figure stood towering in the sky like the sun and moon in the sky. He stood above all living beings and looked down upon all living beings. The man in the jade robe was a saint. "Who are you? Why are you looking for trouble with the Starlight Palace? Are you trying to kill us all?" The man in the jade robe shouted angrily, but the young man with the golden eyes was cold and emotionless. The only response he got was a sword. With one sword strike, billions of living things bowed their head. The sky turned upside down, the mountains and rivers turned to ashes, and all living things were extinguished. The saint in the jade robe's expression changed drastically. That sword strike was earth-shattering, and it had the power to break through space. His attainment in the sword Tao had reached an extremely high level, and it was rare in the sacred boundary. Star break, sacred wheel illumination. His saint body glowed brightly, and holy light condensed, turning into aurora saint wheels that sunk into the sun and moon. Mixed with the power to push the continental plates, they fiercely crushed that ultimate sword technique. The two sides collided head-on. Rip tilde. Boom tilde. A flash of light illuminated the entire heavens and the earth. It was like the heavens and the earth had been torn apart by a wisp of sword light in an instant, and it was like the heavens and the earth had actually recovered from collapse in a single breath of time since the moment the young man sheathed his sword. A bloody line appeared between the saint's eyebrows. He went from anger to madness, to shock, and then to loneliness and doubt in just a few breaths. "What sword technique is that?" The saint in the jade robe's voice was a little low. "I woke up and created it on my own. It has no name and no style. It's called Breaking Dawn." The young man sheathed his sword, and he took the dazzling star stones in the sky. It was as if he was taking the stars. The jade-robed saint's pupils trembled slightly. At this moment, his saint body began to crack. His saint blood spurted out, and his flesh was torn apart. When the sword arrives, heaven and earth will be destroyed. When the sword is retracted, dawn will break. What a great sword move, daybreak. I, the Heaven Do Star Saint, have no complaints about my defeat. The jade-robed saint laughed self-mockingly and used his last bit of saint power to ask, "May I know your name?" The young man took the star stone and left. Before he left, he did not speak much. Sword God Lin Xingchen. Kang Yu Secret Realm, Endless Forest. The group of young sky prides madly activated their battle techniques and bombarded all the spiritual plants around them. Like a storm, everything in their path turned into ruins. They were trying to force their way out of this strange forest. However, the forest seemed to be incomparably vast as the sea. The 9 of them charged for 1,000 li, but they were still in the sea of forest. Finally, after the 9 of them performed many purple tier battle skills and ultimate skills, they temporarily fell into a state of battle chi exhaustion and recovery. Just as they swallowed medicinal pills and were about to refine the medicinal efficacy, the ground cracked open without any warning. TSK. Boom. A shocking chasm formed in a split second. Sharp blades flashed like blades as the abyss pounced and swallowed the 9 of them. Then, the ground healed, and the ground no longer bulged, returning to normal. All the spiritual plants destroyed by the 9 of them along the way were like bamboo shoots after the rain. They quickly grew back and recovered to their original state at a speed visible to the naked eye. The forest regained its former tranquility and peace, as if the bloody scene from before had never happened. We have already been in the endless forest for 3 days. Why haven't we reached the end? Are we going to die here? Don't talk nonsense. Look clearly beside us. There are 2 geniuses on the prodigy roll. This lineup is top-notch even in the entire Kangyu secret realm. How can we die so easily in this godforsaken place? 8 figures pushed out from the lush greenery. There were both men and women. They wore crowns on their heads and had swords hanging from their waists. Their green robes fluttered, and 2 crimson flowers were embroidered on their backs. One was ice and the other was fire. This was the symbol of a second-grade sect, the Yin and Yang Palace. The 2 people in the lead released their battle chi to protect the 8 people behind them. Among them, the handsome and devilish man had a hint of disdain in his eyes. A bunch of trash. Core disciples of the inner palace. You don't even have the guts to do this. The cold and elegant woman beside the handsome man had long hair that reached her waist. Her beautiful eyes swept over him and said indifferently, "Sir Ziming, if you dislike my junior brothers and sisters, you can leave the team. I won't force you to stay." The beauty's long dress was like snow. Her black hair brushed past her delicate shoulders. Her soft and supple skin was like bright jade. Her black eyebrows were like the endless spring mountains. Her temperament was unparalleled. How could that be? Ha ha. The devilish young master laughed, but his heart was filled with resentment. Damned slut. If it wasn't for your icy eye intuition, I would have already done you on the spot. The beautiful eyes of the woman in the snow dress flickered with brilliance. The corner of her mouth curled into a graceful arc. The 2 of them had their own thoughts and were using each other. They were the 2 geniuses on the prodigy roll, Lan Ruoxue and Jiyu Tianxie. The 2 of them were extremely powerful. They were both late-stage 9th-layer combat emperors. However, in this endless forest, even those on the prodigy roll had to be careful. This was because this was the battlefield where the saints and the powerful devil race had fought. The blood of the immemorial giant devil had once spilled on this land, making it appear dense with devil chi. Thus, this forest was endowed with such strange creatures. Those spirit plants that had been tainted with the blood essence of the devil race had transformed into strange creatures that even peak combat emperors couldn't detect. Almost no one who entered this endless forest could leave alive. There was both black and white in this world. Yin and Yang were intertwined. Although the endless forest was terrifying, in the Kangyu secret realm, only by finding the endless forest would one be able to find the Saint Qing mountain range that was nourished by the saint blood. This mountain range was nourished by the ancient saint blood and had created countless rare and precious treasures. Some of the treasures were so rare that even the saints would scramble for them. The group continued to move forward for a while. During this time, they met a few devil spirits that were hiding in the vegetation. However, they were all eliminated by the 2 geniuses on the prodigy roll. Just as the group was moving forward for half a day, suddenly, there was a rumbling sound. Everything fell silent, the earth shook, and a baleful aura soared into the 9 heavens. Not good. This is the aura of a peak devil spirit. Lan Ruoxue's pretty face changed slightly. The flickering icy vertical eye between her brows trembled slightly. It's approaching us quickly, retreat quickly. Under Lan Ruoxue's command, the group immediately increased their speed and retreated rapidly. As soon as her voice fell, 2 devil spirit overlord flowers that were about 15 meters tall flew out like pythons in the sky and rushed out like lightning. The faces of Lan Ruoxue's junior brothers and sisters changed slightly. There was a jackal in front and a tiger behind. Just as the 2 geniuses were about to kill the 2 devil spirit overlord flowers, a clear young man's voice suddenly sounded. F***CK. What are you guys doing? Stop. Whoever dares to steal my little treasures, I won't let you off. The group was stunned for a moment. This endless forest was filled with devil spirits. What kind of treasures were there? At this moment, the 2 devil spirit overlord flowers were still opening their bloody mouths and dripping with a strong sour and corrosive green liquid. It was extremely nauseating. The corners of their mouths twitched violently. You call these things little treasures? Which deity's taste was so heavy that it was terrifying? Chapter 807. Kai tilde. Hong Long tilde. The overlord flower vine that was as thick as a flood dragon was cut into several pieces by a flash of sword light. A silver-robed youth appeared, shocking Lan Ruoxue and Jiyu Tianxie into revealing a look of surprise. This person was not simple. Perhaps he was not as good as a genius on the genius ranking, but he had some skills. After cutting the demon overlord flower with a single slash, the silver-robed youth went around it twice, making everyone confuse. Hey YA, it really is a treasure. It's worth another 2,000 points. The silver-robed youth said something that was unclear. Beside him were two nation-collapsing beauties that made Jiyu Tianxie's eyes light up. The group of people did not care about this madman. When they activated their battle chi and used their movement techniques, with an explosion, the heavens fell and the earth split. The earth's crust around them quickly changed, turning pitch black. Foundations rose in all directions, and in a radius of 1,000 miles, 8 giant walls over 1,000 feet tall were erected. They were indestructible and impregnable. The black walls gave off a black and hard metallic feeling. Their killing intent soared to the heavens, and like giant waves, they surrounded the 13 people. This is bad. The top-level demon spirit of the endless forest has made its move. I never thought that even the earth vein was its main body. This is a demon spirit that has absorbed a large amount of the demon race's sacred blood. Lan Ruoshue's face was serious. Jiyu Tianxie's eyes were already thinking about how to sell these fellows and charge out. This was just the beginning. After the 8 black walls were raised, they were like a bowl hanging upside down, leaving behind a gap in the sky that was several dozen feet wide. Shio tilde. A large number of demonic spirits shot in through the gap at an extremely fast speed. Was this still an encirclement of turtles in a jar? This top-level demon spirit is planning on exhausting us to death. We can only fight to the death, we have no other choice. Everyone's eyes were sharp. Everyone was prepared to risk their lives and fight to the death. Only Lan Ruoshue, who had always been cold, arrogant, and noble, was visibly moved today. Her pupils trembled slightly, and her pretty face was filled with disbelief as if she had seen a ghost. It was not because they were surrounded by the top-level demon spirits, but rather because of the silver-robed youth beside her. At this time, his eyes were wide open, and his eyes were full of ecstasy and excitement as he stared at the demon spirits that rushed into the black wall from outside the gap. He even swallowed a mouthful of saliva as the corners of his mouth trembled. He was so excited that he was like a 1,000-year-old drunkard who had encountered a 10,000-year-old fine wine, or a 100-year-old bachelor who had entered the boudoir of a peerless beauty. At this moment, he grinned. Smiling like a child, he was overjoyed. Lan Ruoshue subconsciously blurted out her thoughts. Is this person crazy? How could he still laugh in such a desperate situation? If he wasn't sick in the head, then he must be crazy. Even someone as strong as her and Jiyu Tianxie on the genius rankings was facing a life-threatening situation like this. Could it be that he could do a better job than the two of them by several times? Lan Ruoshue recalled how he called her little darling just now and couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine. Could this guy be related to the demon race? These devil spirits were absolutely harmless to the human race. In a single breath, there were several dozen devil spirits that rushed into the encirclement. Lin Chen couldn't help breaking out in wild laughter. That's great. Who the F***CK built such a high wall? They even called so many little cuties over. I love you to death, ha, ha, ha. Hearing his maniacal laughter, the crowd shuddered. The way they looked at Lin Chen was as if they wanted to kill him. You call these things little cuties? He was crazy. They could melt you into nothing in a minute. How are they cute? Cute my ass. Crazy. He must be crazy. It can't be that this madman startled that devil spirit, right? We were actually killed by a madman? The group of people were filled with anger. If it wasn't for the fact that they were in a life and death situation, they would have beaten this madman. But to Lin Chen, where did these demonic spirits have the slightest bit of ferocity? They were simply walking blank attribute values. In the past 3 days, he had only killed about 50 devil spirits. These guys were very good at hiding, and their speed was extremely fast. Even if Lin Chen had the devil seal, he would still have to chase after them occasionally, which would waste a lot of time. Now, there were more than 100 devil spirits that were presented to him as gifts. If these weren't treasures, then what were they? These were the F***King peerless little cuties. Triflower sword shadow. Sky-breaking hammer. Dual heaven of ice and fire. 8 7th and 8th level combat emperors instantly launched a fierce attack. The earth-shattering battle chi swept in all directions and blasted towards the 4 devil spirits that were attacking them. What are you guys doing? Someone was anxious. His aggressive mental energy rippled like ripples, instantly crushing 70% of the battle chi attacks into nothingness. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dark vortex spun as Lin Chen blocked everyone's attacks in a split second. He then used his silent step to save the demonic spirit blood rose that was closest to him. He held it in his arms and used his second silent step at lightning speed to avoid the last 30% of the battle chi attack. Everyone was dumbfounded. What's going on? This guy actually managed to shatter their attacks. He even saved a devil spirit. Is he still AF * King Human? Lin Chen hugged the blood rose devil spirit and retreated to the side. The devil spirit was shivering in his arms. He stroked the little cutie with heartache and said worriedly, "How are you, little darling? Are you hurt? If you were hurt, I would be very distressed." Of course, he would be distressed. He was distressed for his attribute points. If the devil spirit was killed by someone else, he wouldn't even get a fart. Lan Ruoxue and the others almost vomited blood. Oh my god. Where did this lunatic come from? He's a human, and you're distressed for a devil spirit that eats people without spitting out their bones? What's wrong with this world? Is he too arrogant or are we too weak to wield a blade? Lan Ruoxue and the other junior sisters looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with disbelief and astonishment. Junior brother number 1, I'm Buddha. Junior sister number 2, I'm Buddha too. Could it be that this guy isn't a human, but a demon? But that's not right. He clearly used battle aura. In addition, his mental power is incomparably vigorous. He doesn't seem like a demon at all. He has no reason or motive to help these devil spirit. Only Lan Ruoxue noticed that his movement technique was very unusual. It was so fast that even she had to take it seriously. Seeing more and more devil spirits pouring in, Lan Ruoxue didn't have time to wait. She was about to question Lin Chen. "Sir, we don't have time." After stroking it for a while, Lin Mao smashed the demon spirit blood rose flower in his arms, and 6 white light attribute light balls rolled out. Lin Chen took them and obtained a total of 580 blank attribute point. This scene made everyone even more puzzled. Is this guy sick or not? He called them little cuties, but he killed them with a slap in the blink of an eye. Damn it, you bastards. Whoever dares to touch these little cuties again, I'll hammer all of you to death. Lin Mao warned everyone fiercely. He wasn't joking. A large number of devil spirits in the encirclement had blank attribute points all over the place. For Lin Chen, who lacked strengthening points, this was a huge sum of money falling from the sky. As long as he killed these guys, Lin Chen could strengthen most of his weapons and cultivation techniques to +10 or +11. His strength could at least double again. If these guys massacred them wantonly, then he wouldn't even be able to earn a single strand of hair. He would lose a lot of money every minute. Therefore, Lin Chen's killing intent was serious. He would hammer whoever dared to touch his little cuties. Chapter 808. Damn, my luck is really bad. In these 3 days, everyone else has already obtained countless rare treasures in the Dark Moon Mystic Realm. But this young master was teleported to the Endless Forest. Then, I was surrounded by top-level demon spirits, surrounded by a large number of demon spirits, and even encountered such a stupid thing. After a series of unfortunate events, Jiyu Tianxie could no longer maintain his pretentious demeanor. He cursed angrily with a ferocious expression. He didn't even bother to attack Lin Chen. He directly slapped his palm, and the wind from his palm turned into rolling black wind blades. The black blade whirlwind, which was more than 100 feet long, attacked the gap in the black wall. He stomped his foot and stepped on the black wind whirlwind blades. Did he want to force his way through? Rip tilde. Bang tilde. The sword light whistled like a meteor in all directions. It cut off all the black wind whirlwind blade. The faces of the people from the Yin and Yang Palace changed. That lunatic actually dared to protect the demon spirits. Jiyu Tianxie's face was brutal and cruel. He stared at Lin Chen like a wild beast. Do you want to die? You're the one who wants to die. Damn it, you're asking for a beating. Lin Chen stepped through the air with the sword meridian in his hand. The sword emitted a 9-colored sword light that was extraordinary. Lin Chen instantly used the silent step. His speed was extremely fast. With pure strength and the gold calamity battle physique, his sword chi soared into the sky and slashed at Jiyu Tianxie's shoulder. You're just in the early stage of the 8th tier. Do you think you can be arrogant just because you have some brute strength and movement skills? Get lost. Jiyu Tianxie's battle chi surged. He flicked his fingers, and the black wind blades danced in the air. They surged into Lin Chen's sword light, and then he attacked Lin Chen with his palm. Lin Chen attacked with his sword and slashed at Jiyu Tianxie's waist. The latter instantly turned and dodged the attack. Lin Chen activated the 6th tier transformation at lightning speed. His cultivation broke through the bottleneck and entered the early stage of the 9th tier. He caught up and fought with Jiyu Tianxie in an instant. The people from the Yin and Yang Palace sucked in a cold breath. What was going on? A lunatic of unknown origin was actually on par with a genius on the genius ranking. However, this wasn't the most dangerous thing. The most dangerous thing was the demon spirits that were rushing into the encirclement. They seemed to have a tacit understanding and seemed to have received some kind of order. Ever since they rushed into the encirclement inside the high wall, they did not attack without permission. Instead, they hid within the encirclement within a radius of 1,000 miles, waiting for a more suitable time to attack. How can that be? Eldest senior sister, those devil spirits are still pouring in. They are waiting for an opportunity. It must be that immemorial devil spirit's doing. The disciples of the Yin and Yang Palace were shocked and terrified. These demonic spirits might not be very strong in a head-on battle, but they had many tricks up their sleeves and were extremely fast. Within their attacking range, it was almost impossible to withstand several demonic spirits at the same time. This was because most of them had the ability to disintegrate the devilish energy of a top-grade combat emperor. On the contrary, Lan Ruoxue, who was leading the team, surprisingly began to calm down. This guy isn't stupid, it's just that his actions are a bit crazy. More importantly, the two women following him seem to be cultivating Ice Heart Palace's true inheritances. Although their cultivations are only at the 5th layer, the aura of their secret arts isn't low. The two of them aren't panicking in the face of danger and don't look like they're about to die. Countless thoughts flashed through the mind of the exceptionally intelligent Lan Ruoxue. Her intuition and ice-eyes probing ability far exceeded that of ordinary prodigies. Su Lan and her sister's attitude allowed her to see a breakthrough. If they tried to break out of the encirclement, it was very likely that the madman would attack them. From the way he dared to kill the demonic spirits, it wasn't that he wouldn't attack the demonic spirits, he just didn't want them to attack. Secondly, if they broke out of the encirclement, there were still immemorial devil spirits waiting for them outside. With Jiyu Tianxie leaving the team, she might have a chance if she stayed alone. However, if she had to protect her junior brothers and sisters, the chances were close to zero. She might even lose her life here. Lan Ruoxue made a decision in almost a breath's time. Stay here and wait for orders. Everyone, focus your energy on defense. Unless it's absolutely necessary, don't make a move. Lan Ruoxue's decision shocked the 8 of them, but they could only believe in this eldest senior sister of the Yin and Yang Palace who was on the genius ranking. Rumble tilde, peng tilde. The 8 of them had just activated their defenses when dazzling lights flashed and sword light exploded in the sky. Everyone looked up and sucked in a cold breath. The one who was forced to retreat was Jiyu Tianxie. Could it be that this kid could defeat a genius on the genius ranking? Lan Ruoxue narrowed her eyes. Jiyu Tianxie hadn't shown his true strength yet. However, being able to force Jiyu Tianxie to retreat was already a very shocking achievement. One had to know that all the geniuses on the genius ranking were monsters who could challenge ordinary first or second tribulation battle emperors. This showed that this silver-robed youth had at least the combat strength of a first tribulation battle emperor. The increase brought by the mental cultivation method is indeed heaven-defying. Without using any runes, not even the 7th transformation or the ultimate moment, he actually has such a strong combat strength. Lin Chen was ecstatic. The +12 mental cultivation method of the 9 tribulations of creation increased the overall power by 170%. It was simply heaven-defying. If it was in the past, he would need at least the 7th transformation and the ultimate moment to reach this level. However, now, just the Azura's 6th transformation was enough to make his scalp tingle. Jiyu Tianxie flew into a rage out of humiliation. Damn it, I wanted to walk around as an ordinary person, but I didn't expect to be targeted. I'll stop pretending. I'm a genius on the genius ranking. I'm the evil bone demonic scythe Jiyu Tianxie, ranked 99990. If you know what's good for you, you'd better get out of here. Lin Chen was taken aback. Soon after, he let out a wild laugh. Ha ha ha, the genius ranking, I'm going to fight your F*King genius ranking. With a flash of sword light, thousands of sword rays shot out like a windstorm, rolling and whistling like a sword waterfall. In the center of the sword waterfall were 7 consecutive sword stars. It was the highest level of the 7 stars sword manual, the universe 7 stars. What the F*CK? Why is this guy attacking even more fiercely? The people of the Yin and Yang Palace were shocked. He dared to attack even though he knew the opponent's background and ranking? Is this guy also a genius on the genius ranking? Rip tilde. A white light flashed vertically. It was a 7-meter-long whip made of white bones. It swept furiously and crushed the sword waterfall. Jiyu Tianxie was holding a white bone whip in his hand. His imposing manner rose like an emissary from hell. His whole body was emitting a murderous aura. He's using his evil bone demonic scythe. This guy is going to get serious. Lan Ruoshue's beautiful eyes turned serious. Most of the geniuses on the genius ranking were like this. Once they got serious and used their trump cards, it meant that they wanted to kill. However, what surprised her even more was Lin Chen's strength. This guy could actually force him to this extent. However, the stronger Lin Chen was, the better. She would only have a chance to break out if she led her junior brothers and sisters. Since you can force me to this extent, then die. Jiyu Tianxie sneered and lashed out with his bone whip. It was like a fierce and domineering gust of wind. Its sharpness was terrifying, and it stirred up a strong, bloody wind. Lin Chen quickly waved his meridian sword. Sword light surged, and starlight shot out in all directions. It turned into a snowflake-like sword energy that slashed out. Clang tilde. Even though Lin Chen was using pure strength, the bone whip still easily crushed the starlight sword energy. The sharp blades twisted in Lin Chen's direction and crushed his body. Lin Chen instantly dodged to the side. He glanced at the meridian sword in his hand and narrowed his eyes. He increasingly felt that the geniuses on the genius ranking were all monsters. The bone whip in Jiyu Tianxie's hand had actually extended from his palm. Was it a part of his bones? There was such a thing. Its hardness and power were equivalent to a top-tier 7th rank weapon. None of the weapons in Lin Chen's possession could be compared to this, unless they had undergone a high level of enhancement. Once this bone whip was used, Jiyu Tianxie revealed his true strength. Every whip was suppressing Lin Chen. The more special you guys on the genius ranking are, the more excited I am. After defeating you, the more attribute light balls and attribute treasure chests you drop, the more I'll beat you up. Lin Chen revealed a wild smile. The water calamity battle chi in his body surged, and he activated the 7th transformation. His cultivation was about to break through to the mid-stage 9th rank. Outside the black wall, a huge distorted shadow slowly approached. It seemed to be twisting a pair of eyeballs, releasing a cruel and violent aura. The violent eyeballs looked at the situation inside the high wall. The nearby demon spirits were attracted and crazily rushed into the high wall. Gee, this pair of eyes seemed to have a high level of intelligence, as if it was waiting for an opportunity. Chapter 809. The sword whistled like a dragon. The golden calamity battle chi was indestructible. It condensed into a golden aura and turned into a sword light, flying in all directions to attack Jiyu Tianxie. The bone whip spun like a dragon, creating layers of whip flowers. The bone whip clashed with the sword light again and again. Lin Chen fought fiercely with Jiyu Tianxie. Although he used the 7-layer transformations, Jiyu Tianxie was able to wield the bone whip as if it was his own arm, using many high-level battle techniques. On top of that, Lin Chen's meridian sword was slightly weaker. For the time being, Lin Chen could only circle around and parry his attacks. Lin Chen did not dare to approach him or attack him from behind. System: strengthen the meridian sword and the 7-star sword manual. Consumed 24 strengthening points. Strengthening the 7-star sword manual +1. Power increase, 10%. Consumed 39 strengthening points. Consumed 242 strengthening points. Strengthening the 7-star sword manual +12. Power increase, 30%. Consumed 23 strengthening points. Strengthening the meridian sword +1. Power increase, 10%. Consumed 37 strengthening points. Consumed 230 strengthening points. Strengthening the meridian sword +12. Power increase, 30%. Lin Chen only used 3440 strengthening points to strengthen the meridian sword to +12. The sword and sword skills power increased by 170%. With the +12 9 Tribulation Creation Heart Sutra, it was like a raging dragon had awakened. Try this Lin's +12 sword skill, specialized in cutting idiot. Sai la tilde. Dang tilde. The sword light filled the sky. Lin Chen suddenly charged forward, holding the sword with both hands. With a horizontal slash, he sent Jiyu Tianxie's bone whip flying. Immediately after, he sent out a second slash. Starlight surged and as sharp as a snowflake flashed past. The sword chi was like a crescent moon, cutting through the wind and waves. Jiyu Tianxie was shocked and was caught off guard. Kai tilde. The moon-like sword chi was mixed with faint starlight, and it pierced through his battle chi defense. His left shoulder was wounded, and blood flowed out. In Lin Chen's eyes, 8 elemental light balls fell out. How is this possible? His swordsmanship and the power of his sword have suddenly increased by a large margin. Even his sword dares to clash with my rotten bones? Seeing the deep cyan glow of the meridian sword, Jiyu Tianxie was shocked and bewildered. Even Lan Ruoxue, who was spectating the battle, couldn't help but feel puzzled and stunned. In the eyes of these two geniuses, this wave of improvement from Lin Chen was truly bizarre to the extreme. How could there be such a strange thing in this world? The power of swords and swordsmanship could be increased by a large margin at the same time. Swordsmanship could still be considered passable, but in terms of battle techniques, there was a sudden epiphany that could allow one to break through the limits. But could it be that this sword had the ability to break through one's cultivation? Impossible. The grade of the materials used to forge the weapon was limited. How could the weapons might suddenly increase by such a large margin? Strange. It was too strange. This lunatic who had appeared out of nowhere seemed to be full of secret. Jiyu Tianxie instantly looked at the gap above him. Less and less demon spirits were pouring in and the gap was shrinking. He secretly felt that things were bad. There's no time to waste on this lunatic. The immemorial demon spirits are closing the encirclement. If we don't rush out now, it'll be too late. Jiyu Tianxie's body was covered in a dark red battle chi that flowed with violent blood energy. He poured it into the bone whip and its power increased sharply, as if he was possessed by an immemorial blood python. Coiling Dragon's 10 twists, die for me. The twisting bone whip extended for dozens of feet. Its power was vast and mighty. The blade of the whip was like the fangs of a giant python, biting and twisting. It was like a giant python from the immemorial era was strangling and attacking Lin Chen from all directions. It's his Coiling Dragon's 10 twists, a top purple tier battle technique. Lan Ruoxue's beautiful eyes trembled. Even she had to take out her trump card to deal with this move. Ultimate moment. Finally, at this moment, Lin Chen went all out. His body was covered in a dark cyan glow and his sword energy soared into the sky. It's still not enough. This battle technique is far beyond my 7-star swordsmanship. Ultimate moment can only break the move, but not hurt the body. Lin Chen's eyes were sharp. He suddenly held his sword with both hands. The starlight was like refracted lightning, and 9 calamities battle chi flashed on the sword. Activated charging and penetrating runes. Consumed 120,000 rune energy. 7 stars extinction. With a furious roar, Lin Chen swung the sword with both of his hands. The sword edge drew a half-moon arc, and the sword light soared into the sky. The tip of the sword condensed into 7 beams of starlight, which were about 10 feet long, and shot towards the bone python. Kai tilde. Bang. 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 The starlight sword energy collided with the bone python, causing the starlight to tremble. The sword energy pierced through the bone python and twisted it, sending it flying thousands of meters away. The pupils of the 2 great geniuses trembled. What? While Jiyu Tianxie was shocked, the sword energy overflowed and pierced through his battle chi defense. Even his defensive treasured weapon was damaged. The sword energy surged and pierced through his body. Pucci. Jiyu Tianxie spat out blood and retreated. Dozens of attribute light balls rolled down his body. The disciples of the Yin and Yang Palace gasped. He actually injured a genius on the genius ranking. Host has activated the passive innate skill, Fatal Bloodthirst. Received 25% healing from physical damage. The innate skill combination has been triggered. You can now use the combination innate skill. Lin Chen used the silent step. His mental cultivation method plus 12 stacked to the ultimate level. His body movement was so fast that even Lan Ruoxue could only see his afterimage. Jiyu Tianxie's eyes were filled with hatred. He suddenly crushed the bloodlight disc in his palm. Bang! His battle chi rippled like ripples and turned into a bloody light that shot into the sky. It was so fast that it seemed to jump through space. Lin Chen's sword missed. Damn it, I'll remember you. Before he left, Jiyu Tianxie's resentful and cold rebuke was heard. I didn't expect that Jiyu Tianxie would be forced to use the blood-weeping disc. This guy is really something. Lan Ruoxue's heart trembled. This was Jiyu Tianxie's life-saving trump card. He would not use it unless he had no other choice. It was a trump card that consumed his own blood essence. It required silver Saint Origin coins and many medicinal herbs to recover. Almost at the same time Jiyu Tianxie charged out of the high wall. With a peng sound, the high wall closed. Darkness covered 1,000 miles. The high black wall was like an inverted bowl, imprisoning the people from the Heaven and Earth Palace, Lin Chen, and Lan Ruoxue. Silence and darkness fell. Only the group of people in the center released their battle chi, becoming the only light in the darkness. Received 195 strengthening points, 100,000 talent points, 95 million blood essence, 88 million battle chi essence, 30,000 mental energy, 244 strengthening points. Opened 4 purple crystal treasure chests. Received 10 rune evolution stones, 2,000 strengthening points, 800 silver Saint Origin coins. As expected of the genius ranking. I've earned another few thousand strengthening points. If I knew this would happen, I would have used the charging rune to hit him a few more times. He's really a money tree. Lin Chen looked around. The surroundings were silent, but there was a hidden killing intent. Sir, what do you plan to do? We've already followed your rules and did not attack. Do you want us to wait for death here? Lan Ruoxue asked. After the battle just now, she was certain that the youth in front of her was not a madman. She knew that Jiyu Tianxie had not used his full strength and had only used the blood-weeping disc because he wanted to quickly escape, but Lin Chen's battle strength had still shocked her. The Heaven and Earth Palace disciples were worried. They wondered what their eldest senior sister was doing. Was there any room for negotiation with this madman? Relax, it's not your turn to attack. I'm looking forward to them coming. Lin Chen waved his hand. With a thought, he activated the illusory runes and suddenly released 4 clones from thin air. At this moment, Lan Ruoxue was stunned. Chapter 810. Ultimate Moment, Return to Origin. Activated Ultimate Moment, Ultimate Convergence. 150,000 talent points consumed. Activated Talent Combination, Sovereign's Descent. Beginning to accumulate energy, 0 points. The brilliance of the ultimate moment lingered around the 4 clones. They were extraordinarily handsome, as if they were covered in holy light. These 4 people were actually his clones. But that didn't seem right. Even her icy eyes couldn't see through the flaws of these 4 people. This aura was exactly the same as the aura of the main body. There was no difference at all. Go, kill them all. Lin Chen waved one hand, and the 4 clones moved at the same time. They stepped on a dark vortex and rushed out in all directions. The 4 clones were either holding swords and bows, or using pure strength and firepower, or brandishing the 5-colored dragon spear. They were ferocious and domineering. They killed from 10 miles to hundreds of miles away. Bang! 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 The continuous explosions reflected the encirclement within the high wall. Along with the explosions, a large number of demonic spirits were also killed. Screech! Screech! Ear-piercing screeches kept rising and falling. A large number of demonic spirits were buried here. Finally, some of the demonic spirits couldn't suppress their fear. They ignored the orders of the primordial demonic spirit and crazily attacked everyone. Die! The meridian sword in Lin Chen's hand drew a rainbow-like sword aura and instantly slashed out hundreds of sword auras, killing all the demonic spirits that tried to sneak attack. Talent combination, Sovereign's Descent. Energy accumulation, 30,000 points, 50,000 points, 100,000 points, 250,000 points. The demonic spirits died, and the energy of Sovereign's Descent rose rapidly. Countless light balls of blank attributes filled the ground. Lin Chen's eyes became brighter and brighter as he crazily collected a large number of blank attributes. He couldn't help but laugh wildly. Ha ha ha. Awesome, this is so King awesome. I really want to have a few hundred more. Why are there so few? Is there no one that can satisfy me? Is it wrong to be too persistent? Seeing Lin Chen killing the demonic spirits like killing chickens and hearing his wild laughter, the disciples of the Yin and Yang Palace couldn't help but shiver and tremble. This is simply a pervert. Isn't this your little baby? He killed them as if they were chickens. How could he not recognize them after pulling up his pants? So strong. These 4 clones, if he had released his 4 clones from the beginning, then Jiyu Tianxie would have. The corners of Lan Ruoshue's mouth curled up slightly like a melting iceberg, revealing a rare smile. She made the right bet. This person did indeed have the strength to be ranked on the genius rankings. Furthermore, the hope of breaking out of the encirclement completely depended on him. Lin Chen had the demonic seal, so he could basically sense the approximate location of each demonic spirit. All he needed to do was to launch a series of fierce attacks. If his battle chi was depleted, he could use ultimate restoration. It was not a problem at all. Roar tilde. The high walls shook. A roar that tore through the skies resounded through the world. This was the roar of an ancient demon spirit. Is something big coming? Lin Chen's eyes narrowed as he saw the ground split open without any warning. A 1,000-meter-long trench appeared, revealing a ferocious set of teeth that bit towards Lin Chen. A sneak attack. Lin Chen, who was already prepared, instantly used Silent Step. Conversely, he gathered his spiritual power and spun it rapidly. He activated 2 major attack runes and made a hand seal, activating the +10 annihilation technique. Spiritual annihilation energy burst out from between his eyebrows, condensing into a beam of light that shot out like a meteor crashing onto the ground. Bang tilde. Boom tilde. A terrifying spiritual storm suddenly exploded, and the spiritual shockwave that overturned everything shook the ground. Lan Ruoshue's eyes were sharp and her hands were fast. With a flip of her hand, a red and blue beam of light enveloped all her junior brothers and sisters, blocking the aftermath of the spiritual storm. G tilde. The cracked ground let out a shrill scream. Lin Chen instantly pulled out the meridian sword. His sword moves were like the 7 stars in the sky. He continuously performed sword arts, each of his moves reaching the level of perfection, piercing and slashing, bombarding the ground. 7 ultimate force, 3 forces in 1. The other doppelganger assisted Lin Chen's main body. Pure strength erupted, using both fists and legs, or whipping and smashing horizontally, or punching wildly. Every move used penetration and charging runes, and the power of the +10/7 ultimate force exploded. Endless power was penetrated into the demon spirit's body with 25% of its characteristics. That kind of momentum could be said to be overwhelming, shaking the entire ground. Originally, the primordial demon spirit had planned to use ordinary demon spirits to surround and exhaust everyone's strength before reaping the harvest himself. But who knew that a certain Lin foam would appear midway, Madman Lin, and mess up the primordial demon spirit's plan? Bang! 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 The ground kept shaking, and the abyss-like bloody mouth was hit repeatedly. Demon spirits were not demons, after all. They were good at sneak attacks, but their huge size and vitality were still not something demons and top-dire beasts could compare to. Crash tilde. A large number of white attribute light balls kept rolling down, and in the end, the primordial demon spirit seemed to have retreated back into the ground alive. It was beaten away by Lin Chen. At the same time, all the demon spirits within a 500-mile radius were killed by Lin Chen in 15 minutes, leaving only blank attribute light balls. Received 450 blank attribute points, 350 blank attribute points, 780 blank attribute points, 150 blank attribute points. The clone quickly and efficiently harvested a large number of white attribute light balls, and the blank attribute points were simply flying all the way. But Lin Chen did not want to let go of that primordial demon spirit. That was a big guy full of attribute points. Damn it, you want to run after acting cool? Lin Chen smashed the ground with his fist, and the ground shook. At this time, the primordial demon spirit had already escaped. Lan Ruoxue and the others were shocked to the core, and goosebumps appeared all over their bodies. This guy actually wants to chase after that primordial demon spirit. His 2F** King fears. The people from the Heaven and Earth Palace were still in shock, but Lin Chen said, "The other demon spirits are already dead. Hurry up and concentrate on attacking the southern wall. Then, you can break through directly." Lan Ruoxue and her junior brothers and sisters exchanged glances, and they quickly moved and rushed toward the southern wall. "Everyone, attack with me!" Lan Ruoxue shouted coldly, and everyone prepared their attacks. Even Su Lan and her sister attacked together, and a terrifying attack burst out. In an instant, the dark encirclement exploded with battle aura light rays that filled the sky. They exploded one after another, and the sky was filled with water and fire. But the first wave of attacks only shook the black wall a little, and a faint crack appeared on it. "It's not powerful enough." Again, Lan Ruoxue frowned and was about to attack again. "Enough, get out of the way." As soon as he finished speaking, 3 figures stepped through the air. The 3 clones spun in the air, and the penetration and charging runes were activated. Their legs were like heavy axes, and 3 moves, 7 ultimate strength, 3 forces in 1, exploded on the giant black wall with a bang. The giant black wall shattered and collapsed. A ray of light shone in from the outside, and everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This was because there was a gigantic pitch-black phantom that was thousands of feet tall standing outside the southern wall. It was shaped like a towering ancient tree, but its countless branches and leaves had transformed into sharp claws. It had 3 heads that resembled lions, and a murderous aura emanated from it. "This is bad, that big fellow hasn't left yet." Lan Ruoxue's heart skipped a beat. This demon spirit's aura was tyrannical just by standing in front of her, like a river flowing through the earth. Even if she attacked with all her strength, her chances of victory might not exceed 20%. At least 3 geniuses on the Genius Decree had to attack with all their strength in order to guarantee their safety. But in this dangerous place where they didn't know each other, who would trust each other to reveal their trump cards and attack with all their strength? Wasn't this the same as leaving their backs open to the enemy? Seeing everyone break out of seclusion, the ancient demon spirit let out a long howl. It opened its demonic mouth hundreds of feet wide, wanting to swallow everyone. But its eyes suddenly stopped moving. Lin Ming had already gathered his strength and was ready to attack. He stepped through the air, a bow drawn, and the arrow tip flowed with an aura that could make the world tremble. He smiled coquettishly. "Why don't you shout? Why aren't you shouting? Weren't you very arrogant just now? You even dared to launch a sneak attack. Do you believe I won't shoot you in the face?" Chapter 8:11. Whoosh. Lin Chen pulled the Wind Emperor bow to its limit and released the arrow. This was an arrow that could steal the name of heaven and earth. The arrow light was condensed from battle chi of 9 tribulations. It flowed with destructive divine light and shot toward the primordial demon spirit head-on. After releasing the life-seizing, Lin Chen used up all his battle chi. The moment the arrow light shot out, it was enhanced by his talent, and its power skyrocketed. Retreat. Lan Ruoxue immediately covered the people of the Heaven and Earth Palace and retreated quickly. The primordial demon spirit wanted to dodge, but unexpectedly, a grayish-white talisman that was more than 100 feet in size suddenly fell from the sky and suppressed the universe. Activated Level 6 Slowing Talisman. Consumed 10 million points of mid-level rune energy. This slowing talisman caught the primordial demon spirit off guard and sealed it for half a breath's time. The life-seizing arrow seemed to have stopped at this moment. Then, like an aurora, it suddenly hit the primordial demon spirit. Bang! Kai! The sharp and fierce battle chi storm was like a blade cutting through everything. The energy storm that was thousands of feet in length twisted everything in its way. With the enhancement of the sovereign's descent, this arrow's power skyrocketed by almost 31 times. It was so strong that even Lan Ruoxue felt a dangerous and fatal aura. After the arrow light dissipated, the primordial demon spirit was still standing, but its body was in tatters as if its limbs were broken. It's still not dead. The disciples of the Heaven and Earth Palace twitched their mouths. This primordial demon spirit is equivalent to a battle emperor. In addition, the demon blood energy here is extremely pure. It can devour other low-level demon spirits to heal itself, so it won't die so easily. However, it's seriously injured and has less than 30% of its combat power left. Lan Ruoxue's eyes were piercingly cold. Then, she saw Lin Chen suddenly say, "You guys delay it. I'll go and stab it in the eye." The people of the Heaven and Earth Palace were stunned. Wait, why are you stabbing it in the eye? Was this person really sick in the head? That's an primordial demon spirit. You won't even let go of the demon spirit's chrysanthemum region? This is 2F** King crazy. His strength is directly proportional to his level of freakishness. F***ck. Everyone felt goosebumps all over their bodies. At this moment, Lin Chen's clone had already made a move to forcefully stop this primordial demon spirit. Lan Ruoxue led the team and joined in the siege. At least her junior brothers and sisters' lives were saved. Now, they just had to hold this big guy back. At this time, the immemorial demon spirit let out a long roar and waved dozens of tentacle-like sharp claws at an extremely fast speed, cutting through the sharp blade wind. However, Lan Ruoxue's intuition ice pupil found that the immemorial demon spirit's aura was still gradually recovering, and it actually showed signs of recovery. He saw the thick, black, and long demonic roots buried deep in the ground, continuously absorbing the essence gathered from all directions, and the injured parts began to heal. It absorbs the blood essence of low-level devil spirits to heal itself. Lan Ruoxue shouted coldly. She was warning her junior brothers and sisters, and also informing Lin Chen. Lin Chen used silent steps and was extremely fast. After a series of twists and turns, he finally locked onto a harder area on the primordial fiend spirit's body. With the 5 dragons' imperial spear in hand, he suddenly descended and stabbed. TSK. Poof. The spear light tore through the hard area, and the immemorial demon spirit, which was covered in pitch-black demonic aura, let out a sharp roar. Lin Chen once again used a level 6 slowing rune with 10 million runes energy to suppress the immemorial demon spirit on the spot. I want to see if your recovery speed can keep up with my output speed, ha ha ha. Lin Chen held the spear and stabbed wildly, using pure strength. He crazily used 100 spears fighting Emperor, continuously activating the charging and penetrating runes, not giving the other party any time to react. Host has activated the assault talent, power increased by 50%. Every spear was buffed with 2 offensive runes and the assault talent's amplification. Not to mention that he was in the ultimate moment state. With the addition of pure strength, Lin Chen's every spear thrust into the immemorial demon spirit's body was extremely terrifying. Whoosh 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 tilde a burst of white attribute light balls bloomed and fell from the immemorial demon spirit's body like rain. Received 1,390 blank attribute points, 1,405 blank attribute points, 1,130 blank attribute points, 1,190 blank attribute points. Lin Chen's system screen crazily rolled down, dazzling the eyes. His blank attribute points had simply soared to an unprecedented level. In the previous wave of encirclement, Lin Chen had annihilated nearly 300 demonic spirits and gained nearly 300,000 blank attribute points. However, this primordial demonic spirit had caused his blank attribute points to shoot straight to the 400,000 mark. G. The immemorial demon spirit burst forth with painful howls, but Lin Chen's eyes became more and more fanatical and excited. Ha ha ha. Awesome, this is 2F** King awesome. Oh my god, this is going to kill me, ha ha ha. Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh wildly. The people of the Yin and Yang Palace instantly felt their hair stand on end, and they were dumbfounded. Crazy. He must be crazy. This is an immemorial demon spirit. Why are you so happy? This is 2F** King perverted. This guy is laughing so happily in the anus of the immemorial demon spirit. If he regains his senses later and targets the people of the Yin and Yang Palace, many male disciples subconsciously covered their anus area. Whoa, eldest senior sister, let's go quickly. He's a demon. That's right, eldest senior sister. What if this lunatic targets us later? My butt feels so cold. The group of junior brothers and sisters kept begging Lan Ruoxue. The corners of her mouth, who had always been cold and calm, were twitching slightly at this moment. In that case, we'll retreat. Lan Ruoxue's jade-like finger pointed at the void, and the azure water curtain rolled out like a bunch of waves, taking the group away quickly. Although Lan Ruoxue wasn't an ungrateful person, her junior brothers and sisters were more important right now. In the end, the immemorial demon spirit that couldn't withstand the restraint of the delaying rune fell under Lin Chen's devastation and dropped a bunch of blank attribute points, 3 purple crystal treasure chests, and an orange crystal treasure chest. A 6th grade delaying rune is really powerful. If it was a 5th grade delaying rune, I wouldn't have been able to suppress this big guy for so long with just 10 million points of rune energy. This immemorial demon spirit had the strength comparable to a 3 tribulation battle emperor. If it fought Lin Chen head-on, it would be very difficult for Lin Chen to defeat it even with the help of all his doppelgangers. He might even be injured because of it. However, it chose the most conservative method, which was to encircle and annihilate Lin Chen and the others in an attempt to wear down Lin Chen and the others' strength before swallowing them in one gulp. Who would have thought that Lin Chen would activate the Sovereign's Descent innate skill and use the most crucial attack to reverse the situation? What a pity. If you were a brave and fearless 3 tribulation savage beast, I wouldn't have been able to kill you. However, you're a demon spirit that's good at sneak attacks. You're timid and cautious, which gave me an opportunity to take advantage of. Lin Chen shook his head and laughed. He then took the orange crystal treasure chest. Opened 3 purple crystal treasure chests. Obtained 15 rune stones, 2,000 strength points, 200,000 talent points. Opened an orange crystal treasure chest. Obtained. Chapter 812. Odd crystal fragment. Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. The orange crystal treasure chest had never disappointed him before. After checking the Xiangang odd crystal fragment, Lin Chen was ecstatic. This odd crystal fragment only had one main attribute, gold energy. The Tianyin odd crystal fragment that Hun Yin dropped previously had a yin attribute and a water attribute. Lin Chen didn't have yin battle qi in his body, so Lin Chen couldn't absorb it and could only break it down into attribute values. But in fact, absorbing the odd crystal was the best way to maximize its effect. He could absorb this odd crystal fragment. This odd crystal fragment is equivalent to 1/15 of a complete odd crystal and is slightly smaller than Ji Qingming's meteorite fragment. With my physique and cultivation, I can absorb it. Without hesitation, Lin Chen absorbed the Xiangang odd crystal fragment into his body and activated the gold calamity body with all his might. Boom tilde. The violent and sharp odd crystal energy exploded from Lin Chen's body, but it didn't last for more than 2 seconds before it was drowned by the overbearing gold calamity battle qi. It kept melting, assimilating, and absorbing. Host received 100,000 gold energy, 300,000 gold energy, 190,000 gold energy, 220,000 gold energy. Absorbing the odd crystal fragment wasn't an easy task, But Lin Chen's gold calamity body seemed to have the ability to restrain the odd crystal fragment. It melted into his limbs and bones at a visible speed and nourished his meridians. The 9-colored fate wheel became more dazzling and expanded a few times. The brightest light came from Lin Chen's gold calamity body. A quarter of an hour later, an even more domineering and sharp gold calamity battle chi cut through the void like thousands of sharp blades, causing the air to explode and the airflow to become chaotic. Su Gang and her sister who were watching from the side were shocked. My intermediate gold energy has soared to 69,550,000 points. What an insane growth! Lin Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. One fragment increased his intermediate elemental attribute by more than 60 million points. The odd crystal fruit was truly terrifying. If it was a complete odd crystal, how insane would it be? His 9 calamities constellations would certainly become more powerful, and his gold calamity constitution would become the strongest constitution. Congratulations to the host for absorbing the mysterious handle odd crystal fragment and obtaining the mysterious handle energy. It has been integrated into the gold calamity battle chi and assimilated into the gold calamity mysterious handle. The system screen popped up, and Lin Chen was overjoyed. Faint gold calamity battle chi condensed on his fingertips. Compared to before, the current gold calamity battle chi had a few more substantial fine stripes. Lin Chen swiped his finger lightly, and a golden light flashed. All the branches within a radius of 3,000 feet were sliced into a smooth and round golden surface. This is the gold calamity profound handle that combines my gold calamity battle physique and the power of the profound handle. If I activate the gold calamity profound handle and combine it with the strength of my body refinement, the toughness of my flesh shell's defense can reach the level of a top-notch 7th grade high-grade defensive artifact. Even if he doesn't use a defensive combat skill, he'll probably only be slightly injured after being hit by a first tribulation combat emperor. Lin Chen was shocked. This wave of metal calamity profound handle had increased his offensive and defensive capabilities by more than 2 levels. Hey, where are those people? At this time, Lin Chen suddenly realized that the people of the Yin and Yang Palace had long disappeared. Class leader, they were all scared away by you. Su Lan covered her mouth and chuckled. Lin Chen refused to accept it. Impossible, I'm so handsome, how could I scare people? The sisters looked at each other and smiled. The 3 of them continued to move forward. Perhaps because of the call of the ancient demon spirits, the 3 of them didn't find any demon spirits attacking them after moving forward for a day. After a day and a half, the 3 of them walked out of the endless forest. The outside world was bright and beautiful, and the spiritual energy was abundant. In the 4.5 days in the endless forest, Lin Chen had obtained a total of 530,000 blank attribute points. It was an unprecedented abundance. He could strengthen himself without any scruples and increase his overall strength. However, before Lin Chen could open the system to start strengthening, a 5-colored light soared into the sky like a dragon and surrounded the 9 heavens. The mountain range in the distance bloomed. Within the 5-colored light, there was a touch of intense purple that seemed to be full of spiritual charm. Lin Chen's golden eyes twin even felt that a top-notch treasure was descending. Next to the endless forest is the Saint Qing mountain range. Su Lan exclaimed. Lin Chen chuckled. Looks like there's another treasure waiting for me. Without saying anything, Lin Chen pulled the 2 girls and flew toward the 5-colored light pillar at an extremely fast speed. Saint Qing mountain range, desolate Dragon Ridge. At the peak of the mountain, a 5-colored spiritual barrier was blooming, protecting a giant purple-green tree. The trees were lush and the branches were blooming. 9 purple-green fruits were shining brightly, as if they were about to mature. Near the peak of the mountain, there were hundreds of figures floating in the air. Each of them had a tyrannical aura, hanging high in the sky. None of them were below the 9th-level combat emperor. They were all young peerless geniuses. It's the purple-green path understanding fruit. Oh my god, we've encountered a treasure. Damn, our luck is so bad. We actually encountered 3 people from the genius ranking. What's there to be afraid of? We have more than 100 people. Are we afraid that we won't be able to defeat the 3 of them? Among the 100 people, 3 of them were standing in front of each other. No one dared to come within 100 feet of them. Each of them occupied a corner, as if they were the leaders of the group. The three of them had a majestic aura. Their aura was as deep as the sea, as if the stars were shining on the sand, as if the river was flowing and rolling. The strange phenomenon was different. They had a domineering aura and a graceful demeanor. Compared to them, the 100 people beside them were much weaker. If the 100 people were described as fierce tigers and peacocks, then the three of them were killins and phoenixes. They were not on the same level at all. The three of them were respectively ranked 99850 on the Genius ranking, Barbarian Emperor, Unrivaled, 99894, Azure Sea Foot, Shui Tiansu, 99994, Extreme Star Sword, Ji Qingming. There's still 15 minutes before the purple-green path understanding fruit ripens. There are a total of 9 fruits. These guys know that they're no match for us, so they'll definitely join forces. What do you two think? Ji Qingming spoke cheerfully and wittily, revealing a sense of confidence as if he was in control of the situation. Shui Tiansu was a man in green robes. He raised his eyebrows and looked at them. He said doubtfully, "Join forces? Forget it. Instead of fighting and causing chaos, why don't we get rid of these troublesome guys first? Let's join forces then. We'll split the purple-green path understanding fruits equally. Is that okay?" The stocky Unrivaled carried a meteor hammer and spoke in a muffled voice. Ji Qingming said, "Of course." Shui Tiansu said, "No problem." At this moment, the 3 geniuses had joined forces. Although the geniuses didn't know, they had a tacit understanding. Facing the 3 geniuses, they could either take advantage of the situation or join forces. Almost 80 geniuses immediately formed a united front. Under normal circumstances, the geniuses on the Genius ranking would not join forces so easily. However, the purple-green path understanding fruit was not an ordinary heavenly treasure. On the other side of the mountain, Lin Mao poked his head out to observe the situation. When he saw the purple-green path understanding fruit, he gasped. "Damn, the purple-green path understanding fruit?" Lin Chen had heard of the legend of this item long ago. It was a treasure that even the sages coveted. It was truly something that could only be found once in 100,000 years. It was not an 8th-level heavenly treasure, but it was better than a heavenly treasure. It had only one special effect. After consumption, it could permanently increase a living creature's perception and spirituality. It could also maximize one's perception for a short period of time. It could also improve the combat skills and supernatural powers that the living creature had learned. There was once an extraordinary person who obtained this item. After consuming it, his perception broke through the limit of 3 advanced purple-level combat skills that he had previously mastered. The 3 advanced purple-level combat skills were restored to the top purple-level combat skills. Chapter 8:13. The purplish-green path understanding fruit was a treasure that even sages coveted. Its value was too great. There was even a rumor that if someone cultivated a half-orange grade combat technique to the peak, there was a chance to upgrade the combat technique to the orange grade after consuming this fruit. Class monitor, are you sure you want to fight? There are 3 people from the Genius rankings. Su Lan saw the terrifying lineup and couldn't help but shrink back. There were too many unknowns in a battle of this level. What's there to be afraid of? I'll just steal the purplish-green path understanding fruit secretly. I can't fight, not in this lifetime. I can only rely on stealing to maintain my life. Lin Chen chuckled. After absorbing the mysterious Gang Odd crystal fragment, his strength skyrocketed. In terms of fighting, he wasn't afraid of the 3 Genius rankings. But he didn't have the absolute strength to crush the 3 of them. The threat of joining forces wasn't as simple as 1 + 1. His main goal was to ensure that he could get the purplish-green path understanding fruit. This thing was something that even sages could only hope for. He couldn't miss this opportunity just to get the attribute light ball from the Genius rankings. On the peak of the purplish-green mountain, the 87 mortal prodigies stood side by side. The battle was about to begin. Zhong Yijue, Ji Qingming, Shui Tiansu, the 3 of you may be strong, but we're not to be trifled with. That's right. The 3 of you are too greedy to occupy 9 purplish-green path understanding fruits. Give up at least 5 of them. The group of prodigies was unruly. They were also born extraordinary. Most of them had never seen the geniuses on the genius rankings, so they were naturally arrogant. Damn it, a bunch of idiots. If you're not convinced, come up. Zhong Yijue was so angry that he laughed. He shouted coldly, and his voice was mixed with dragon power. It shook the heavens and the earth. This person's dragon power was over 10 million. Seems like you've underestimated the genius rankings. With a fake smile, Ji Qingming stepped into the air with his sword in hand. Shui Tiansu held his 1-foot clear rod tightly. His body was glowing with jade light, and water flooded the golden mountain. Then there's nothing to talk about. Bang! Rumble! The radiance of the heavens and the earth lost its color, and the hurricane came crashing down in a split second. The remnant force of the battle chi exploded like blue waves, shocking the wind and the clouds. The two sides brazenly exchanged blows. This was a chaotic battle. 87 Heaven's favorites displayed their best techniques and trump cards. However, to their horror, they couldn't even last one round against the 3 geniuses. Extreme Stellar Sword, Ji Qingming's Stellar Sword physique and Ao Han's sword arts shone brilliantly, blocking 1,000 soldiers with one sword. Shui Tiansu's 1-foot clear pole raised the blue sea, rolling up 10,000 layers of raging waves, swallowing 1,000 techniques, and covering 100 techniques. The barbaric emperor's absolute strength was able to break through all techniques with brute force. Anyone who fought against him would be severely injured in less than 2 moves. Some were even sent flying by a single strike of his hammer and were on the verge of death. The 3 geniuses were like towering mountains that stood between the heavens and the earth. No matter how the 87 geniuses attacked them, they remained unmoved. At this moment, everyone understood how terrifying the genius rankings were. On the other side, Lin Mao casually opened the enhance function. Consumed 13 enhancement points, unlimited dark steps plus 1 successful, power increase, 10%. Consumed 259 enhancement points, unlimited dark steps plus 11 successful, power increase, 30%. Consumed 295 enhancement points, unlimited dark steps failed. Consumed 295 enhancement points, unlimited dark steps plus 12 successful, power increase, 30%. Seeing that he still had 18,000 enhancement points, Lin Chen ferociously strengthened unlimited dark steps, and the screen of failed enhancements popped up one after another. Damn it, I don't believe that I can't break it. Lin Chen continued in a spurt of energy. After failing 21 times, the last step had consumed more than 9,000 enhancement points. Consumed 455 enhancement points, unlimited dark steps plus 13 successful, power increase, 70%. After spending more than 13,000 enhancement points, Lin Chen's first plus 13 had appeared. Movement battle technique plus 13 unlimited dark steps, overall power increase, 240%. This way, my speed will be invincible. Lin Chen was exhilarated. With the plus 12 mental cultivation technique as a foundation, all of his battle techniques had been upgraded by a few levels. Now that infinite dark steps had been enhanced by 2.5 times, and with his ultimate moment talent activated, Lin Chen's speed would reach an unprecedented level. Class monitor, they've decided the winner. The 3 geniuses on the prodigy ranking have won. Su Lan shook Lin Chen's shoulder. Just as she finished speaking. Boom. At the peak of the mountain, the purple-green ancient tree bloomed, and its light filled the sky. The purple-green path understanding fruit had ripened. The ripened purple-green path understanding fruit had to be harvested within 15 minutes of ripening, or else its spiritual essence would dissipate. This was why it was so precious, and it had to be harvested at the most suitable time. Don't worry, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Behind the oriole is the hunter, and behind the hunter is me, Lin Chen. Lin Chen wasn't in a hurry. He chuckled. As expected, as soon as Lin Chen finished speaking, 3 silhouettes instantly shot towards the cliff like refracted bolts of lightning. Their speed was extremely fast. You're asking for it. Zhong Yijue roared, and with a heaven-shaking hammer, he smashed down with his 20-foot battle aura light hammer, severely injuring one of them, and shattering his battle aura. Let's go back. Shui Tiansu quickly waved his 1-foot clear rod, and 4 water dragons shot out from the ground. The other two's expressions changed slightly, and they changed their hand seals. Their speed suddenly increased, and their chi and blood surged out of their bodies. Blood flames ignited around their bodies, and they barely dodged the 4 water dragons. It's useless. I knew you guys would have a backup plan. Shui Tiansu smiled like an innocent child. The two had just dodged when a huge wave of battle aura came crashing toward them. They cried out in surprise. This is the prodigy ranking. I'm impressed. Bang! The enormous wave overturned the heavens and toppled over, injuring the two of them and forcing them to retreat like a rolling wave. At this moment, Lin Chen, who was hiding behind the giant rock, was shrouded in dark calamity battle aura. He activated the carnate shadow art and turned into a dark shadow, disappearing into the void. Suddenly, Ji Qingming, who had been keeping his sword eye open, looked at the peak of the mountain and shouted, "Oh, no! Someone has snuck in." He turned into a streak of sword light, and the profound ice sword in his hand slashed horizontally, rolling out a streak of ice flower sword chi, glittering with starlight, slashing towards a certain direction in the void. The two geniuses followed closely behind. The sword light rippled, and an afterimage appeared in the void. "It's Yang Jinghong." "You're Yang Jinghong?" Shui Tiansu cried out in surprise. His 1-foot-long pole swept out in a half-moon arc, and a strange wave of battle aura was transmitted through the void. Waves splashed on the ground beside the purple-green ancient tree, and a water column shot up. The battle aura water column spread, and a figure stepped back, revealing his true form. His eyebrows were raised, and his face was fair. There was a sneaky smile on his face, and he looked like a burglar who specialized in stealing things by climbing over walls. The 99,811th on the prodigy ranking, Yang Jinghong? Damn it, damn thief. Take my hammer. Zhong Yijue didn't say anything and swung his hammer. His dragon power exploded, and killing intent shot out in all directions. Yang Jinghong used his movement technique and dodged silently. The hammer landed on the peak of the purple-green mountain, shaking the mountain. Shui Tiansu and Ji Qingming immediately followed up and attacked furiously. Many attacks bombarded Yang Jinghong. Who would have thought that this guy would be hiding among the crowd of skyprides just now, waiting for an opportunity to strike at this moment? He had almost succeeded. No matter how good Yang Jinghong's movement technique was, under the siege of the 3 prodigies, he was in a sorry state. The momentum of 3 prodigies on the prodigy ranking against 1 intimidated those who wanted to take advantage of the situation. The 4 prodigies had shown their true abilities. If they approached recklessly, they might be killed by the aftershocks. Hey, if you guys keep attacking me, someone will steal that thing. Suddenly, Yang Jinghong, who was surrounded, shouted anxiously. The 3 prodigies sneered, F*CKU, trying to trick us? The moment the 3 prodigies focused on Yang Jinghong, the 9 purple-green path understanding fruits were swept away by a black shadow. Hey! There's an orange crystal treasure chest. The person in the black shadow exclaimed. He grabbed the purple-green ancient tree and retreated in an instant. Then, the handsome guy hiding in the black shadow sent a secret message to Yang Jinghong and laughed slyly. "Young Master Yang, you're so good. You're so good. You're such a big idiot .. Chapter 814. What the F*CK? I'm telling the truth. F*CKU, you bunch of idiots." Yang Jinghong's footsteps were like a shocking shadow as he dodged the attacks of the 3 in a sorry state. He cursed loudly in exasperation. "Chumph, do you really think I'm that easy to fool?" Zhong Yijue spat and smashed down with his meteor hammer. No, the purplish-green path understanding fruits were really stolen. Shui Tiansu glanced at the purplish-green ancient tree behind him and his expression changed. Ji Qingming's face turned pale. There was someone else. Even Yang Jinghong's camouflage couldn't hide from his sword eye. Who could have stolen the purplish-green path understanding fruits? If you want to use me, you have to show yourself. The moment the 3 of them stopped attacking, Yang Jinghong made a move. The golden dagger in his hand suddenly slashed through the void, drawing a golden aura that cut through the universe. With a bang, it hit a dark shadow in the void 3,000 feet away. The three geniuses focused and saw a young figure emerge from the dark shadow. It was Lin Chen. What the F***, it's you, Lin Chen? Ji Qingming cursed in anger. It was this brat who stole the purplish-green path understanding fruits. Was he still holding back from the battle that day? Why was his concealment technique so strange? Interesting. The genius on the genius ranking is indeed something. You even saw through my innate shadow spell. Lin Chen locked his gaze on Yang Jinghong. Yang Jinghong said seriously, your concealment technique is indeed brilliant. If you didn't reveal some of your aura when you took the purplish-green path understanding fruits, I wouldn't have noticed your track. Give me your concealment technique and the purplish-green path understanding fruits. I will leave immediately and not interfere with your business. How about it? With your concealment technique, no one other than me can see through you. Without my interference, you can easily escape from the three of them. How about it? Yang Jinghong secretly transmitted his voice. He wanted to negotiate with Lin Chen. He believed that only he, who was also proficient in assassination and concealment, could see through Lin Chen. Only he had the chips to negotiate with Lin Chen. Ha ha ha, you want to negotiate with me? You've lost your mind. Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh. The three geniuses were shocked, but after a while, they reacted and looked at Yang Jinghong cautiously. Yang Jinghong was enraged, and he sneered, you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Today, with the four geniuses on the genius ranking joining hands, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. Mr. Lin clicked his tongue in wonder. You guys are really kind people. Not only did you help me deal with those dozens of prodigies, but you also helped me catch this thief. As for you guys, I like to give them the Best Employee Award as a reward. After saying this, Lin Chen actually took out 3 silk banners. Zhong Yijue, Mother Ka, Ji Qingming, WDNMD, Shui Tiansu, Yang Jinghong, kill him. In a split second, the 4 great geniuses launched a joint attack on Lin Chen. Kai tilde. In one exchange, Ji Qingming activated the meteorite odd crystal fragment and waved the sword in his hand, creating 3 starlight sword shadows. He used his true strength right from the start. He was very clear about Lin Chen's strength, and this person was only a step away from the genius ranking. Demon vanquishing hammer, flood dragon overturning the sea. 10 shadow slashes. The hammer light suppressed the sky, the flood dragon controlled the sea, and the slashes were like knives in the air. This terrifying attack was launched from all directions from Lin Chen. That aura shocked all the prodigies present, and those who participated in the encirclement and those who didn't were all shocked. This attack was on a completely different level from the one just now. This was the true strength of the genius ranking. Young people nowadays really can't take a joke. Can't take it. Lin Chen smiled mysteriously and activated the ultimate moment. Rip tilde. Bang tilde. Infinite dark steps. Lin Chen's entire body was surging with dark calamity battle aura as he stepped on the dark shadow vortex. His figure was like an afterimage that was pulled and disappeared in a split second. It was impossible to capture his movement trajectory. All the attacks were concentrated in one place and exploded into a storm. I will bestow upon you the Best Employee of the Year. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 silk banners shot down from the sky. As there was no murderous intent, it didn't attract the attention of the 3 prodigies, and the silk banners were immediately hung around their necks. When the prodigies saw it clearly, they sucked in a breath of cold air. The words Best Employee of the Best Employee were written on the silk banners. Oh my god, what kind of deity is this guy? He actually fooled the 4 prodigies. I can't sense his movement technique at all. What a perverted speed, too strong. I have never seen a 9th level combat emperor with such a fast movement technique before. Is this a mid-grade purple tier? Or a high-grade purple tier? Or perhaps a legendary supreme grade movement technique? Even the 4 prodigies were dumbfounded. What? The 4 prodigies were shocked. What kind of movement technique was this? It was F*** King ridiculously fast. I don't believe in this. Zhong Yijue took the lead and swung his meteor hammer at an extreme speed once again. The dragon force burst forth, and the stronger the force, the faster the speed. Countless shadows of the hammer bloomed like flowers on a screen, pushing forward layer by layer, trying to crush all of Lin Chen's afterimages. The four prodigies launched a frenzied attack once again, shattering every single one of Lin Chen's afterimages. However, after shattering one, a new one was born, endless and dazzling. In the end, there were more than 10 afterimages in the air, and all of them were Lin Chen. That's right, there were more than 10 afterimages. Some of them were waving their hands, some were shaking their butts, some were clapping their hands, some were swaying their bodies, and some were shaking their heads with their eyes closed. They were actually dancing. If I were DJ, would you love me? Would you love me? Would you love me? Lin Yiqian's face flashed in front of Ji Qingming with a coquettish smile. He was so angry that his veins were bulging, and starlight shot out in all directions. His sword technique was like a tidal wave, slicing his body into pieces time and time again. All of them were afterimages. Those injured prodigies who had participated in the encirclement of the three prodigies were so shocked that their eyeballs almost fell to the ground. Is he still human? He's a prodigy on the prodigy roll that we couldn't even last 2 moves against. All the prodigies were so angry that they almost vomited blood. He was actually able to sing and dance so skillfully while being surrounded by 4 prodigies. God. He was definitely a god on earth. This was a genuine suppression of movement techniques without any pressure. Under the 4 prodigies' all-out attacks, extremely high-quality attribute light balls dropped one after another. While Lin Chen was dodging many attacks, he was even able to collect a bunch of attribute light balls, received 39 strengthening points, 120,000 talent points, 150,000 rune energy, 80,000 heavenly Dao points, 90 million blood energy, 10,000 metal energy, 30,000 water energy. The prodigies on the prodigy roll are really full of treasures. D***M, I have to find a chance to kill these guys. I heard that this Ji Qingming is coveting Sister Yueqi. I'll beat him up. Rip tilde. Lin Chen's movement techniques changed from dodging to taking the initiative to attack. With a boom, he broke through the layers of encirclement. The dragon power in his entire body exploded, and his 9 tribulations battle aura circulated. The metal calamity mystic handle covered both his legs. He raised one leg high above his head and chopped down heavily like a battle axe. 7 ultimate force, 5 forces in one. Lin Chen's sudden attack was out of Ji Qingming's expectations. Chapter 8:15. Facing the sudden sneak attack from Lin Chen, Ji Qingming clenched his teeth and raised his sword to block. Golden light surrounded the sword and exploded into the air. Lin Chen's pure strength transformed into 5 different types of force: cut, tear, pull, twist, and penetrate. 5 different methods penetrated Ji Qingming's body, causing the ghost face flag on his back to shine brightly. Bang! Boom! Ji Qingming was pushed back by the kick. Attribute light balls and 2 purple crystal treasure chests rolled down his body. Ji Qingming's mouth was bleeding, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. How could his battle chi be so sharp and domineering? It was a few levels stronger than the last time. Lin Chen collected the attribute light balls that rolled down. Most of them were strengthening points, and he instantly obtained 5,000 strengthening points and 10 rune evolution stones. Once Lin Chen attacked, it meant that there was a chance that he would reveal an opening. Yang Jinghong immediately caught it and slashed at Lin Chen's back with his short blade. At the critical moment, Lin Chen's metal calamity mysterious handle covered his entire body. With a thought, he activated the 3-inch calamity, forming 3 layers of colorful crystal energy to block the attack. Puff! Kai! The 3-inch calamity was cut apart, and Lin Chen was sent flying 1,000 meters away. Lin Chen's blood was boiling, and a deep scar was left on his golden prison flying dragon armor. You took my attack head-on and you're fine? What the hell? Yang Jinghong's mouth twitched. He had attacked with killing intent just now, and even a first tribulation combat emperor wouldn't dare to take it head-on. How could this kid be fine? Shui Tiansu and Zhong Yijue attacked again. Lin Chen used infinite silent steps at full speed and dodged all the attacks. Ha ha ha, Ji Qingming, I'll take your life next time. Lin Chen's arrogant laughter made Ji Qingming feel a deep sense of fear. This person was no longer the same as before. Just his movement technique alone was enough to make Ji Qingming feel fear. Trying to escape. 10,000 space-borrowing talisman. Yang Jinghong was so angry that he laughed instead. His left hand shot out a talisman. The talisman exploded and actually caused the entire void to freeze. Lin Chen's movement technique was hindered and slowed down by a few notches. The 10,000 method space teleportation talisman was one of his life-saving trump cards. He had no choice but to use it here. The purple-green path understanding fruit was too important. Even if he sold it on the market, it would sell for double digits of Saint Origin coins. He had to get it. Oh, interesting, it's actually a bit like my slow rune. Lin Chen wasn't surprised. Instead, he clicked his tongue in wonder. The methods of these people on the genius rankings were each richer than the last. Let's see how you're going to escape now. Yang Jinghong, who had always been shifty-eyed, appeared sinister and crazy at this moment. Just as he was about to unleash his killing technique and pounce towards Lin Chen, system, activate hyperdimensional teleportation, activating super-dimensional teleportation, consuming 35 million talent points to teleport the host to space number 1. A spatial beam broke open above Lin Chen's head. The candlelight spun, and his figure suddenly disappeared. What? The 4 geniuses were stunned. Could his movement technique be any faster? No, that's not right. This guy jumped through space and escaped. Shui Tiansu was dumbfounded and said with difficulty. Impossible. Could he tear the space of the sacred boundary? Apart from the sages, no one can tear the void and move forward. Yang Jinghong roared hysterically. He looked around, but there wasn't even a shadow of a ghost. Over 100 geniuses stood outside the purple-green mountain in a daze. Their mouths were wide open. 1 against 4 geniuses on the genius rankings. Not only did he toy with them, but he also escaped unscathed. He even injured one of them. Looking at the 3 geniuses who still had the banner of ultimate wage worker hanging around their necks, someone gasped. Is this guy still human? Here, this is for you. Everyone has a share. In the sky above the plane, Lin Chen tossed 2 purple-green path understanding fruits to the 2 sisters, 1 for each. Thank you, class monitor. Su Lan smiled sweetly, and Su Gang nodded seriously, remembering this kindness in her heart. Just 1 purplish-green path understanding fruit could change a warrior's life. Lin Chen still had 7 in his hands. They were valuable and had endless uses. Now I'd like to see how awesome this thing is. Everyone is exaggerating about it. Lin Chen was about to eat a purple-green path understanding fruit. The 2 girls were about to stop him. With a boom, the other side of the St. Qing mountain lit up with a myriad of colors. More treasures are coming. Damn it, I really can't stop walking. Ha ha ha, let's go. Lin Chen leaped into the air, and the 2 girls followed closely behind. At the same time, Lin Chen could feel a primordial aura gradually awakening in his body. It was like a primordial overlord. Lin Chen still had lingering fears. When my Dragon Emperor comes out of seclusion, how powerful will he be? Lin Chen was secretly shocked. He was secretly looking forward to it. South of the St. Qing mountain range, Sunset Valley. Hundreds and thousands of streaks of light cut through the clouds. Countless tokens were floating in the air, shooting in all directions. It was as if they had just shot out from the underground world below. Ha ha ha. I got a sect token. This sect's inheritance is mine. A prodigy laughed heartily as he snatched a jade token. Countless people looked at him enviously, but no one dared to be careless. They used their movement techniques to snatch the sect tokens that were shooting out from the sky. Most of these tokens came from first-grade sects that had fallen. If one obtained a sect token, they would be able to obtain part of the inheritance left behind by the sect. Of course, these inheritances were not attractive to the prodigies on the genius roll. They did not have the heart to search for them. Thus, the Sunset Valley was a carnival for the ordinary prodigies. As soon as Lin Chen arrived, a black light shot towards him from the void. Hey, what's this? Lin Chen subconsciously grabbed it. It was a pitch-black command token that was flamboyant, and two awe-inspiring words were carved on it. Black Dragon. Second grade sect, Black Dragon token? Lin Chen was curious. Su Lan came over and said in surprise, "It's a sect token. With it, you can establish a sect. You can also obtain part of the inheritance left behind by the sect. That guy has obtained an extremely high-quality sect token. Snatch it from him." A few sharp-eyed 8th stage combat emperor prodigies rushed towards Lin Chen when they saw him holding the token. These people have lost their minds. Lin Chen slapped them with his palm. The pure strength of his 5 fingers was like a ferocious dragon breaking through the sky. Just one hit was enough to make them vomit blood. Damn, this is a body-tempering emperor. Run. Why is there such a ferocious guy snatching the sect token? Too ferocious. Who is this guy? A group of 8th stage prodigies vomited blood and retreated. Their eyes were filled with shock. This guy looked so weak. How could he be so strong when he attacked? These sect tokens have a high probability of choosing their owners. You have been chosen. Su Lan covered her mouth and chuckled. Lin Chen, who was holding the sect token, suddenly realized a problem. In the sacred boundary, every top-notch prodigy was supported by a major force or sect. There was almost no top-notch prodigy who stood up on their own. Even if they were extremely talented, they still needed the support of a sect. Why? Because this was a very serious problem. Most of the resources were controlled and monopolized. Chapter 8:16. The history of the sacred boundary was countless times richer than that of the 9 provinces, but the hierarchy it had evolved was much crueler and harsher than that of the 9 provinces. All the secret realms, regions, danger zones, and treasure lands that produced high-quality cultivation resources were all occupied by high-grade sects. Only the great sects had the qualifications to enter and explore these areas. Even if some newly discovered secret realms or treasure lands were not conquered or controlled by the sects, they would unite with other sects of the same level to take them. As for those who did not belong to any sects, they could not even drink the soup. This was because they did not have strength or influence. Why was it harder and harder for those without influence to start from scratch? This was because resources would only circulate within a certain powerful circle. If one did not step into this circle, they would not even have the qualifications to risk their lives in this circle. To give a clear example, in this trial, if Lin Chen had not benefited from Ice Heart Palace, he would not have had the qualifications to enter Kangyu Secret Realm. To put it simply, he did not even have the qualifications to enter Kangyu Secret Realm to die. Because he did not have the support of a sect, he did not have the permission to enter Kangyu Secret Realm, let alone explore the endless opportunities here. Reality was this cruel. Why were there billions of geniuses in the sacred boundary, and almost 99% of the top 100,000 geniuses in the genius ranking had the support of a great sect or sect? No matter how heaven-defying a person's talent was, they still needed the support of resources and a path to walk. Compared to an entire sect, an individual would be very insignificant. This was the hierarchy that had evolved in the sacred boundary after countless epochs. No one had the ability to change or break this rule. Even if Lin Chen had the Heavenly Way possession system, if he did not join a sect, in the future, he would not have the qualifications to enter any powerful or resource-rich secret realms with many opportunities. Without cultivation resources, he would have no path to walk. He could either become an outlaw or do some dangerous missions to earn resources. However, Lin Chen did not want to join a sect. Perhaps, there was only one path in front of him. Create his own sect. I have the clear jade tree seed. If it can be nurtured to maturity, I won't lack cultivation resources for the time being. But what if I reach the saint realm in the future? Or even higher? A plant of providence might not be able to support my development. If I don't want to join a sect, I'm afraid I'll have to create my own. Lin Chen made up his mind. He dripped his blood on the Black Dragon token to bind it to him, giving it a brand new look. Lin Chen had a feeling that this token was connected to his soul. It even recorded the coordinates of a certain space. It was an inheritance left behind by this sect when they were alive. My sect is only for freedom. We don't recruit anyone. Since we want to be unique, we will follow through to the end. We will call you the Black Horse Club. TSK. The new lines were outlined, and the pitch black token revealed brand new words. Its name was Black Horse Club. The Sioux sisters looked at each other curiously. This name was indeed unique in the sacred boundary. Oh yeah, I picked up a brand new orange crystal treasure chest when I was snatching the purplish-green path understanding fruit. I didn't have time to see what kind of treasure it was. Lin Chen opened the system and a screen appeared. Orange crystal treasure chest opened. Obtained 8 sets of 1000 illusions human skin masks. This mask has an ever-changing illusion. It can disguise one's face and aura. Sage stage cultivators cannot see through it. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. This was good stuff. Boom tilde. At this moment, an earth-shattering collision of energy came from the underground world directly below Luotian Mountain Valley. Such a scene shocked all the prodigies and made them retreat in horror. Are they fighting? Those prodigies down there. Damn it, I can't stay here for long. If I can't get the sect token soon, I'll have to leave. Who knows what will happen down there? Many prodigies wiped off their cold sweat. Lin Chen activated his golden eyes twin and stared at the deep, dark underground world in the valley. This is... Lin Chen's eyes trembled. Just as he saw something, 4 extremely powerful auras appeared in the sky. They were 4 prodigies on the prodigy roll. They were Ji Qingming, Shui Tiansu, and Yang Jinghong. The 4 of them sensed the strange phenomenon here and quickly rushed over. In the underground world of Luotian Mountain Valley, there was a blood-red forest of rocks. The terrain was extremely vast and stretched for nearly 100 miles. A large number of people gathered here. In the center of the underground was a blood-red crystal jade-like ancient altar. It had an aura of vicissitudes and was like a crouching dragon. On the ancient altar, countless pure energy condensed into substance. It was like a blood-red jade, like a volcano, with blazing flames, like lava flowing in hell, and like the pulsating veins of ancient beasts. 2 thumb-sized odd crystal fragments floated above the ancient altar. The 2 odd crystal fragments were dark red and orange red. Light rays surged, and the pulse light was dazzling. It flowed with an aura that made one's heart palpitate. This was equivalent to 1/10 of a complete odd crystal fragment. It was even larger than the mysterious shield odd crystal fragment that Lin Chen obtained from the attribute treasure chest. But at this moment, the 2 odd crystal fragments were still absorbing the energy below the ancient altar. Its power was increasing, and the prodigy's eyes were blazing. But if one took a closer look, the people gathered around the ancient altar felt their scalps go numb. Several prodigies on the prodigy roll had gathered, and the scene was rather magnificent. "Senior sister, are we really going to fight?" 2 female disciples worriedly asked the beautiful lady in red who had a sword around her waist. She was valiant and resolute, like a sonorous rose that bloomed on the battlefield. She nodded without changing her expression. Of course, these 2 odd crystal fragments are no small matter, and they are about to appear. Our Red Moon Battle Sect has no reason to retreat without a fight. Prodigy Roll 99801, Red Moon Rose Su Qing. In the west, a youth in linen clothes hugged an ancient sword with a wine flask hanging on his waist. He leaned against the wall and closed his eyes as if he was resting. Prodigy Roll 99785, Breeze of the 9 States Drunken Sword. In the stone corner of the underground world, the young man was dressed in white. He had a dignified appearance and a murderous aura. In the solemn atmosphere, he still had the mood to play chess with his junior brother. He had an extraordinary bearing. Prodigy Roll 99770, Ghost Calculator Mo Ching Calculator. A seductive young master with fair skin and embroidered with cherry blossoms in his scarlet clothes raised his orchid fingers and chuckled as he teased the snow-white kitten in his arms. His eyes revealed some evil intent from time to time. Prodigy Roll 99890, Scarlet Young Master Yin Qingyun. He was sitting alone in the southern corner. He was handsome and devilish, and there was a bloodthirsty smile on his lips. However, his face was a little pale. Prodigy Roll 99990, Evil Bone Demon Scythe Jiu Tianxia. The last person stood alone. She was elegant and noble with a full figure. Her beautiful eyes were like ice flowers spinning, and her temperament was like a fresh snow lotus on an ice mountain. Prodigy roll 99911, Ice pupil Lan Ruoshue. Countless prodigies looked around with fear, admiration, excitement, and excitement. This was simply a historical scene. What a spectacular scene this was. There were actually 6 prodigies on the prodigy roll at the same time in the same place. Ha ha ha, how can I miss out on such a good thing? His laughter was like thunder and shook the void. A figure fell from the sky like a meteor. Barbarian Emperor Zhong Yijue grinned and his battle-intent soared. Following closely behind Zhong Yijue were Ji Qingming, Shui Tiansu, and Yang Jinghong. All the prodigies in the underground world sucked in a breath of cold air. The top 10 prodigies gathered. An unprecedented chaotic battle was about to erupt. Chapter 8:17. The Blue Moon Trial was only one of the secret realms that some of the Rank 2 and Rank 3 sects participated in. For such a secret realm, not to mention the 36 domains, not to mention the 36 mystic realms outside the 36 mystic realms, there would be no less than 100 mystic realms opened every year in the mystic realm, not to mention the mystic realms opened by 4th grade sects and above. It was a once-in-a-century opportunity for the top 10 prodigies to gather together. Seeing Zhong Yijue, Ji Qingming, Shui Tiansu, and Yang Jinghong enter the underground world, some prodigies frowned, some looked relaxed, and some looked solemn and vigilant. It's senior brother Ji Qingming, he's finally here. Oh my god, senior brother is finally here. I was scared to death. I thought we were going to compete with these monsters for these treasures. The 30 Ice Heart Palace true disciples who entered the underground world earlier couldn't help but shout Ji Qingming's name. At this moment, there were already 6 2nd grade and 3rd grade sects gathered here. There were as many as 10 prodigies on the genius ranking. Hey! Sigh. Senior brother, you're injured? A sharp-eyed Ice Heart Palace purple grade true disciple exclaimed in surprise, causing the other true disciples to look over in amazement. Senior brother Ji was actually injured with his strength on the genius ranking? How was this possible? Even if he encountered a prodigy on the genius ranking, unless there was a huge difference in ranking, he would have no problem escaping unscathed. Mph, it's just a minor injury caused by a small accident, it's not a big deal. Ji Qingming snorted and didn't want to be entangled in this topic. If his true disciples knew that he was injured by Lin Chen, wouldn't it be embarrassing? Looking at the odd crystal fragments on the blood-red ancient altar, Ji Qingming's eyes flashed with fanaticism. This was even bigger than the meteorite fragment he refined. When we fight later, use the icy heart arrogant cold technique. In terms of overall strength, we're the best here. As long as I get an odd crystal fragment, I'll reward each of you with 600 silver Saint Origin coins. Ji Qingming's offer made all the purple rank true disciples excited. It was equivalent to a month's monthly allowance. With his ability as a top appraiser, no one doubted his financial ability. Brother Ji Yu, it's really you. When Ji Qingming saw Ji Yu Tianxie on the side, he immediately went wild with joy. Oh! You are eldest uncle's personal disciple, Ji Qingming? Ji Yu Tianxie was stunned before revealing a faint smile. Before he entered the Azure Moon secret realm, he had received a secret order to work together with Ji Qingming to eliminate a scourge. Brother Ji Yu, are you injured? Ji Qingming walked over enthusiastically, but was suddenly shocked. He hurriedly took out 2 bottles of medicinal pills. The other party did not stand on ceremony and took them with a sinister smile. I met a strange little demon in the endless forest and was successfully ambushed by him. I suffered some minor injuries. If I meet him again, I will definitely kill him. No problem. When the time comes, you and I will work together and help each other get rid of the target. Ji Qingming and Ji Yu Tianxie hit it off, but the two of them did not know that the one who had injured them was the same person. Their target was the same person, Lin Chen. Let's work together and get the odd crystal fragments here. There's still some time before the altar's energy shield dissipates. Brother Ji Yu, you should heal your injuries first. I'll protect you. Senior brother Mo, are we really going to fight with these monsters? We are the ones who are the worst at fighting. The two junior brothers pulled a long face and bitterly smiled as they looked at ghost fortune teller Mo Qing, who was playing chess. Don't worry, we don't fight with force, we only use our wits. I have already deduced that these two items are fated with us. Mo Qing spoke cheerfully, revealing the confidence and boldness of being in control of the entire situation. He would occasionally glance at the red moon rose Su Qing with a look of longing and love. Drunken Sword only raised his head to look at the four geniuses before closing his eyes to rest and falling asleep. Scarlet Flower Young Master gave a seductive chuckle and pointed at Mo Qing with a charming smile. Young Master Mo Qing, don't you plan to work together with this servant? If we work together, it will be a flawless combination. Mo Qing's junior brothers shuddered. It was rumored that Scarlet Flower Young Master loved the chrysanthemum sacred land. This invitation made it seem like he was inviting their senior brothers to explore the sacred land together. Scarlet Flower Young Master must be joking. Your Scarlet Flower scripture has been cultivated to the peak and Qing is just a matter of a few moves in front of you. Your ranking isn't that simple, right? You might be able to snatch the odd crystal fragments by yourself. Mo Qing sipped her tea and smiled, nodding. Don't I just want to work together with you. Scarlet Flower Young Master acted coquettishly and many people had goosebumps. Mo Qing smiled and didn't say anything. Shui Tiansu, who was standing in the corner, slowly walked to Lan Ruoxue and spoke as if his words were gold. Bing Tong, work together? Lan Ruoxue frowned. At this point, no one was a fool. The geniuses on the genius list were all ranked in the 99,000 and no one had the ability to control the situation. Working together was the only way to gain something. These two odd crystal fragments could be auctioned for at least 100 gold St. Yuan coins in the outside world. The value was extremely high and no one was willing to let it go. Shi and Shui Tiansu were ice and water respectively. If they worked together in battle, it would far surpass the other geniuses. All right, if there's anything, we'll split it equally. Lan Ruoxue nodded and didn't hesitate. Shui Tiansu, no problem. The 10 geniuses each had their own thoughts and the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Time ticked by and the blood-red ancient altar's energy barrier was about to dissipate. Crack tilde. A stone suddenly broke and the atmosphere in the entire underground world exploded. In an instant, swords were drawn and bows were drawn as if a fight was about to break out. Zui Yijian's eyes were drowsy as he drank from his pot and held his sword in his right hand. Zhong Yijue laughed arrogantly as the veins on his arm squirmed like dragons. He was ready to unleash his meteor hammer at any moment. Su Qing held the crimson moon scimitar tightly in her hand. She was valiant and cold like a sonorous rose. Shui Tiansu held the 1-foot clear pole and Lan Ruoxue stood on the left and right respectively. The ice and water battle auras surged like huge waves. Yin Qingyun chuckled as the white cat in her arms flickered with a violent light. Ji Qingming's entire body flickered with starlight as he suddenly drew his sword. A bone whip appeared on Ji Tianxie's spine and wrapped around it. It was strange and eerie, like a dragon hissing. Mo Qing was still playing chess. Yang Jinghong, who was hiding in the dark, grinned. Fight, the more intense the fight, the easier it is for me to fish in troubled waters. He, the odd crystal fragments are mine. All the prodigies held their breath. The battle between the 10 geniuses was a battle that was hard to come by in one's lifetime. 20 breaths before the ancient altar's energy barrier was about to dissipate, a clear and bright voice rang out, shaking the sky and reverberating throughout the entire underground whirl. A dark horse appears, attacking from the back. A battle between dark horses, life and death are insignificant. The Black Horse Club's deputy director has arrived. Everyone was stunned. What was this? The Black Horse Club. There was such a sect in the sacred boundary. Attacking from the back, it was definitely not a decent sect. Everyone raised their heads and focused their gazes. 6 tall and handsome figures stepped through the air and arrived. The leading silver-robed youth's lips curled into a devilish smile. His smile was thunderous. Ha ha ha, it seems like I came at the right time. Chapter 8:18. When the atmosphere reached its climax, almost all the geniuses on the prodigy ranking were ready to make a move. However, the Black Horse Club appeared and shocked everyone. On the left was a black-robed young man. His face was as cold as a knife. He carried a 5-colored dragon spear on his back. His waist was as straight as a spear. His eyes were deep and mysterious, and there was a hint of sharpness in them. It was as if the sharpness of a peerless treasure sword was hidden in its scabbard. The second person on the left was wearing a fluttering green robe. His long hair was draped over his shoulders. He was handsome and elegant. The meridian sword on his waist flashed with green light. He had a charming smile on his face. His smile and nod revealed an extraordinary charm. Many female geniuses in the underground world were attracted to him. The person on the right was wearing a black coat. His facial features were handsome, but his face was slightly pale. His aura was extremely cold. He had a saber on his waist and his hand was still on the saber. He was like an assassin who had killed his way through a bloody storm. His pair of sharp and unique eyes flashed with a cold light. No one dared to look directly into his eyes. The second person on the right was wearing a purple robe. He carried a green bow on his back. His face was like jade. He held a white paper fan in his hand. His face always had a smile that made people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. His eyes were as clear as jade. They were like green willows in the spring breeze. He was gentle and elegant, like a delicate and pretty scholar. The young man standing behind him was even more mysterious. His robe was as white as snow. His temperament was cold. His pair of purple-gold eyes slowly rotated. He was like an emotionless assassin standing behind his master. Those who were swept by his purple-gold eyes felt a bone-piercing coldness. It was as if all their secrets had been seen through. It made their hair stand on end. As for Lin Chen, he was dressed in a silver robe as he stepped through the air. The corners of his mouth hung a frivolous and evil smile. The 5 people around him were like stars surrounding the moon, setting off his existence. It was as if an overlord had personally arrived. The confidence he exuded as he talked and laughed had actually stunned the 10 geniuses present. It's him. Ice Pupil times Lan Ruoxue was stunned. Damn, it's actually that brat. Kill. I will definitely kill him. Jiyu Tianxie roared in his heart. His killing intent was awe-inspiring. Lin Chen? How did he become the deputy director of the Black Horse Club? Isn't he a savage from the mortal world? Ji Qingming's face was filled with confusion. It's him. That dog that wasted my life-saving talisman still dares to come here and fight for the odd crystal fragments. Change targets, assassinate him first and then take the odd crystal fragment. Yang Jinghong roared from the bottom of his heart. If it weren't for Lin Chen, he might have already gotten a few purplish-green path understanding fruit. Lin Chen landed in front of the blood-colored ancient altar. The moment the altar's energy shield dissipated, he suddenly stepped onto the ancient altar. Boom tilde. Lin Chen's first step caused the winds and clouds to suddenly change. The auras of the 10 great geniuses were instantly aimed at him. Is this fellow not afraid of death? He actually dares to be the first to step onto the ancient altar. Crazy. He will instantly become the target of public criticism. The top 10 geniuses will definitely target him first. All the Sky Pride's eyebrows twitched wildly. This guy was simply not afraid of death. Lin Chen casually took the second step. Boom. TSK. A rainbow-like sword aura suddenly slashed out. It was Clear Wind 9 states, Drunken Sword's move. A dark calamity vortex opened up. The sword aura flashed, and the aura was like the bright moon, piercing through the sky. Clang. Boom. The sword and saber clashed, and 2 figures collided in the void. Everyone focused and saw that it was the black-clothed swordsman from the Black Horse Club. Oh! The sleepy drunken sword finally had some fighting spirit. His eyes lit up, and his swordsmanship changed again. His sword pierced through the wind, and 8 sword scars shot out like dragons. The black-clothed swordsman's mid-9th level battle chi cultivation was revealed. His sword aura burst out like a tide, and rays of mirror-like sword aura slashed out. When the 8 sword scars were easily destroyed, a moonlight slashed back at Drunken Sword. Drunken Sword flipped the Clear Wind 9 Heavens sword in his hand and slashed vertically, cutting off the moonlight. He was actually evenly matched with Drunken Sword. Ha ha ha, come on. Drunken Sword's fighting spirit soared, and he used all kinds of swordsmanship one after another. Many geniuses sucked in a breath of cold air. He actually blocked Drunken Sword. That was a genius on the genius rankings. Could this Black Horse Club also be a second-grade sect? How could it nurture a genius on the genius rankings? The autumn wind today is slightly chilly, and it's suitable for drinking tea. What tea should I brew today? Lin Fan smiled and muttered to himself. He raised his leg and took the third step up the stairs of the ancient altar. Rumble. The aura surged like a tsunami, and the crimson flowers fell and the roses were extinguished. 2 more geniuses on the genius rankings attacked. It was Red Moon Rose Su Qing. Scarlet Gongzi Yin Qingyun. Su Qing raised her sword and charged over. The white spirit cat under Yin Qingyun's legs was like a dragon emerging from the sea, and it attacked step by step. Slash. The dark calamity vortex flashed extremely quickly, and the meridian sword aura slashed toward the crimson moon sword aura. The sword aura pierced through and hit Scarlet Gongzi's 3 traces of the cat head-on. 2 mushroom clouds exploded from both sides. The geniuses of the various sects stared so hard that their eyeballs almost fell to the ground. 2 geniuses were blocked again. It was the Black Horse Club's purple-clothed youth and green-robed young master, one with a bow and one with a sword. Coiling Dragon Strangle. Void Slash Meteor Fall. The bone blade was like a giant python coiling in the air, and the sword aura swept through the void, shooting stars and sand in all directions. It was like a dragon or a snake as it furiously slashed toward Lin Chen's head. It was Ji Qingming and Ji Yu Tianxie. The 2 of them had been beaten up before, and they were very clear about Lin Chen's strength. They immediately attacked with killing moves. Bang! Slash! The 5-colored dragon roared angrily into the sky. The spear blocked the endless starlight, and the tip of the spear twisted and destroyed the sword aura. The dragon force was like a wild dragon, and the fist with the metal calamity profound handle was wrapped around it. Rumble. The youth's robe was as white as snow, and his fist was covered with the metal calamity profound handle. His entire body emitted an indestructible light. The black-robed youth was cold and stern. He stood against the wind with the 5-colored dragon spear in his hand, blocking Ji Qingming and Ji Yu Tianxie head-on. Damn, this isn't his cloning technique. He's so strong. His clones are far from this level. The tip of Ji Qingming's sword blocked the 5-colored spear tip that was coming at him. He glanced at the white-clothed young man who was fighting with Ji Yu Tianxie from the corner of his eyes. Every punch and kick of his was filled with a terrifying amount of pure strength. The metal calamity profound handle was flowing all over his body, and even a top-grade 7th-rank weapon couldn't hurt him. He was fighting Ji Yu Tianxie at close range. This was definitely not his cloning technique. Ji Qingming was almost certain that he had fought with Lin Chen before. His clones were far from the level of these people. Ha ha ha, you don't have anyone by your side. I'll also fight you. Wild Zhong Ju laughed. With the meteor hammer in his hand, his aura soared to the sky. He suddenly turned into a streak of starlight and smashed down on Lin Chen's head. Rip Tilda. The dagger drew a golden light and went for Lin Chen's neck. It was Yang Jinghong who had made a move to assassinate Lin Chen. Bang! 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 3 explosions sounded almost at the same time. Wild Zhongju was forced to retreat. His arms were numb from the shock, and Yang Jinghong was sent flying. He spat out blood and fell to the side. It was impossible to see who had made the move. All the geniuses stared blankly at the moment when Lin Chen slowly stepped onto the ancient altar. Their eyes were trembling and their mouths were trembling. Some of the geniuses were about to go crazy. It was too terrifying. All 7 geniuses on the genius ranking were blocked. What kind of god was this damn Black Horse Club? They were simply too strong. Chapter 8:19. Bang! Yang Jinghong was sent flying and vomited blood. He fell into a crack in the reef. Mother asterisk Kerr, who is it? I've always been the one to sneak attack others. Who is it that sneak attacked me? Yang Jinghong roared madly. Zhong Yizu's pupils shrank. His hand holding the meteor hammer was numb. He felt a pure power that was even stronger than his. Lin Chen slowly walked forward. Behind him, a cyan-armored figure appeared. He had a cold temperament. He had a dragon horn on his head and dragon scales on his body emitted a cold light. His eyebrows were cold, and on his back was a dragon tail that was as sharp as a sword. It was actually a dragon that had taken human form. Moreover, in the eyes of the countless geniuses present, they couldn't see through this dragon's true form. The cyan-armored dragon stepped into the air. His speed was extremely fast. Zhong Yizu and Yang Jinghong's expressions changed. They frantically used their battle skills to protect each other and collided with the cyan-armored figure. The battle was fierce, but the cyan-armored dragon still had the upper hand. He was actually suppressing two geniuses. In terms of speed, this humanoid dragon was like a swimming dragon. Its movement speed was extremely strange. In terms of defense, its dragon scales were indestructible and impregnable. In terms of strength, even the body refiner barbaric emperor was not his opponent. For a time, energy waves exploded, tearing apart countless rocks. The wind and clouds surged, and the entire underground world within a 100-mile radius was in a mess. The 7 geniuses on the genius list were forcibly blocked in front of the ancient altar. They couldn't get within 1,000 feet of it. The strength of this dragon made people's hair stand on end. Many people were frightened. Before the remaining 3 geniuses made their stance clear, no one dared to step forward. Black Horse Club. Impossible, there is no second-grade sect with this name in the mystic realm. Could it be a super sect outside the mystic realm? Very likely. Among all the 4th-grade sects and below, which one of them has more than 4 geniuses on the genius list? Almost all of them can be counted on one hand. In order to cultivate a genius on the genius list, a 2nd-grade sect with at least one Saint Realm expert would need to expend a large amount of resources to cultivate them. Outstanding 2nd-grade sects would occasionally produce geniuses on the genius list. For example, the Yin and Yang Palace had produced a genius like Lan Ruoxue. As for rank 3 sects, they usually had 1 or 2 rank 3 sects. Ice Heart Palace had only produced 3 peak 3rd-grade masters, and aside from Ji Qingming, there were 2 others. The woman who had descended to the mortal world to recruit Lin Chen was one of them. According to the actual situation of Ice Heart Palace, Leng Yuqi, who had not yet come out of seclusion, was very likely to be the 4th genius to enter the genius list, far surpassing Ji Qingming and the others. Below the rank 4 sects, there were only a handful of forces that had 1 sect and 4 rankings. But this Black Horse Club is F*King awesome. To be able to block all 7 geniuses at once, and not a single one of them was at a disadvantage. Didn't this mean that the Black Horse Club had 7 geniuses on the genius ranking? This number was 2F*King terrifying. Only super sects of the 4th rank and above could possess them. The ones who were most shocked were the true disciples of Ice Heart Palace. They had seen the battle between Lin Chen and Ji Qingming with their own eyes. On that day, he still had to use up all his trump cards to face senior brother Ji Qingming, but today, he had become the vice director of the Black Horse Club. His strength was not inferior to the geniuses on the genius list, and he had become his assistant. This was simply too strong. No wonder he had the strength to contend with senior brother Ji Qingming and even admitted that junior sister Leng Yuqi is his woman. He truly has the strength and foundation to match junior sister Leng Yuqi. He hid his strength too well. This guy is just pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Damn, I was almost tricked by him. If you want to go, then go. I'm leaving first. It's not worth it to risk my life for a few hundred silver Saint Origin coins. Ice Heart Palace's purple rank true disciples had already retreated. Even if Lin Chen was the only one left, with the Black Horse Club present, it was not their turn to fish in troubled waters. Senior brother, should we go? He's already prepared to step onto the ancient altar. Mo Qingming's senior brothers behind him were burning with anxiety. In their eyes, this was an excellent opportunity. The 7 geniuses were all delayed, so they were the only ones who could move. Ghost diviner Mo Qingming was sweating profusely. He held a ghost-faced jade plate in his hand and quickly formed seals with his fingers. He was sweating profusely as he pondered again and again, but in the end, his thoughts turned into fear. When he looked at Lin Chen, his eyes were filled with disbelief as he said, "Why is it like this? I can't even divine his fate. I can't even divine his omen." His arithmetic skills were at the peak of perfection. His 10 ghosts abacus could even roughly predict the fate of the geniuses on the genius ranking. At the very least, he could predict the fortune of the geniuses on the genius ranking. He could even predict the general trend of victory and defeat when he fought against each other. It was also because of this divination that he was able to know the location of the St. Ching mountain range. He also knew that a rare treasure had appeared in this place, and that there was a fortuitous encounter that belonged to him. As long as he came here, he would definitely gain something. But now, it was completely different. He couldn't even divine the omen of the silver-robed youth who was about to step onto the ancient altar. I can even divine the fate of a 5th tribulation combat emperor, but I can't even divine the fate of a youth in his early 20s. Mo Qingming's heart was in a perilous situation. When he tried to divine his fate again, he found that the vast and blurred general fate had become extremely muddy. He couldn't even see through his own fate. How could this be? Could it be that his appearance can affect my fate? Mo Qingming sucked in a breath of cold air. Why aren't you doing anything, Lan Ruoxue? Shui Tiansu questioned Lan Ruoxue in bewilderment. Why isn't she doing anything? After the battle on the purple-green path understanding fruit, Shui Tiansu knew that Lin Chen's movement technique was exceptional. If the two of them worked together, they would definitely be able to block his movement technique. But he didn't understand why Lan Ruoxue didn't do anything. I can't do anything. The people of my yin and yang palace were saved because of him. I can't repay kindness with ingratitude. Lan Ruoxue shook her head and took a few steps back. She had no intention of doing anything. Perhaps the odd crystal fragments were precious, but Lan Ruoxue was a person with a bottom line. She owed Lin Chen a favor, so she wouldn't do anything this time. Shui Tiansu was shocked and angry. Now that all the geniuses were delayed, they would definitely gain something if they worked together. The victory was right in front of them, but she didn't do anything. You'll regret it. Shui Tiansu was flustered and exasperated. After throwing out this sentence, the water element battle chi under his feet spread like the sea. He stepped on waves and charged towards Lin Chen. You'll regret it, Shui Tiansu. There are some things that you're not destined to fight for. Lan Ruoxue shook her head and laughed. She turned her beautiful eyes and stared at the back of the silver-robed youth. She was very clear about this person's strength. Even the primordial demon spirit was defeated by him. It would be difficult for the geniuses who were ranked below 90,000 to do anything to him. This person seems crazy, but is actually hiding his strength. If we offend such a person, we have to eliminate him completely. But my yin and yang palace has never offended him. If we want to be on good terms with him, now is the chance. Lan Ruoxue's beautiful eyes flashed with a light of contemplation. Although she was cold and aloof, she was also extremely intelligent. She could see through countless things in a short moment. Chapter 820. White Whale Swallows the Sky. Shui Tiansu stepped on the waves and swept the waves with his long pole. A battle chi white whale pounced out of the huge waves and charged towards Lin Chen. Shui Tiansu is attacking too. But that guy should have the strength of the genius list, right? Countless prodigies watched the battle intently and suppressed the restlessness in their hearts. Everyone was waiting for Shui Tiansu to delay Lin Chen so that they could immediately rush up and snatch the two-odd crystal fragment. Sky Imperial Sea. Suddenly, the battle chi white whale let out an anguished wail as a blue ray of light shot toward it. The battle chi white whale was immobilized on the spot. Then, a dragon tail swept over and smashed the battle chi white whale into pieces. The blue dragon tail slashed towards Shui Tiansu. Shui Tiansu was horrified and stepped on the waves to retreat. He swung his pole and barely blocked the dragon tail slash, but he was still pushed back. He stared at the green-armored dragon figure in disbelief and exclaimed, "Natural Water King, Sky Imperial Winged Dragon's ability." Only a few Water King beast bloodlines could naturally control elemental battle chi or elemental energy on a large scale, and Sky Imperial Winged Dragon was one of them. Using a water attack in front of it was like displaying one's slight skill in front of an expert. Shui Tiansu cultivated water techniques and was famous for controlling water techniques. He was born with the myriad water transformation, but he didn't expect to meet his nemesis today. With this green-armored figure in front of him, Shui Tiansu's strength was reduced by at least 30%. Looking at the two odd crystal fragments, Shui Tiansu gritted his teeth and rushed up again. Roar tilde. The green-armored figure roared and unleashed its full power. It released endless dragon power and turned it into a dragon domain. The three prodigies' movements were hindered. It pushed its palms forward and two dragon claws exploded the meteors. The pure strength of the explosion forced Zhong Yijue, Shui Tiansu, and Yang Jinghong to use their ultimate skills to resist. Boom! 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 The aftermath of the attack was earth-shattering, and the underground world was constantly shaking. Some sharp-eyed prodigies even noticed some clues. Look at those people from the Black Horse Club. Damn, are they crazy? TSK. Oh my god, why are they always behind other people? Within the battle circle of the 5 geniuses, every genius who was fighting against the Black Horse Club would be attacked from behind by their strange movement techniques. No matter how they attacked, they would circle behind their opponents and persevere. He was crazy. The corners of all the heavenly talents' mouths twitched violently. These people from the Black Horse Club are a bunch of perverts. Why are they always messing around behind people? Wouldn't exposing his intention to attack be exposing his own weakness? However, his movement technique was strangely fast. Each step was faster than the previous one, making it hard to fathom his movements. What was even more terrifying was that everyone from the Black Horse Club fought as if they didn't care about their lives. It was as if both sides had killed their fathers. Every move they made was as if they were fighting with their lives on the line. The 5 geniuses didn't dare to be distracted and fought with all their might. This reminded the geniuses and the sky prides of the audience of the Black Horse Club's slogan, "Once a dark horse appears, it will attack from behind." In the battle of the dark horse, life and death were indifferent. One of the heavenly talents couldn't help but curse. They really don't care about life and death and only attack from behind. Perverts. This is too abnormal. This Dark Horse Clubhouse is simply not human. Who can stand this? All of them are attacking from behind. While all the heavenly talents' mouths were twitching violently, Lin Chen had already stepped onto the blood-red ancient altar and looked down at the crowd. Obtained 45. 5 million points of Qi and blood energy, 10,000 points of fire energy, 68. 5 million points of Qi and blood energy, 45 million points of Qi and blood energy, 30,000 points of fire energy. Oh! This ancient altar is full of elemental light balls. They will be absorbed by my fire calamity combat constitution. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Because the Qi and blood energy in the blood-red ancient altar was too dense, he didn't notice these large amounts of elemental light balls at first. Lin Chen's gaze swept across the entire ancient altar. There were at least thousands of elemental light balls, all of which were mid-level fire energy and Qi and blood energy. Hualala. At this moment, seeing that Shui Tiansu was also blocked, many disciples from various sects were anxious. Damn it, I can't take it anymore. Kill him. As long as we can get one of these 2 odd crystal fragments, we'll be rich. Kill him. Humans die for wealth and birds die for food. In the face of huge benefits, the heavenly talents finally couldn't take it anymore and rushed up crazily. Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged. There were 28 9th-level Battle Emperor heavenly talents. They were quite strong and wanted to rush up to snatch the odd crystal fragments. They activated their movement techniques and rushed up the blood-red ancient altar from all directions. Boom! Kai! Kai! A stream of ice fell from the sky and rolled out thousands of layers of ice light, freezing 10 9th-level heavenly talents into ice sculptures. The ice light scattered around Lin Chen and set up a huge ice wall in an instant, protecting Lin Chen inside. It was Lan Ruoxue. She actually chose to help Lin Chen. Lan Ruoxue, what are you doing? Are you also from the Black Horse Club? Countless heavenly talents were shocked and angry. They quickly retreated and questioned Lan Ruoxue fiercely. Lan Ruoxue didn't care about this noisy guy at all. As long as it wasn't someone from the genius rankings, ordinary heavenly talents wouldn't be able to last more than 1 or 2 rounds with her. Oh, I didn't expect her to help. She saved me a lot of trouble. Lin Chen smiled in surprise. He could roughly guess the other party's intention. With Lan Ruoxue's help, almost all the 8 geniuses were blocked except for Ghost Calculator Mo Qingyu. Even the hundreds of heavenly talents were completely stunned by Lan Ruoxue's actions. Lin Chen waved his hand and threw a storage ring to Lan Ruoxue in the sky. Lan Ruoxue grabbed it and used her battle chi to explore the storage ring. There were 2,000 silver Saint Origin coins in the storage ring. She couldn't help but feel slightly happy. Both parties didn't need to communicate. It was as if their hearts were connected. Lan Ruoxue blocked all the heavenly talents for Lin Chen and allowed him to easily walk to the 2 odd crystal fragment. He's going to take the odd crystal fragment. Not good, we can't let him succeed. Many geniuses began to exert their strength and began to use their trump cards. The Black Horse Club's people showed signs of resistance for the first time and no longer had the energy to circle around to attack. Just as the geniuses were about to break through the Black Horse Club's defense, all the heavenly talents who were restricting Lan Ruoxue from attacking were ecstatic. Lin Chen, who was standing proudly on the blood-red ancient altar, slowly raised his right hand. Everyone held their breaths. Was he going to make a move? The Black Horse Club deputy director, who was full of secrets, was finally going to make a move himself. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Chen snapped his fingers with his right hand. Ultimate moment. Boom tilde. Boom tilde. Their attacks changed drastically. The 5 members of the Black Horse Club burst out with a green brilliance. Their movement, attack, defense, and battle chi all increased by more than 1 level. Those genius rankings geniuses who wanted to break through the defense were instantly suppressed again. All the heavenly talents were dumbfounded. Even Ghost Calculator Mo Qingyu was stunned. What kind of finger snap was that? When the deputy director snapped his fingers, the entire Black Horse Club was even more ferocious than if they ate top-grade elixirs. Chapter 821. I'm speechless. I'm convinced too. All the prodigies sighed in amazement and shook their heads in amazement. They dispelled the last thought in their minds and didn't have any other thought. With a snap of his fingers, he could reverse the entire situation and transform the strength of a genius completely. He had never seen or heard of such a thing before. No wonder he was able to recruit so many prodigies with the strength of the genius list. The vice director is indeed heaven-defying. He can become the second-in-command of the entire force at such a young age. I suspect that this is a prodigy force similar to Extreme Heaven Pavilion. Yes, I also suspect that the entire force can produce so many young prodigies and the second-in-command is so young. Maybe this is another Extreme Heaven Pavilion. Extreme Heaven Pavilion was the sect that Xuanyu, which was the closest to Mystic Domain, belonged to. This sect was a 2nd-grade sect, but no 3rd-grade sect dared to look down on it. This was because its founders were a group of prodigies from 3rd-grade sects and even some 4th-grade sect. In this sect, other than a sage representative, there were almost no registered or outer disciples. There were only core members. Those who could join Extreme Heaven Pavilion were all prodigies who were nominated on the genius list. This was a force formed entirely by prodigies. After today's battle, the Black Horse Club's name would shake the mountains and rivers. Xuanyu had Extreme Heaven Pavilion, Mystic Domain had Black Horse Club. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Chen walked to the center of the blood-red ancient altar. 2 beautiful odd crystal fragments were floating in front of him, and Lin Chen reached out to take them. Boom! A murderous afterimage swept over. It was Yang Jinghong. He used all his trump cards to shake off the Dragon Emperor's interception and rushed up the blood-red ancient altar. Lin Chen's expression didn't change as he casually took the 2 odd crystal fragments. How dare you not defend? You're courting death. Yang Jinghong went berserk as he slashed behind Lin Chen with his blade. Clang! An ice shield blocked Yang Jinghong. It was Lan Ruoxue. Under the premise that the group of sect paragons did not dare to attack, Lan Ruoxue was free to attack at any time. Yang Jinghong's concealment technique and movement technique might be very brilliant, but he could not avoid Lan Ruoshua's intuitive ice eyes. Lan Ruoshua, you stinking bee *tch also want to get involved. I advise you not to cause trouble. Yang Jinghong swiftly brandished his short blade and stabbed wildly. The icy blue vertical eye between Lan Ruoshua's brows clearly saw through his movements. Lan Ruoshua took light steps and her beautiful figure flickered. Snowflakes drifted about as she easily dodged his attack. Instead, she struck out with a palm that was encircled in icy light, sending him flying back over 1,000 meters. He was shaken out of the ancient altar. You should know that threats are useless against people at our level. Lan Ruoshua sneered arrogantly. This woman's temperament was cold and elegant. Even her sneer was charming. Damn it, I'll definitely kill you. Yang Jinghong gritted his teeth. Time and time again, he had suffered defeat at the hands of Lin Chen. He was so angry that he wanted to go berserk and lose all reason. Oh no, this guy took the odd crystal fragment. What do we do? Do we still fight? Looking at Mo Qing's divination, we still have a chance if he goes up to disrupt the situation. If he doesn't, none of us can stop him. Give me another 15 minutes, I'll destroy his weapon and he won't be able to stop me. Many geniuses were secretly communicating with each other. Most of them were looking at Mo Qing, but he still didn't move. But at this moment, what was even more shocking was Lin Chen, who was on the ancient altar. He took out a green wooden round table and a red sandalwood soft stool from his storage ring and sat down on the blood-red ancient altar with ease. Then, he took out a tea table, a cup of spirit water, and a teaspoon of tea leaves. He boiled the spirit water and poured it onto the tea table. The fragrance of the tea filled the air and the geniuses were so angry that their faces turned red. The prodigies of the various sects opened their mouths so wide that an egg could be placed in it. He was actually making tea. After getting the odd crystal fragment, he actually didn't run away and instead, made tea and drank it on the ancient altar. How arrogant was he? He was 2F** king arrogant to the extreme. Everyone present had never seen such an arrogant person. What did it mean to make tea and drink it on the back of his hand? He was F** king looking down on all the geniuses present. This move was completely provoking all the geniuses on the genius roll present. It was obvious, I'm not in a hurry to leave now, I have the absolute strength to suppress all of you. All the geniuses on the genius roll present, except for Lan Ruoshua, felt a deep sense of humiliation from being looked down upon. They were so angry that their faces turned red and their necks were thick. They gritted their teeth and burned with anger. From the day they entered the genius roll, it meant that they were above the millions of geniuses in the sacred boundary. When had they ever been humiliated like this? Damn it, no matter what, I'm going to beat him up today. Stop pretending, I'm going to beat your Black Horse Club today, F***ck. If I don't kill this person, I'm not a human. Several geniuses on the genius roll roared and increased their attacks. Some of them finally began to take out their real trump cards and began to counterattack the heroes of the Black Horse Club. They used all kinds of rare secret techniques, treasures, odd crystal fragments, special physiques, sage bloodlines, and all kinds of divine abilities. It dazzled everyone. Lin Zun was sipping his tea and after a few sips, he couldn't help but sigh. Life is really beautiful. Many prodigies' eyelids twitched and the corners of their mouths twitched. You took away 2 odd crystal fragments so easily. They're top-notch treasures worth gold Saint Origin coins. Of course your life is great. Host received 36.6 million points of blood energy, 20,000 points of fire energy, 98 million points of blood energy, 100,000 points of talent, 45 points of strengthening, 5 million points of blood energy. Lin Chen looked like he was drinking tea, but he was actually absorbing all the attribute light balls scattered under the ancient altar, and almost no one noticed that after Lin Chen took away the attribute light balls, the ancient altar's energy began to decrease gradually. But the odd crystal fragments had been taken away by Lin Chen, and the act of drinking tea was too provocative, so almost no one paid attention to the dissipation of the ancient altar's energy. Even if they did, they would just take it for granted because the odd crystal fragments had been taken away and the ancient altar's energy shield had been removed. It was natural for the energy to dissipate. But Lin Chen began to make a fortune while sitting on top of the altar and drinking tea. His pure strength continued to rise and his blood energy became more robust. It began to soar by the hundreds of millions. His pure strength rose from 9 million to 9.3 million and still didn't stop. With the blessing of the divine power talent, his actual strength was even higher. The intermediate fire energy is also increasing very quickly. Seems like I have to find a fire combat skill to complement my high fire energy when I have time. Lin Chen was secretly happy and looked at the 5 clones with satisfaction before opening the strengthen function. That's right, 5 clones. Everyone in the Black Horse Club was Lin Zun's phantom clones. Before Lin Chen entered the underground world, he had just collected 60 rune stones to upgrade his second level 6 rune, so he specially chose to upgrade the phantom rune. My clone is still a hair's breadth away from being a true genius on the genius ranking. However, this gap will disappear after a while. With a face full of smiles, Lin Chen tapped on the Enhance function and chose the Skill Enhancement series. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.